Now 11:21 a.m. and this morning, we are going to call this meeting to order at 11:21 a.m. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee are here. We're also joined by several council delegates. With that being said, Mr. Tahi, could you assist the committee with taking an official roll call for attendance verification?
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee, the 25th Navajo Nations Council special meeting for October 8th, 2025. Roll call. Honorable Shane Dean Parrish.
Here.
Honorable Shane Dean Parrish is present. Honorable Carl R. Slater. Present. Honorable Carl R. Slater is present. Honorable Norman M. Begay. Here. Honorable Norman Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kizabacrati. I'm present. Honorable Amber Kizabacrati is present. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Excused. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Excused. Madam Chair, you have four members present, which constitutes a quorum for this special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for the roll call this morning. I want to acknowledge that we also have Chairwoman Mr. Charles Newton here and also Delegate Herman Daniels here as well. So those two are here. Thank you for letting us use the Law and Order Committee room. So I appreciate that. Today, the Budget and Finance Committee room is actually there's some Title 12. I think they have maintenance. They're doing a few things. So we're getting that sorted. So again, welcome here to the Law and Order Committee room. This meeting is posted 24 hours in advance. We have a quorum, and also welcome to those joining on Zoom. Before we begin, I would like to ask, actually, I'll do the invocation this morning. So that's the next item on our agenda. So if we all could bow in a word of prayer. Lord, thank you for this day. I thank you for the weather, for the opportunity to serve the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. This morning, I pray for our leaders. I pray for the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, our speaker. I pray for the president, the vice president. I also pray for the acting chief justice. The justices are all across the Navajo Nation. Lord, at this time, there are many circumstances where each and every one of our leaders have to make a decision and also have to have hard discussions, Lord. Today, the Budget and Finance Committee is no different, and I ask that you provide wisdom and guidance and peace in the decisions and discernment that we have to make today. Lord, I also ask for safe travels for my colleagues. This week, there was many uncertainties, and Lord, I just ask again that you watch over my colleagues and their families back at home who provide that support. Lord, I also ask that you give us words of strength and wisdom as we also need transparency in this government. We need accountability in this government. Lord, I know that you have asked many times for us to come to you to ask for these things. So today I just, again, make that simple request. And I thank you for the presenters today. We also look over them. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. Now let's go to our advisors. Mr. Tahi, I'm going to look to you to take a look at that Zoom. Mr. Tahi, do we have the Department of Justice on the call?
I'm sure we have the Department of Justice on the call.
Is Mr. Rodas on the call?
Mr. Rodas is on the call.
All right, thank you, Department of Justice. Do we have Mr. McCabe on the call?
We have Mr. McKee on the call.
All right, welcome, Controller. Is the Office of the Auditor General on the call?
We have Janine Jones, Auditor General, on the call.
All right, welcome to the Auditor General. And we have our Chief Legislative Counsel here, Ms. Espino. And then I saw Mr. Dominic Bial also here. Welcome. Legislative Services, we have Mr. Tahi here. And we have several members from the Office of Legislative Services. And we also have the Chief of Staff in the Speaker's office here as well. So what Mr. Kyron is doing over there is Mr. Kyron is writing the statutory authority that the Budget and Finance Committee has regarding any concerns for any correspondences regarding the controller of the Navajo Nation. Mr. McCabe is and was confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council in 2024. So he is our controller, and that's who will be giving advisement today for any questions posed to the controller. So thank you, Controller McCabe, for being on the call today. Members of the committee, would you like to make any recognitions today before we move on with the agenda? And then we also have our former delegate, Mr. Begay, Mr. Paul Begay, to hear from the community. Here from delegate, Mr. Curley. Oh, Mr. Curley is also a former delegate, so welcome.
Now part of the DOJ team.
Anyone else All right, members of the committee, any recognition? We also have the chief of police here as well. Welcome.
That's
The executive branch, are they on the call, Mr. Tahi? I don't see them in the room. All right, office of president and vice president?
It
Oh,
was,
yes, Dara, I did get your email, thank you. I just didn't recognize you. Okay, Miss Dara Blackwater?
Dara,
What's your last name?
Blackwater.
Blackwater, okay. Blackwater's here.
like
And
the
then-
first lady, Blackwater?
Nope,
No relation?
not that I know of.
Oh, that's interesting.
All right, let's go to legislative branch. We have the chief of staff here. Thank you, Mr. Manuel Rico, and we also have Ms. Carla Roanhorse, who always comes to our meetings. Is the judicial branch here? Judicial branch on the call?
No.
All right, judicial branch is not here today. Let's move on to recognizing guests and visiting officials. We're gonna review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Tahi, could you read that agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is the proposed agenda read into the record. Budget and Finance Committee, the 25th Nominations Council Special Meeting, October 8, 2025, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Shadeen Parrish, Chairperson, Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, location Law and Order Committee Conference Room, Window Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. September 16, 2025, regular meeting. September 24, 2025, special meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Office of Management and Budget on submitted budget revisions requests made in the first 7 days of fiscal year 2026. B, report from the executive branch programs impacted by the discrepancies in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0194-25, an action relating to resource development, budget and finance and update committee and the nomination council approving $1,270,800 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance for the Navajo Department of Transportation to fund the purchase and installation of 2 automatic water observing system for Tuba City and Chinle airports. B, legislation number 0216-25, an action relating to law and order, budget and finance and update committees approving and authorizing Public Law 93-638 contract between the Navajo Nation and U.S. Department of the Interior for law enforcement patrol services for a period of 5 years, approving and authorizing annual funding agreements. 8, close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Mr. Tahi, do you have any recommendations for the committee at this time?
And Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, my recommendation is to add legislation number 0011-25 to the agenda as Madam Chair Charles Newman is present and she's the sponsor for this legislation and action.
No, I'm not gonna add it.
Oh, you're not gonna add? it? Okay.
No.
Madam Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, we will add the 0094-25 to the legislation as this legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels, who is present here today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for making that recommendation today. And Mr. Mose, do we have all the proper journals ready to go? All right, we don't need to add anything else. All right, hearing that, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I also want to make the recognition that Vice President Montoya has notified me that she's listening on YouTube today. So she's listening. I don't think she's on the Zoom, but just wanted to make that note. I want to recognize Delegate Norman and Begay for that motion to adopt the agenda. Is there anyone with a second? Second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, would anyone like to offer a motion at this time? Vice Chair Slater.
Motion to add, legislation.
Are you gonna do anything to the report?
Hmm.
He said that this would be combined with that. But I don't know if you want to keep it separate too. Or you can just delete it all together and just move it to the next meeting. Because we're first time, not 2, 5, 1. So you can set it.
Sure, Rodney, what was the legislation number for Herman, for Delegate Daniels?
0094-25.
Okay. So motion to add a new 7C 9425, and then
Or something.
delete report B and modify report A to include the report from O and B on discrepancies in the 2026 comprehensive budget.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and then Mr. Tahi, what Vice Chair Slater and I have discussed before this meeting is that A and B are correlated because there were directives in the comprehensive budget to the Office of Management and Budget that they failed to comply with, that directed them to advise the programs to put their vacancy money into the unmet needs, which would be calculated for the unmet needs pool. So this, the report from the controller is not necessary. It would fall back on the Office of Management and Budget, so it's all encompassed. And so a lot of these budget revision requests are a result of that failure. So it's all together. All right, with that being said, thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I'll recognize that motion. Again, that's to add legislation 9425 to the new business and also to combine A and B into one report. And then I just need clarification from Vice Chair Slater. I'm looking at the legislation first, or-
Legislation first, sir.
Oh, you want it to be first? I guess 7A, is that what it is?
Are you moving legislation to 5A? You want legislation first before we go?
Oh, I mean legislation overall.
Mhm.
Do you guys have a preference? I'd say let's do the legislation first. We gotta get some, we can work with them.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. That clarification was, so that amendment again was to combine the reports to add legislation 9425, and then also to move the legislation, the new business, before receiving reports. So Vice Chair Slater, that is your motion at this time, and then Delegate Norman Begay seconds the motion. Members of the committee, is there a question to amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, let's go to a roll call vote. Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote? Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty votes green. That's 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members excuse, myself not voting. The motion does carry. On amendment number 1, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any more amendments to the agenda? All right, hearing none at this time, members of the committee, let's go to a final vote on the agenda with 1 amendment. Chairman Amber Canes-Carty, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and Delegate Norman Begay votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed. 2 members excuse, myself not voting. The motion carries. All right, members of the committee, we have an agenda before us. Let's go to review and adopt the journals. We have journals from September 16, 2025 and September 24th, 2025 sent out to the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept these journals?
Motion.
All right, I'm gonna, the motion is by Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty, second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Members of the committee, any questions on that? Hearing none at this time. Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and the Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Canes-Carty votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, 2 members excused, and myself not voting. The motion carries. Members of the committee, we are now on legislation. The first legislation that we have.
Yeah.
Alright. The first legislation we have before the Budget and Finance Committee is legislation 19425. And the primary sponsor is Delegate Shauna and Claude. Oh, welcome. I didn't see you. Okay, we have Delegate Shauna and Claude here to present legislation 19425. And Delegate Claude has some Asian. We'll give the Mr. Tahi could you read that into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have resolution number 0194-25, titled resolution and action relating to resource and development Budget and Finance and Navigate Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving $1,270,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance DUFE for the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation to fund the purchase and installation of 2 automatic weather observation systems for Tuba City and Tinley Airport. The purpose of this resolution will approve $1,270,800 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance for the Navajo Department of Transportation to purchase the installation of 2 automatic weather observation systems for Tuba City and Tinley Airport. Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. For Navajo Nation Council rules of order, Oh, wait, never mind. Then you have the first report for legislation number 0194-25. This legislation was posted on August 20th, 2025 at 6:06 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on August 25th, 2025. There was 2 comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the committee report from the budget, from the Resource and Development Committee on legislation number 0194-25. The committee reports a due pass without amendments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading the title and committee report into the record. Vice Chair Carl Slater motions. Is there a second? Second call for a second.
Do we have agents?
You have your agents here?
I don't think so. I don't see anybody.
The questions for the agents.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there was questions last time about the budgeting and the resources for the, how the budget's broken down overall for the nation. Her agents aren't here too. Her agents aren't here.
Everything at the bottom again.
Are they gonna come?
Are they coming? Give them some time, right?
They probably came and you guys started late,
Yeah.
so.
We can revisit.
Yeah, there is. They're second,
Oh.
they short.
Well, if they want this funding, they'll stay.
All right, members of the committee, I did call for a second and,
Well, I could answer those questions for you, but I'll go ahead and have them here.
Vice Chair Carl Slater, I don't have a second at this time. There's also a request to, withhold this legislation until the agents arrive. Would you like to stand on your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to go.
There's no second at this time.
Yeah, so just for this.
All right, members of the committee, there's no second at this time, so, with that motion from Vice Chair Carl Slater, no second, we'll just move on to the next legislation, Mr. Ty, because there's no second from the committee at this time. All right, let's move on to legislation 21625.
May I ask staff if, the agent signed in earlier? If we could ask them to come back, whoever signed in earlier.
All right, before we get to the next legislation, can we check the sign-in sheet?
The sign sheet is okay. Nothing.
Speaker's office, could you check that sign-in sheet to verify that we had, members from the, sign in this morning?
And ask them if they're gonna come back.
Yes, and could staff also ask if they could come back? This is $1.2 million, very important. Nope, NDOT did not sign in. All right, we're gonna move on. There is no second to the legislation, legislation 21625. Mr. Tahi, could you read that into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0216-25 dated September 9, 2025, titled the resolution, an action relating to law and order, budget and finance, and update committee approving and authorizing public law 93-638 contract between the Navajo Nation and the U.S. Department of the Interior for law enforcement patrol services for a period of 5 years, approving and authorizing the annual funding agreements. The purpose of this resolution is to renew a 5-year public law 93-638 agreement with the Navajo Nation law enforcement and U.S. Department of the Interior. NUMPA committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the records in entirety. Attached is that the first report from the Law and Order Committee, with the Law and Order Committee reports a due pass with no amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading the title into the record. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion? Motion by Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bacrady, a second. Oh, second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. All right, we have the title read into the record, a motion and a second established, and we have the primary sponsor, Delegate Arvin Mitchell here. So Mr. Mitchell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, we're here before you on this legislation. I have my 2 agents here from Department of Public Safety, and also from DOJ. And I also have, members of Law and Order here, Mr. Daniels and I'm not sure Newton. So, on this legislation, every 5 years or so, maybe 4 years, we go into a contract on 638 with BIA, made BIA. So this is one of those contract renewal. Thereafter, it's usually an annual funding agreement, every year, but this is, a contract renewal, so. Under finding two, you'll find the citation on 25. USC section 5301 AL 9368, a contract renewal. I'll have, Chief Silversmith here cover the citation, the ADA, so I'll go ahead and yield the rest of the time to Mr. Silversmith, and then also if we have any questions with DOJ. We want to make a couple of amendments over it. Now we about OJ. So thanks, Mr. Silversmith.
Yeah.
Use that mic.
Ja, ik ben aan het Budget Finance Chairwoman, Parish, located in Hassel 20, Shanant I Nothani. Ja, there's none now, Vanahol, Jizdi, not so speak on Nishido, Bika Peso, Niche upon that, AEC, Shlan Hash, negotiate, Indale, Ito. Gaat eisje in de huis te okonde, zag naast niet to, zag outside, beka naast zo gaan daar iets zo AEC in je qua niet daar niet de. So the primary work scope of work statement of scope of work beka AEC benefit niet naast de. Law enforcement patrol PL 93-638 contract. There were several changes that were made to be presented to EIA as far as some of the changes that Navajo law enforcement, of course, with legal review by the Department of Justice, EC. This is the document that we really do some changes on. If we need to modify how we do law enforcement business, law, they initiate quite again. I think one of the primary changes that we made, the SAD 101, in addition to the contractor will provide law enforcement service to each of the communities of Kansas, Tlajile, Alamo, and New Lands, Apache County, Arizona. This was primarily stricken because the Nebuchadnezzar, if you read 101, where it says the contractor shall perform the following bureau program, law enforcement service, subject to the terms of this contract, annual funding agreement, and availability of funds, the contractor shall perform police law enforcement activities as noted in the Indian Country Law Enforcement Reform Act 25 USC subsection 22801 within Navajo Indian Country as defined in 18 USC 1151. So Dide Kayancito Twahajile Alamo do Nahat Atzil do Asati Bishahot Soda the Ant at Nebuchadnezzar Bukha Ahigibna o Nach Kolya Benashko Navajo Indian Country Bukha Agibna with some advisement from the Navajo Department of Justice. That language was stricken. But this does not mean that we're not going to provide law enforcement services for these remote communities. So that did not quite on the Nebuchadnezzar, but be bad in the Nabaka, quite Sabi so again, but not all not Kolia. The other change is on page 2. It's not numbered, but under section O, enter into mutual aid agreements with other tribal, local, tribal, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. Junde right now, under section N. Ute Mountain Service Unit is a reservation where BIA OJS still provides police service there. So they don't have a 638 contract, so at times Navajo Nation is obligated to provide immediate assistance to Ute Mountain Service Unit. For other tribal entities, ni ka nachata ninigi kode hocheband il dedo hit yegon hit na hot yodo kode ni ka jata ninigi ya. They first have to go through a mutual aid agreement process with approval of the Navajo Tribal Council. Sa babihit so quite I guess so we can provide assistance to Hopi. Hopi is primarily a 638 contract operation, so they got away from BIA police operations. So now we'll have to into agreement with them. So that's going through the tribal council floor. To save time, I'm just primarily going through some of the primary changes that are occurring within the scope of work. Under section 108, the no assignment as security Bukagi. It was first initially that no assignment of police officers to office of the president and vice president or other Navajo Nation government official unless there is an investigation that's going to occur of criminal offenses or threats against the president or vice president or other political elected appointed official of the Navajo Nation, that kind of restricted police officers being assigned to some of these offices or to provide executive protection. But we made some changes to this area, so we can assign officers temporarily, not permanent, to act as security for the president, vice president, and other politically elected and appointed officials of the Navajo Nation government or visiting dignitaries. Where it reads assignment as security police officers shall not be assigned as permanent bodyguards for politically elected or appointed officials of the Navajo Nation government, including the president, vice president, etc. However, police officers may be assigned to serve as security for president and vice president and other politically elected officials of Navajo Nation or visiting dignitaries. This does not prohibit any police officer from conducting an investigation of criminal offenses, threats of criminal offenses against the president, vice presidents, or other politically elected or appointed official of Navajo Nation government. So the purpose of this change is we could have just eliminated the entire language. Because we do have some threats that are or offenses that are made against the legislative body as well. To remain impartial in ensuring the safety of all our politically elected officials is the primary reason why we incorporated this language so that we can assign bodyguards to some of our dignitaries within the Navajo Nation government. Jo Yujashi we still have to manage to protect our leaders on Navajo Nation. So ishi what need. So you see, but now quite 108 110 upward mobility plan. I think the only the word that we changed was employees to police officers that are pursuing Bachelor of Science or Master's degree in criminal justice and or public safety, public administration or related fields. Those are some of the changes that we made. Though I know we have a strong issue with item D. Persons appointed to the commission law enforcement position shall be 21 years of age. This requirement may be waived for United States Armed Services veterans discharged under honorable condition. We do have a high number of police candidates that we cannot employ because of unfavorable background checks. Even though we propose to revert that back to 18-year-old hiring, Junde Washington, RDEC, BIA, because RDA to tanda at 21 years old. Salada do desi irin da sakto desi no hatta bana ado tahata na yara ishi lebia da no sahanat za ya aje ni na ani ban ni the Navajo Nation Council up sa tahata da hisja anda yitlanda aje be la zling shi ade nkaban snad di costa no on nichten da hadin to ari hata sa di chi da di chi hata bin classes not the list we have attempted several times to increase a lot of the funding that comes from BIA, but lady based on Washington they binadi sang based 9 KD do binana or list no the IDO not so so this contract involves $21,906 $759 million in that amount. So that's basically what the Navajo Police Law Enforcement Services gets each and every year, and this money kind of spans over a 5-year contract. So AGC peso don business do slav sang pitch and that do yesigi sa hat ban do nisi hat do sa quite peso ben yes ja to AGC da sa hat amen na ansvago peso sango de di kisadi no quite they you see the primary contract renewal that's being proposed at this level. This is what will be presented.
Before I turn it over to DOD, this document went through the executive review, so OMB and also DOJ did the review. Two items that we want to include into section 2 finding. And the resolution is the pay. We want to ask for a higher amount. The other one is change the age requirement from 21 to 18. So they say we want to make that amendment over at Navi or this really so we'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Medina.
Thank you, committee.
Just press the button.
Thank you, committee, as, Chief Silversmith has already went over some of the changes that were made to the scope of work that, the Department of Justice worked with and met with, the police department to consider those, in order to still have, some things that they want to change on this legislation before it's finalized. However, we have advised them, part of the contract that they have included is their standards. And standards that they included in their contract, which we need to. But it's exhibit A. It notes that the program standards are going to follow includes the 48 IAM, which is the Indian Affairs Law Enforcement Manual. And as part of that, that's where the requirements of age of plan is, and I know that, LOC has also indicated they support the change in age. And so there will probably be some resistance from BIA in the age change, unless NPD has something else that they want to use as their standard.
Precedent is active. It's active.
Unfortunately, so it's just-
Both of those mics.
Otherwise,
Why did you move them?
otherwise, I think, the chief has presented what the change, the majority of the changes were. And then, I guess if you have any questions.
I'd like to give some time to our chair.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. What would also be helpful is providing the overview that Chief Silversmith went over about the changes.
It's actually the second one.
Second,
Keep
okay,
going, and then, yeah, I had to find it myself.
I was just filming through, so, all right. Terry, do you know Charles Smooth?
It looked like this. He said, well,
Thank you, Chair Otto, Delegate Mitchell for calling upon me. In terms of the age, at the Tribal Interior Budget Council, we had a long discussion about this issue, and there was a supporting resolution passed by the Tribal Interior Budget Council to recognize this change. The Department of Interior was tasked to provide an answer to the tribal nations on whether the 21-year age requirement was a statutory requirement or whether it was a regulatory requirement. Department of Interior came back to state that it was a regulatory requirement, and we did inform them at that time that we would, at the time of renegotiating our law enforcement contracts as well as our criminal investigations contracts, that tribes would be making that change within their contract so that Congress is aware that this is something that we're requesting. I state that because when we go to the Hill, Congress has asked us, when you're negotiating these contracts, what are you asking for? And in the past, what has happened is OMB is the one who's tasked to sign these contracts, all 638 contracts, and Navajo has not properly negotiated any of these contracts. Part of the negotiation is to pass a legislation from this body, from council, stating that these are where we want to see those changes. This then will be forwarded to Congress. Senator Thune and Senator Rounds, I believe both are currently doing a GAO report, the Government Accountability report on these issues regarding law enforcement. And we feel at Law and Order Committee that the only way to negotiate a contract properly is to make changes to the contract and not just accept what the Bureau of Indian Affairs is giving us. So that was the reason why Law and Order Committee does stand by that, and the fact that there are many of our Navajo people who want to become police officers, but they get into trouble at the age of 18 or 19, which prevents them at the age of 21 for applying to be police officers because they can't pass the background check. We also argued that if military can come into our schools, our law enforcement should be able to hire 18-year-olds as well. And most recently, we know that the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, is actually hiring 18-year-olds, and they're giving these large bonuses right now. So we feel that other agencies are doing this. So as tribal nations, we need to stand together and try to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you, Delegate Mitchell, and thank you, Chairman Junior Charles Newton, to the Department of Justice, and also our Chief of Police today, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We do have a motion and second established on legislation 21625. Chairman Amber Kness-Bacradi has some questions.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So I'd like to ask, Delegate Mitchell, do you have any information on how this contract has been implemented here on Navajo Nation when it comes to funding? We have multiple Navajo Nation programs that are simply not drawing down and utilizing their federal dollars. OMB has, we've requested quarterly reports on federal funding. So if I could make the request, I'm not sure when OMB last provided that information to the committee, because we would need to have a conversation on the oversight and how you want to move forward to make sure the programs who are impacted by the 638 contract are in fact using the funding to provide the areas in the scope of work. So that's going to be my first question. If I could have that information, I could review it, but I do have follow-up questions, Chair and committee members.
Would you like expenditure report, basically?
No, I want that, what funding they have, all those funding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah.
It's basically
And
how
how
much
much?
we're drawing down.
Yeah, they're sitting on millions of dollars.
All right, thank you, Chairman Amber Kness-Bacradi. We're gonna start with that question. I have no questions on this side. Oh, Vice Chair Carl Slater has a question as well. So Vice Chair Carl Slater, while Vice Chair Carl Slater is preparing his question, I would like to ask the sponsor to work with OMB to get that information. We need that information today on the expenditure rate. Vice Chair Slater?
Thanks. I guess going to that section one away where it says police officers may be assigned to temporarily assist and serve as bodyguards, or sorry, security for the president, vice president, or other political elected or appointed officials of the Navajo Nation government or his dignitaries. It seems like in what the chief of police has conveyed before, that there is a permanent detail to the president's office, that the officers who are there rotate on 2 week assignments or something to that effect. So I'm curious what he believes our compliance is with this provision. But that just seems to be a permanent detail to the president's office or to the president. If that's the case, then I don't think we're complying with it, but I guess rotating on officers might be a way of getting the system. The second thing is, I don't think there's a better way to write this. And you know, it's too late now. It's for the 21 million bucks and gotta get out the door, but I'll be voting red because of that. And this is my first opportunity to review that section. I think that there's a way to make it time and place sensitive. So if there is a particular event, they can be detailed to events or particular types of services related to things there, but you know, those resources should not be deadly related from ordinary police work. It's criminal investigatory work because now I've called the police several times and never really had them come and show up. Some of the violence is trying to protect people's lives. And you know, if you think about how constrained we are in those times, the fact that people being diverted away for these purposes doesn't make sense to me. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I have 2 questions on the floor. I don't see, I think Mr. Biel is working with the sponsor on that information, so we're gonna expect a document reflecting like expenditure to the 638 funds. Delegate Mitchell, the floor is yours to respond to the questions.
Thank you. Madam Dik issued of this on the question of the like it quite in addition. On the funding, all the 638 that I know of, their contract year is from January to the end of December. So this current year, we have three more months to go. So the contract from January 2026 $. So that's their funding source. Now back to the external money, the external fund information. We did meet LOC a couple of times, and then we gave instructions to all the programs that are under LOC to come up with an expenditure plan by the end of October. So they're working with OMB and OMC on getting their expenditure plan. I know that a lot of monies are being held up in IDC. Because either OMB, OOC then we draw down on some of these monies. Although we know that there's some monies that are still sitting there not being used. And we did talk about first in, first out, that they need to expend all the monies that have some monies that are tied 4 or 5 years ago. So but right now, currently, we don't have the information. I did talk to Mr. Bial and the external folks that work on the external fund isn't here. Well, so that's the down and the funding information. I'll go back to Mr. Slater's question. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chief Silversmith.
Delegate Mitchell, before you continue, you stated that Mr. Cordell Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones is not here. We're gonna need continued support from OMB to be here because there's going to be questions regarding the IDC versus the actual contract dollars when we see that expenditure rate. So again, for those presenting legislation today, just be prepared. I'll ask our staff, Mr. Tahi, to request from OMB that external contracts and grants needs to be here today. All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. The floor is yours again.
Okay, Shantai, going back to Shantai, Delegate Crowdy's question. I think one of the changes I forgot to mention was under 105 uniforms and equipment and vehicles. Under subsection B, a contractor shall maintain all vehicles in good working condition. We weren't pretty much allowed to use some of our personnel cost funds to purchase new vehicles. So we made an attempt to meet with BIA. And he also recommended that we make some language changes. So we added section C, which reads the contractor shall have vehicles to carry out law enforcement services with appropriate policies, procedures regarding training, operation, and maintenance of those vehicles. Such policies may address maintenance of all vehicles in good working condition and replacement of such vehicles needed. So we incorporated the word replacement to support use of some of these contract dollars that keep getting carried forward. So we recently, with approval from BIA, $10 million of that money to purchase 100 brand new vehicles. We actually have 139 vehicle that's being delivered. So these are some of the changes that we're incorporating into this contract on how to deplete some of these carryover funds. I know such a that needs a base or you connection so based on the need here and so 10 million of some of those dollars were diverted to purchase vehicles from personnel costs, since we have a lot of vacancies for police officer positions. So we're having trouble hiring qualified individuals into police work. So based on then when we talk about IDC dollars during our recent meeting with our law and order committee oversight, though OMB are they based on Tagis Kato IDC money on this job. No. So just based off of our calculation, we do have 6.4 million that we may have in IDC funding that we may actually use towards new facilities in some of our areas, though we are really in need of a training facility. IDC money, that way we have a more permanent training facility rather than utilizing a school facility with some of the school districts. So that will be my response to Delegate Crowdy. Then my response to Mr. Slater, Delegate Slater, related to 108 of the proposed changes. EPS, the President's Office, does have their own EPS agents, but some of them are wanting to return back to actual law enforcement work, so they're basically might be down to one agent here real soon. So to try to compromise as far as some of these assignments go without really because we do contact BIA each and every time there's a request for security protection. But it's just a reminder that we're the ones that actually incorporated this language. I think this kind of stems from 1991. Back in 1989, so to my recommendation was to basically maybe delete the entire 108, that we don't subject ourselves to any restrictions as far as how we use our law enforcement officers. And our officers that are currently assigned to provide backup assistance to EPS are only on a 2-week basis because we don't want them to burn out or we only have them assigned there for a 2-week special assignment. They're not permanently assigned, they're temporarily assigned. So in these cases that we experience through every administration and throughout my law enforcement career is the best recommendation was just to incorporate language of temporary assignment as needed. So not only but threatened, so we don't have our officers currently assigned to the President's office. We do still manage those officers. They still report to us. The chief's office, you can answer this. We kind of dictate how their schedule is going to be because we don't want to prevent burnout in that aspect. So that's basically my response to Yushnantai, to either strike out the entire paragraph there or we probably could incorporate better language to kind of meet the needs of both the Navajo Nation and the community. Amend those. Yeah.
Delegate Mitchell, I don't think your agents did not respond to the question regarding the 2-week rotation in section 105. So if you could answer that question. The question from Vice Chair Carl Slater was whether it's 108, section 108, where the bodyguards are assigned to the president and vice president are not permanent but temporary, and how the current rotation is every 2 weeks. If the chief of police concurs that is still maintainable under this new language here, if it's going to continue. if that's what the chief of police is meaning to do.
The intent.
What is the intent?
That's not a question.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Chair Slater.
Thanks. Chair, I was asking for the chief to characterize how he thinks our compliance is or would be with that provision. And then I do have a follow-up, so thank you, Chair. And that is, so when I had asked you about this, in August, you said the request was originally for 4 to 6 officers to be detailed to PVP, but then either manpower and everything else is going for 2. And that they would serve the 2-week rotations, like you were saying, to avoid burnout, because, you know, it's long hours and all of that. But with respect to that, are there 2 officers always assigned since then? And how long has that been going on? And how long do you anticipate it continuing? Because you said it was dependent on the EPS officers, them only having 1 EPS officer making that request.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Chief Solutions.
Yeah, schon einiges Kirido, I guess to the point, you know, it is contrary to the current scope of work language, prohibiting assignment of police officers to OPVP. That would also entail any other dignitary protection service. The I think look at during the parade. Those are some of the other special requests that we make to BIA to allow for some of our officers to provide these services during larger events, but every 2 weeks we have different officers assigned, so from each district. That way we don't have permanent officers assigned there. So this next assignment that's going to be coming up is going to be 2 or 3 other officers from another district. So that's how the rotational schedule is, and it is going to end after the Tuba City Fair. Thereafter, we're not going to allow for any of the officers to be assigned there. So and this is wasn't a long standing occurrence, and you know yeah, so this is a recent within the year that's how we've been running the operation to meet the needs of OPVP. That's going to be my response. I hope that answers your question, John.
No questions?
You might try to stop that practice, but
I'm gonna give the floor
you're gonna
to,
get fired, you know, anyway. You crossed the boss. Trying to do the right thing.
I'm gonna go to Delegate Norman McGay.
Thank you, Chair. Well, committee members and all the guests here. The audience today. That was Monday. Yeah, I think we need on this. Although, questions I have. I know my 2 communities, Elmo and Torture, were mentioned in the whole legislation, yeah. That you guys had crossed out. I down, you know, when I was over at the regular meeting, I told them this is probably just a renewal of the 638 contract, you know, which is what you just stated, right? That we're not being left out, but it was just in a different wording. You guys put that they'll be covered in the region, the whole Navajo Nation as a reservation. You know? So that clarifies that. But then on the other one, 18 of Minigya. I think you guys are gonna have a little problem with that because you want an officer at 18, yeah, they have to carry firearms to pass everything. And they're not allowed. Homeland CFR is not allowing them to carry a firearm And even any civilian, only a policeman, a special agent can carry a weapon on the reservation now. And that's stated in the 49 CFR. So, and then if you guys want to really push that 18-year-old, I would advise that maybe my requested that apprenticeship program for 2.5 years or something like that. You could have a bunch of 18-year-olds finishing high school and going into like the academy or some kind of apprenticeship program. By 21, they'll be officially certified and carry weapons. No, I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Norman McGee. I'll go back to Delegate Arvin Mitchell.
Vacation and I think you could get Mr. Delegate McGee. The three communities that would strike out, I guess I'll have DOJ go over why it was stricken out, but yeah, I'd say the navigation captures the three communities that that on the age requirement. It is a good recommendation. We'd like to sit back down with BIA and put forth all the recommendation. Like, if it's impossible to employ police officer at 18, how can we do it in the apprenticeship? How can we do an apprenticeship for 18-year-old? So that'll be something that we need to sit down with BIA. They sent this all that to go over to
Yes, it was just a recommendation to cross out that last sentence because as stated before, it does state that the services will be provided within infantry. And that would be any, within the expectations of that outlination, which include those, specific communities. I think this language was added in the previous contract renewal where one of the delegate wanted that added in. But I mean, it's up to, program or the delegates if they want to make those changes again, but these changes will, now check, how the services are provided, because the police department should be providing services within an outreach.
혹시 이렇게 아래 나이긴 길이도 디데 아시아니 오요 아는 타도네 네 워싱턴 아리가 있대요. 저저 أي سيدي صار خارج يسيدي الصوت تحت أنا دي أشكوني ما بيدا فيكو نجي فايك شيء بكون ده شيء كده أنا صدقني خارج شيء يسي دو تانية نجي because the AFA صار بيستوي خارج Navigation Personnel Policies Manual بكا خارج the case of the Navigation Personnel Policy only states that the age requirement for the position to be applied for. But the 18-year-old or 21-year-old those are some of the arguments that we're going to be raising to BIA, but John Vision should be about those. No, she don't about those. And then she could do out in cards on the and she actually cut 21 beta. I bet done. Now, this should I got 18-year-old on the house, she and General Shabiga told it. Then that's she general that I mean that I need national type or your the queen نهضوا نيسو شو ده هذا شيء بالله أو نيسو أين ده شيء كويس. The only other solution just to create general funds police officer position is some of the things that we've talked about. At least 20 positions to be funded under general funds. So again, how do you go? Needs for 18 hiring. So apprenticeship in Nini, the net. بس الله نريده ليش نيجي النهب بس أنا يهدوس هذا 21 base خير عنده أجر contract position يهدوس but between 18 and 21 years of age he or she would be riding with a senior officer. One of the things we also proposed was going into high schools to start encouraging juniors and seniors to enter the law enforcement program. We have attempted to meet with the NTU before to try to establish dual degree programs within the high school to start having young high school students showing interest in now law enforcement. Yeah, no, so this on that, and then they look until the other big factor no to begin a police explorer program. That way we can start encouraging students to enter now with law enforcement and also pursue college to get their 2-year law enforcement certification from NTU. كنت أدو يجا قبل شاء فأجل سؤال نيدنا هنيد يسين فأدو نسي كتو توشي كونس عند شانشي أون بيت نطخة ننبي يسيبني فأجل صار شهدو نسي بين دهني كرمسيها.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. Does that conclude your responses? Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. We're gonna go to Delegate Norman and Begay.
And I'll keep putting it on. But first of all, your applicant says must be 21. First of all, you have to change that. This is where I tell the people. I'm shouldn't get as Arnie was no this house that instead of following the government law, I'm sure because it's a law as Arnie ya with how long. You could not be at the whole country that we can probably do an 18. Well, 8 common classes, your application states that you must be 21, must because when you read that 49 CFR, it says must. That means you can't go around it. Shall, so that's the sticking point right there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Norman and Begay. I do see in our inboxes, colleagues, that there is a request to the Office of Legislative Counsel. Michelle, did you assign anybody to that?
Kristen's working on
All right, Miss Lowell, and then also,
Is it the same? I don't.
Let me read.
all right, Chair Scotty, do you have any more questions at the time?
Yes, I do. Am I gonna get the financials? It's been about 30 minutes.
All right, we've been waiting for 30 minutes for the expenditure reports for the 638 contracts. Does the Division of Public Safety have that information? Do you have an accountant? I think you have several accountants at Division of Public Safety, actually. So if somebody could pull that OMB, I think I texted Rob Willie, who usually prepares that report. So you need that information now.
Go outside and get the most recent one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Delegate Mitchell.
Thank you. While we're waiting, let me make a few comments. As LOC, we made this a priority. We make external fund a priority. The second one is that we wanna be part of all these annual funding agreement. Anytime that there's a renewal, so this is a renewal. Next year, it'll just be an annual funding agreement. It's not gonna come before Navigation Council now. Next year, it will just be an executive review. So at LOC, we wanna make some language changes. I know that a lot of times, we'll just approve it and we'll just let BIA be in the driver's seat. But this time around, we wanna recommend some changes, make a Delegate McKay, and then they tell you, on the age, if it's in the, not be a resolution, there'll be a starting point. So we can start talking with BIA. Actually, maybe the next annual funding agreement when we start FY, the 2027, maybe we can incorporate that. Based on timeline, October to November is when BIA or the funding source is supposed to get these document back. Although they do the reviews and then of course in December, an agreement should be in place. So the new contract is ready to go by January. So I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chief Silversmith on financial.
Just the IDC.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the money is trapped at. And so they want to lump it together so they can re-budget it for different things. So that's what we talked about, but Sean was supposed to work with me because it was all, basically it was just quick up. Not how to say yes or no. Just put it over to be good. That's what happened.
All right, I know we have additional questions on the indirect cost rate, so again, I'm gonna ask for OMB to show up, external contracts and grants. Did you send the email?
Mhm.
All right, who do we have on the call? Ms. Blackwater, could you give OMB down here, external contracts and grants?
I'm under the impression that Mr. Beal went to go get a form,
Okay, but
I'll check in on that.
Mr. Bial is just the director. His relationship with Mr. Shorty is a different relationship. So Mr. Shorty or Mr. Jones here.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Because we're gonna need some context on that IDC. It's a large lump sum in the budget. So Chair Amber Knetsberg Karate, we can go to you for additional questions.
Yes. Okay, appreciate it. So, Judge Delegate Mitchell, can you expand on the IDC issue? I didn't hear that in terms of the presentation. I understand that this is for the next 5 years, but we also should continuously look at how funding in the past. What are some of the challenges? And if the oversight has a timeline and how they're going to address the issues. I'm not sure if the $10 million, it wasn't clarified where these funds are coming from. Is this $10 million from vacant positions? And then now the goal is to draw it all down to purchase 100 new vehicles. That, if you could explain that to me, that would be great. I have not seen the amendment on the higher amount of pay or the change to 21 to 18. But I know we're having conversations about it, so I don't know if your intent was just to have a conversation here at the committee, or you have actual language for us to consider at the committee now. Let's see. I do want to say when we were at the budget hearings, something that we discussed and was brought up by Law and Order Chair Chair Charles Noon was the layoffs or transfers of the MMIP community detectives. And in my notes, what I have is it was indicated that it was not eligible through our federal contract. So I want to know what has been amended in this contract to include the crisis of our missing and murdered Diné relatives here on Navajo Nation. In reviewing all of the changes, I still do not see that critical information that needs to be embedded so that we could maximize our federal dollars to support our families who are desperately looking and have to deal with the heinous violence of murder on Navajo Nation. Let's see, I hope you're writing these down because I wrote them down. We talked about 108 compliance. I just wanted to make mention, as sponsored this legislation, an observation at the budget hearings was that, was it just this division? Was it the division or the department was 2 million over?
The division.
So the Division of Public Safety was over allocated $2 million. And so at Budget and Finance, as we talk about what's happening with the budget and finance, we had to find that funding from another source. And so there has to be an awareness of budget expertise, complying not only with the federal code as a contractor, but complying with Navajo Nation laws and policies when it comes to our financial system. So I'll go back to the question, where do we see that we'll have a missing and murdered unit as a permanent part of the scope of work of the police department? And I thought it was interesting. I saw that you could provide security or provide protection at public hearings. I would want to ask, has the department gone out and collected public hearings from the public so that they can provide feedback? I know the committee, the oversight went out to the communities, and so it's not quite clear how the department is going to utilize this change, the language in this agreement to meet the needs of our communities. So if you could answer some of those questions, that would be great. If you're on average 21.9 million, is this still considered the 10-year trend? Are you seeing like an increase, a decrease? Are you staying the same? And I haven't really seen any financial analysis on what should we be asking for in terms of our needs here on the nation. I know that's hard if we're not, spending the dollars, but what is the goal for the nation when it comes to PD to meet the needs of our people? What would that look like? And in the negotiation, was that the starting point? And then we negotiate down to 21.9. That's what I would need to know in terms of, working with Congress and appropriations committee, like when we're on the Washington calls, how is that being conveyed where we could get additional allocation to address criminal activity here on Navajo Nation? And in reading this contract, I'd also like to see how this is being, the data that's collected. So if there's an annual report, if the oversight receives that annual report, if you could just courtesy copy that over to me, that would be great. Because I would want to know how law enforcement on this specific agreement is providing information back to the federal government. And are they doing some internal, where did I see this? Like, how do they know that they're providing these services that are meeting the needs of our people? And I wanted to request, and I'm not sure, for section 102C, that does deal with personnel. And so I just want to make sure that there's compliance, that there's no one who's been convicted of domestic violence will be eligible. I think that's, I don't know how that's being enforced. And on the new section 101O, mutual aid agreements, we've been working on the Arizona Mutual Aid Agreement. It expired, I think, at the end of last year. That's critical so that we could implement some of the turquoise alerts. And that was brought up at a Arizona tribal leadership meeting. If you could provide the status, and if you provide the status to your oversight, just courtesy copy. And do we have conversations with Utah and New Mexico so that we could maximize those services? And I'm sure you have a running total or running update to the oversight. If I could just get a courtesy copy on your or not your commission. What is that? Commission agreement? What is that called when you work with like San Juan? Utah.
Mutual aid agreement?
Is it all
Mutual
mutual
aid
aid agreement? So when we went up there and provided public testimony on our missing and murdered families, the sheriff at the time was saying there's not enough communication, and they actually had received a memo from Department of Justice. And so we need to clarify what does that look like in the Utah territories. I've talked to the Attorney General there, when the US Marshals came in. And so if you have a running update that you provide to the oversight, that would be great, because then we could make sure on our end as the task force, we're responding to those families who are requesting additional services in those territories. Let's see, I think. Oh, and I just wanted to ask, what's the rationale for striking out on section 110, employees, and adding police officers? Is that just complying with the federal provisions? Or like, help me understand, because when you're able to build up the capacity of your workforce, everyone benefits. So I just want to see what that upward mobility, if this funding, if that's a Navajo Nation decision just to provide that more police officers and not employees. I'd like to have a better understanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Amber McCarty. I wrote down more than 15 questions. So, Delegate Mitchell, there's several questions. I don't know which order you're gonna go upon, but I just want to state that the Office of Management and Budget has yet to deliver that expenditure rate. So, did it get emailed? Rodney got it?
Yeah,
All right.
put it out.
Was that from Lily or was that? Oh, it was from Lydell?
Yeah.
All right, Cordell. Is he coming to this meeting? All right, want to know. All right, thank you so much. Let's go back to, I'm gonna go back to Delegate Mitchell, and I know at the very end, I'm gonna go back to DOJ because I think what Delegate Norman and Begay stated, and also I guess the strategy of why you're putting it in the findings is very interesting, but we haven't heard from DOJ on that mechanism. So go ahead, Delegate Mitchell.
Thank you. Although I'll get proud in addition, I would rather have OOC or OMB do an interpretation on IDC.
Okay.
I know that every year, when you go back 4 years ago, our IDC rate was different than this year. So I don't know what the rate is right now, maybe 18%. So they're supposed to be recalculating, going back a number of years.
Mhm.
So I think the lowest that we had was at 1.9%. So they need to figure that out. Although also, that's one. The other one is during COVID. Because in order to get reimbursed, you have to spend money. You have to spend money. So a lot of these expenditures during COVID, expenditure meaning, services, buying supplies and all that. So OMB and OOC was supposed to work on the IDC. The other one that's in here is the contract support costs. And then also the direct support costs. So I'll leave that up to OMB to. Although the other one, the other question, where do you want the change to happen? We like to make it happen over at that lobby. That way, based on this meeting, we have the OJ, and then we also have public safety, or see what the recommendation is, so we can make that change at Navi though. Though the other one, missing and murdered, is it in this contract? Yeah, I'll have. Mr. Solomon cover that. Although, public safety over allocated, I guess it was just an oversight. On OB, OOC, and I guess it's us2, LOC. On the, over allocation, the ADF, and then the public hearing, I'll have Mr. Silverson cover it. Then on the pay, 21 million, what was the starting point? If Mr. Shorty gets here, I'll have him explain it. And we want to make that change in this form here. This is one of the forms that are required to be part of the review packet. So in here is 21.9 million. That was what is determined available from BIA. And what Mr. Silversmith did was way at the bottom. He wanted to do an increase. And so what Mr. Waddell Shorty stated, just put it down here. Because this number, we can't change this number. So that's why we want to also include this number, the change in NAVI resolution. 808, and a lot of times BIA, they have pay costs. Some agencies, some departments, they get pay costs. A lot of times, navigation, we don't ask for that pay costs. So we want to make sure that we're part of that pay cost. And then some of the goals and objective, I'll have Mr. Silverson cover that. The 102B compliance, the 101, the mutual aid, I'll have my agents cover that. Or they also the section 110.
Nado ke Shantare Naitin Kilido. I guess first and foremost is the 10 million Habe Lagi based on Kabaja Yagi is stemming from the not so FY 25 K250712 calendar year 2025. And EIA after that no 80 today just after base after bit the funds haven't been allocated for any IDC or any other funds, so basically just kind of like them saying it's untouched money. So it's better if you use the current funding that we gave you all. That's where the 100 vehicles came from. The other 39 came from one-time funding, just collecting all of them together. Should go 39 to 40 vehicles. Pre-order, yeah. So this new order of 100 police vehicles coming from the calendar year 2025, basically because there was still some first in first out that was occurring with the other existing contracts. So basically no tahi oya anand other is down nona again BIA Yankee need to utilize the calendar year 2025. So that's all on record with BIA, not so stuff, but yeah. The other is last year I made an attempt to request for $24 million, but I get BIA sent us a letter that, hey, yeah, you're going to get the, you provided a good justification, you can get 24 million. Although I guess somebody reread it and says, hey, here, not in the Washington, they 21 million. Yeah, but not no. Been in each and every year we've been just doing 21.9 million I get traded tagi even a show I get budget that you know I did quite again ha Belanda it like though I didn't hand it if I know not quite again niche أظن ده هادني ده ابن أخت هاجي كده أشو أنا قبيلة أزلي ده قاعد شدن ده هيدني. The other situation with Niding's condition with the missing persons unit. Page 1 of the statement of work under 101E. There's language that says creating and implementing specialized program, task forces, teams for a particular situation, including internal affairs investigations. That kind of gives us some leeway to create and implement specialized programs, which is why we implemented the missing persons unit. Even the patrol detectives select area, assigned area. And that program hasn't been disbanded. We still have patrol detectives out working our patrol detective cases, missing persons cases. We're also going to be enhancing technology for them as well. Although for right now, we do have a cadaver dog. So right now, we're actually going to purchase a dog that actually does detection for actual injured people. Or in the jag or other I got kids and the hina. I guess that's the goal of the department is to enhance the missing persons unit and also to involve into the current technology that the outside world has. So that's kind of an in progress initiative with our E911 rule address project and enhancing our computer aided dispatching system to incorporate a lot of these alert systems. So that is going to be my short answer as far as in progress. A lot of things that we're doing. IDC money, again. Throughout my career, when I got into management, I was always informed that IDC money, we can't touch IDC funds, so you really can't do anything with it. Until most recently, we were able to perhaps potentially attain some additional funds through our legislative LOC support. Peso يمكن يزدخادو أجل بلا أزلة شين جندو لي أجن جنو peso تشناني دو over allocation shortfall. We're actually gonna be restricting travel and grounding some of our travel vehicles because we didn't get to full 4.2 million that we normally got for our mileage and rental costs for our entire navigation police fleet. So I need a 2.9 million. And that's basically going to carry us 3 to 4 months from time where we're going to have to do internal budget revisions to try to cover the other 2.1 million or whatever 1.7 million. That's it. So right now we're gonna institute that only actual law enforcement patrol vehicles are going to remain operational. Your other question as far as item O, entering into mutual aid agreements, we do have some finalized mutual aid agreements with the assistance of DOJ. It's just finding some delegates that are gonna do legislative sponsorship on the Arizona DPS.
Okay.
We are in talks with them. There are wanting to still into the agreement, which is locating finding a legislative sponsor that's gonna support this initiative. The Utah Mutual Aid Agreement is still active, but will be expiring in 2026. So they want to renew their mutual aid agreement with Arizona or Utah Highway Patrol. New Mexico mutual aid agreement is still in effect. It's still active, including the McKinley County Sheriff's Office. Their mutual aid agreement is still in effect. The complicated one with San Juan County, Utah, they produced a letter that was evidently issued by the former Attorney General Ethel Branch. My understanding, they may have responded to Navajo lands and did some investigative work without consent of the Navajo Nation. So they produced a letter to us to say that we want an apology from the Navajo Nation Attorney General's office before we even consider entering into an agreement with the Navajo Nation. That just know. We've been encouraging to for the Aneth Utah area of Utah Navajo to go into a mutual aid agreement with us, but each and every time we do, they produce that letter to say we want an apology from this Attorney General that wrote us this letter. Without that, we're not going into an agreement. Now, other than that, we do have 2 other mutual aid agreements that was referred over to LOC committee. That's for the Hopi Indian Reservation, also for Navajo County and Coconino County. That is going to be sponsored by the Law and Order Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. So, your questions related to background. We do have a stringent background investigation unit. Our background investigators are trained with BIA's policy because they require that our background policies are either equivalent to theirs or further beyond what their standards are. So we do take a close look at a lot of these family violence acts, 3-year traffic records. We're really stringent on that's how we've been losing a lot of potential candidates is through that process, that they can't carry a firearm because they either been convicted of domestic violence or previous job. They were convicted of domestic violence or dismissed for domestic violence. So when you leave the Navajo Police Department, even to go back into even to serve as a ranger or as an EPS agent to come back in, we still do a thorough background investigation on those that are temporarily assigned or want to work elsewhere. Your question related to upward mobility plan, we can make that change to just keep it remain as employees. But that a lot of our staff that do go back to school are just police officers. Or we can just basically enter a different language of commission personnel, because we do have a command line command level staff who do go back to school. But That's really contingent upon availability of funds, if we can support them.
Right.
Otherwise, some of them do apply for Navajo Nation scholarship. Just so, but at the hotel, I hope I covered a lot of your questions that you have asked. See anywhere that I may have potentially missed. If I did, ocean fishes now di national die. Yun jana sila yeah.
Thank you, Chief Solicitor. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to DOJ.
Any additional comments, questions and answers?
Finding if it's possible to have it.
I guess when Delegate Norman Nvige asked his questions and underlining the CFR, I think his point was that the CFR has not changed, so if the findings are introduced, then is that legally sufficient?
Well, for Congress, now does he get a exemption for a year? You'll be lucky if we get 96 months or a year
You could ask
for that exemption to try it. And then you have to keep renewing that exemption to abide by that law.
I think Delegate Norman Nvige, if that does come up, because the legislation currently doesn't say that, I think that would be the time for us to hear from legal counsel. The findings, as we know it, is not part of the action in the resolution, so it's usually, depending on how many sections of the legislation there are, it's usually like the third section that talks about what council's authorizing or LOC's authorizing or budget and finance is authorizing. So I believe the finding just tells the story of what the legislation is trying to, just background to what the legislation is trying to accomplish. So I hear what you're saying, and I just want to state that.
Separate.
Yes, that would be a separate legislation, yes. All right. But DOJ, did I explain that correctly? How would you further advise that?
As far as I know, what's attached right here, Exhibit A, is the proposal that the nation is going to present to the IA. I was not informed of these potential amendments until the legislation started, which was during LOC. So, as I noted, from DOJ, we worked with the police department on some of their changes. We worked with them for several months to go through it. And the age requirement change was discussed, and I let them know previously as part of their contract, they are using the Indian Affairs Manual as their basis as in providing services. And it is within there that it does have that age requirement as 21. And had advised police department, if they want to make the change, they would also have to put something else different in there as what they're following in terms of providing police services. But when we had this discussion, the chief indicated he didn't really want to delve into that discussion of making that change at the moment, so he had stated they'll keep the 21 age requirement. It wasn't until the legislation started that we received notice that these changes were something that they wanted to make to the contract.
All right, thank you, Department of Justice, and thank you, Mr. Mitchell. To the Budget and Finance Committee, I also want to share a point of information that we received during the FY26 comprehensive budget process when Director Henderson and also Chief Silversmith and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton all appeared before the Budget and Finance Committee. Chief Silversmith shared with the committee that there were audit findings from the BIA. So I don't know if that information is available now, but I would expect that the committee for the information for this legislation, they may ask for that if that is ready. But I know Chair Amber Knez-Bakrati has additional questions.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Just in terms of follow-up. So I do see where I'm going to point out section 101K. You do have a section for conducting search and rescue operations for missing persons, runaway children, drowning victims, and for other victims of natural and man-made emergencies. The Missing and Murdered in a Relative Task Force has been asking Division of Public Safety holistically to update the Tribal Community Response Plan of 2022. So it's been over 12 months, and now seeing that this is part of your statement of work, and looking at section 101D, it says providing community plans, prevention programs as deemed necessary by the contractor. We have now an executive order 01-25 that was issued by President Nygren back in May, so 5 months ago, to have the Attorney General identified all of these executive programs to create this concept of what will be the nation's plan when there's a missing relative. And so help me understand, because I do ask every time we see each other, what is the status of the TCRP? And I'll continue to talk about that vital role because we debriefed on the incident at Red Rock, a tragedy, and that's where in any instance where there's a missing relative reported, that plan is like the crisis plan, and that makes everyone aware of how to move forward. And so I would like to get some answers, because at this point, it's hard to support moving forward when the funding that's available is not being utilized to provide the services that are in this statement of work. So if there's extra funding available, I'm trying to figure out why there can't be an expansion of services or, some innovation to meet the needs of our people based on this statement of work. I support the purchase of new vehicles. I believe we have to do better. Fleet management is doing some interesting things right now. And, in terms of vehicles, who gets a vehicle, it's very political. We'll talk about that later. So I just want to know where we're at so we can move forward. I'm going to legislate a tribal community response plan on what the task force is recommending, how we believe Navajo Nation law enforcement should respond to a missing person. We would like to continue to collaborate, and because there's no other way for me as a legislator to get that through your system. I've asked with the confirmations, I've asked at budget hearings, I've put in legislation or legislative concerns. It's just not clear to me why the plan is taking so long. And so as a sponsor, Delegate Mitchell, I don't know if you have any, I don't know, I could bring it to Law and Order and we can review, have like a work session and just put it, just legislate it through and everybody can provide comments. But Navajo Nation has to be accountable to the type of response we provide. And there should be a mechanism of what's the next step, because the 2022 is outdated. It says, emergency management will be doing search and rescue. We know they're not doing that. They've stated that on the record. It says Office of the Prosecutor Victim Advocates will lead the discussion. We know that's not happening because none of the cases are being referred to the prosecutor's office. So the 2002 plan is flawed. And there's been no movement with the executive order. I met with the former Attorney General during the budget hearing. It's Claw. It's her, Heather. Claw. Mrs. Claw. That Anderson is her name. She had no idea of this executive order from the president, but she attested, she signed it, and there was no movement. And so it's not clear, and if I could get the committee and the oversight help to make sure that we have this communication plan, because we're creating this database institute, and we want to make sure we have an accurate way on how to move forward. And then as legislators, how do we keep everybody accountable and if additional funding is needed? So I wanted to see where we're at with that. I did want to ask the controller, Cabe, when you shared the closeouts, we had a meeting with Chief. There was a deficit for police department. And now I'm not clear, was that deficit for general funds or was it for federal funds? I don't see that there's a deficit in federal funds, so if I could just get clarification, because then we're talking about two separate pots of funding. And maybe we'll have a follow-up conversation with the oversight and PD about understanding what that closeout looked like. Because it did involve vehicles. Do you remember we had that call? And it wasn't quite clear how they got there. It could have been from the CR. We were still trying to figure out if what was happening. So then it may be general funds. So let's have a follow-up conversation on general funds, on the impact of the CR, and if in your closeout you had any a deficit would be my question. But in terms of this is I would really need on the record some discussion about the Tribal Community Response Plan. It's from federal law, Savannah's Act, Not Invisible Act Commission. Other tribal nations have them, they update them every 6 months. And Navajo Nation, we're just so far behind. But we have over 60 current missing persons, from long-term cases to current. Just got a text this morning or late last night of another missing juvenile. And so, Chair, that's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we go back to the sponsor here and his agents, I'm gonna go first to the controller to give us that background. Mr. McCabe?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. Is this in regards to the question that Delegate Crotty just raised regarding deficit?
Yeah, the closeout.
Okay, so we'll have to yeah, we'll probably have to get back to you, Chair Crotty, because we're still pretty close to year end, and some of the year end entries still have to go in. We did close out preliminarily. I think those are the reports you saw, but we'll probably need to get back with you as a committee on final numbers when we get a chance to do the final closeout, and we can assess whatever deficits if they're there. Apologize, we didn't have that information now, but we get that to the committee very shortly.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, and also the committee and the sponsor here had I don't know if you have any comments right now regarding the IDC. We had been working on that 3 weeks ago or so. And I know that you were pressing to work with OMB. And I've had informal follow-ups on that. I don't know if the meeting was finally had at the Office of the Controller. So Mr. McCabe, if you could provide that update to the committee.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, and everybody listening in the room and online. So I haven't yet had a chance to sit down with OMB on the IDC. I will say, though, that the Office of the Controller has reported on numerous occasions to oversight and people at OPVP. I hesitate to use the word leadership, but people at OPVP about how the controller is concerned about the rate and how I believe it's too low, and also what I think the program is trying to do, because I was at LOC when we discussed this, is there is money available, but again, it's kind of a little bit of I'm not going to say a flaw, but a nuance in our budgeting process, because really what should happen with IDC is as we spend federal monies, we should recover a percentage of that federal expenditure based on our negotiated rate. And the controller has often reported to the council and the committee, and again, people at OPVP, that we have upwards of, well, I know now with the 2024 audit, over $1 billion in non-ARPA related federal expenditures that we haven't utilized yet. So money that we've received from the federal government but not spent. And if you just do a quick and dirty, I mean, I think our current IDC rate is, I'm just going to say 11%. I think I can't remember. It's 12%, 12 point some percent. But if you do a quick and dirty on that $1 billion, should we spend that money down, we're then eligible to recover 120 million of that as IDC recovery, which would be available to things like this. Now, when I did talk to LOC about this, I did say, there's always the ability to do this through a UUFB, and then when those funds are recovered after federal expenditures, of course, those would all go to the general fund. So as a recovery, always remember that IDC is simply a revenue recovery where the federal government is telling the Navajo Nation, here's a pot of money that we're asking the Navajo Nation to administer on our behalf. So just say Head Start. Here's Head Start money that we would like you to administer on our behalf. We realize it costs you money to do that for us. So we're going to negotiate a rate with you to recover your costs to administer those funds. And every year we renegotiate that rate with the Internal Business Center at IBC at the Department of Interior. Again, I have reported concerns that I believe that rate's too low, but not, albeit, I mean, besides that, I believe that, given that we do have so much in unspent dollars, there is a pot of money in IDC recovery that goes years back for these unspent dollars that could be available for things what the program is doing, or trying to do. And I did express to Madam Chair Eugenia Charles-Newton, including, and Delegate Mitchell on the LOC committee, that these monies could be utilized, and then on the accounting end, we could always, as we recover those funds by spending federal dollars down, those would all then go into the general fund and, of course, be available for allocation. I will go on record as saying not only am I concerned as the controller about the way the low rate, but I do think the way we allocate it could probably better as well. There are certain programs like OOC. If you look at OOC and if you just look at the audited financials, I would say 80% of every dollar we spend is federal. And if you just think about it that way, 80% of OOC should be funded by IDC, and they're not. That money continues to be allocated toward other areas that I just don't think we need to kind of revisit that. So that being said, Shanada, I do believe that what the program is talking about is something that can be accomplished. We do need to really sit down and take a look at, with OMB and maybe the committee, how we're recovering IDC revenue, how we allocate it, and how we can push that rate even higher. I do believe we're leaving money on the table with such a low rate. So those would be my comments, Madam Chair. I hope I answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller McCabe. And I know we don't have Mr. Cordell Shorty on the call. What is interesting, the Budget and Finance Committee is aware of this, but to those listening online and to our fellow Law and Order Committee members, is that the IDC rate isn't actually calculated in-house, it's contracted out. So there's an external contracted person that calculates this on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And as the controller stated, is that we're not getting the accurate IDC dollar amount, not just for the Navajo Nation Police Department or the IDC rate generally across the Navajo Nation. We're leaving a lot of money out there, and we're not being truthful in all the information that is available to everyone. So, Mr. Shorty, do you have any additional information to the questions asked today by the committee? Yeah, he's on the call. He's still on the call, right?
Maybe send them a memo.
All right, if Mr. Shorty is not available to comment at this time, we will send a memorandum addressing this directly, because I believe that since the leadership meeting called by the Law and Order Committee to today's conversation, that conversation is yet to be had, and here we are again, considering the legislation regarding 638 funds and indirect costs. So Delegate Mitchell, if you wanted to respond to those questions posed by the committee today.
Yeah, I go question by Delegate Karate, 101K. Need to say, yeah, before I turn it over to Chief Silverson. On the question on the work session, I have two LOC members here. There's certainly, looking forward to chair, to chair Newton to respond if we need a work session. I do agree that we need to update the plan. 2002 is a long time not to have a communication plan. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Newton, see if we need to sit down on this issue here.
What about the committee roles? Another delegate? I thought these two were agents.
You're flexible. Ready to talk.
All right, I'll go to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton in her capacity as chair and just recognizing another delegate. I just want to make sure she's not acting as an agent. So we'll go to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton about.
Secret agent.
Go ahead.
I think the Delegate Mitchell is asking me to help him answer these questions because this is efforts being led on behalf of the Law and Order Committee. In terms of the IDC amount, we did have two meetings. The first meeting we wind up adjourning because ONB provided us the funding amount that was basically not being used, which included the IDC. And then Controller McCabe was present at that time, and Controller McCabe looked it over and he said, I don't think that these numbers are correct. So he requested, Controller McCabe requested that he be given some time to go back and to pull his numbers. And then we have another meeting based on that. So we did have another 638 contract meeting where we did talk about the indirect cost, where we did make it known that there was some leftover funds that were still in the pot, making it look like there was still a lot of, there's actually millions of dollars that haven't been used for IDC. During that time, Controller McCabe had talked about the process and then really what was happening. And it was technically on the board, and that was the one that was erased just now, where he was kind of demonstrating the whole process and then the way the IDC works, as well as the way that the funds are still kind of left over at this point. So we did, at the last meeting at Law and Order Committee, we asked that each of the departments that have indirect costs, leftover funds, that they give us a report on how they would like to see that funding spent. And Chair Parrish, you were present during that time, so I appreciate that you were there to kind of guide us in the way that these fundings were left over, but also what we could do with them. And so there was a lot of confusion with the way that the indirect costs were kind of left over. So we do have another meeting that's scheduled on the indirect cost. However, because of everything that has been going on, as we all know, we were kind of on a standstill in terms of how we were going to move forward. Our indirect costs meetings, we do have that scheduled after the Navajo Nation fall session. There were a few dates that were thrown out, but there hasn't been anything solidified in terms of when we're going to be meeting. We technically had a couple of meetings that were scheduled in the next coming weeks for leadership meetings, but those have since been canceled because we don't have any money. So in terms of the indirect costs of the 638 contract, we did have a lot of discussions about the indirect costs and how we want to proceed forward with that. So we did request on several occasions to sit down with budget and finance to have this conversation, but I know with the committee, two committees trying to find a date, it makes it really hard because we've also extended invitations also to HES on other issues and then to RDC on other issues as well. And it's been well over a year that we've been able to find anything. So we just went ahead as Law and Order Committee. We just went ahead and we moved forward because we knew the IDC was going to be an issue. And we were hoping to address that before the budget. But that didn't happen. And then in terms of the 638 contract and all the questions that are being asked by the committee, this week, technically, we had scheduled as a committee and law enforcement criminal investigations. We were supposed to be in Washington, DC, sitting down with Office of Justice Services. But because of the government shutdown and because of what's happening with our finances as well, everything just kind of stopped. And right now, these the 638 contracts, they have to be, technically, we're a little bit late. They were supposed to be at BIA by October 1st, giving them 90 days to review the contract. But I did let BIA know that we are going to be late. And because of the government shutdown, they didn't think that that would be really kind of an issue. But I will be sending a formal memo. As you guys know, last week we did have that meeting on the government shutdown and what that means. And I did ask questions regarding the 638 contracts and how those are going to be moving along. And so I'll be sending a formal memo to the BIA, letting them know that this is still going through the process. In terms of the amendments that are being made right now, those are amendments because as part of a negotiation, when you're negotiating a contract, this is how we want to see those changes. And I appreciate the questions regarding the 18-year-olds. This has been a longstanding issue, but what we have been told constantly from the Hill, from our congressional leaders, is what are you guys negotiating? And we don't have anything to put forward because we have not properly negotiated the 638 contract as the Navajo Nation. The last proper negotiation happened in the late 90s. I believe it was 1998 was the last time that our 638 contracts were properly negotiated. So this is our way of putting forward what we want to see and the changes that we want to see in the contract. And then it opens that door for BIA to sit down, and they're forced to have that conversation with us. So I just want to just kind of chime in to let you know that, but in terms of the indirect cost, we are scheduling a meeting, and we kind of paused again because we didn't know what was going to go on, what was going to happen with the budget. We didn't know at that time when we had our last indirect cost leadership meeting, what we were looking at. I believe our last indirect, our IDC leadership meeting was held on September 17th here at the Law and Order Committee building. So we will certainly keep the Budget and Finance Committee apprised of the next meeting that we have with Controller and OMB on the indirect costs, but there are millions of dollars that are left over because the indirect cost money is still there. And then the last thing that I'll say is with these contracts, we have to be mindful that these contracts are for 5 years. So if we get $21 million, we have to divide that 21 million by 5. And that's the way that law enforcement and CI budgets their budgets their funds is they have that amount really available in terms of what they can charge. So the contracts are for 5 years, and the amount does get divided within that 5 years. So just be mindful of that. If there's anything, colleagues, that I may have forgotten to mention, please let me know. And Delegate Mitchell, thank you.
Delegate Mitchell, I think Chair Crowdy asked a series of questions and we'll go back to you. Thank you, Chair Gina Charles-Nate, for your responses as well. Delegate Mitchell?
Thank you. I'll have Chief Citizen respond to Delegate Claudia on 101K. We'll get you on the line.
Monsieur, conducting search and rescue operation for missing persons, runaway children, drowning victims, and for other victims of natural and man-made emergencies. Sabka istohigi the TRCP plan related to the executive order that's also referencing providing community plans, prevention programs as deemed necessary by the contractor. It kind of all falls in line with creating and implementing specialized programs. Our missing persons detective unit, the TRCP plan really is to educate all our police officers on how to conduct missing person investigations, though, to follow proper federal guidelines and protocols, but not our contract funds and having to abide by federal policies that no da kunde sabitas so kunde na sos belana adot lehigi. So TRCP plan is linking through executive order. The Navajo Police Department recently reviewed and implemented a lesson plan on how we're going to conduct our advanced officer training classes related to the TRCP plan. Two of our patrol detectives are also going to go down to Phoenix to attend an Arizona State Post accredited train-to-trainer training program so they can provide these trainings to police officers. Once we get the training curriculum in place and also the trainers that are going to be doing the training, the rollout of the TRCP plan is going to occur at that point in time. Eventually, we're going to be amending some of the TRCP plans as changes are occurring. MMDR task force not so sketchy so I guess the strong need for an actual plan on how Navajo Police Department will conduct missing person investigations. And the rollout of the TRCP plan is going to occur within the next 2 weeks. In the shikated as a tagi, a quaggy a busy kagi lado, this is so quaggy, shanat ani, ajits for the Jino, not in Kinibe had the young that quaggy, now sauce, chitos, casto, the implementation of that is going to occur. A lot of the this document here, ashina ni the kuigoshi. Keeping in mind that a lot of the 638 contract is primarily related to personnel costs. The cost that the government is paying our police officers to perform all these functions under the statement of work. Our operational costs is also mentioned in the AFA that the Navajo Nation will be providing operational costs along with the 638 contract dollars, which is why to get general funds for operational costs. So operational dollars is usually used to perform these to purchase vehicles, uniform and equipment and other things associated to our law enforcement role and function. So there's two distinctions with the funding that we get. IDC dollars, nini asa di pesa banano tagi so igi halita chito nini a lot of that has to go through some formal approval process in order to capture the use of a lot of those dollars. So this basically is just an amendment or to the contract on how we perform our work. In order to use personnel cost dollars, we do have to go before BIA to justify the need, the urgent need on why we're going to be using these personnel cost dollars. So in like with the new 100 vehicle purchase, we had to go before BIA to get their approvals to use a lot of these lapse personnel cost dollars. Because we don't have general fund money to actually purchase brand new vehicles. And the majority of our fleet is starting to turn department owned because of the contract dollars that we're using to purchase a lot of these vehicles. So we actually have to come up with money to get these vehicles repaired unless the Navajo Nation actually purchase these vehicles. Fleet management covers a lot of these costs. Otherwise, it's another charge to us to actually get these department program vehicles repaired. Sad bitahisjagi yisi hat that initial listo hat ila even with providing community plans is one of the things that we try to participate in as much as is community forums and also our missing persons detective units to have missing persons day. We are going to have another missing persons day. It's just a matter of finding the time to schedule that event. But the need our patrol detectives did a lot of spent a lot of time and effort in trying to locate our loved one. And I guess that's where it is important that we have mutual aid agreements because our reliance on air support comes from the Arizona Highway Patrol Program as far as search and rescue goes. So so and I hope that answers your questions related to the TRCP plan, and we will provide that information packet to you, Madam Chair Crotty, and then also our Law and Order Committee, so that will be on record that we do have that implementation in progress.
All right, thank you, Chief Silversmith. Delegate Mitchell, does that conclude your responses at this time? All right, thank you. I'm gonna go back to Chairman Amber Kniska-Crotty, and then I'll also go to, depending on, well, let me go first, and then I know Vice Chair Carl Sitter has some questions and actions too. So, Chairwoman?
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to review the general fund request because since OMB is here, thank you, Shiaj, Mr. Shorty and Mr. Jones. I need to, when I'm reading your budget expenditure report, so on page 3 of 3 on the very top is the law enforcement. It looks like it's, I need to first make sure what I'm looking at column J is a total amount for this 5-year grant, 113,221,291, or in this allocation, there's another funding source, because I see that it's all the same contract. So I just want to get clarification before I move forward with my questions, Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Shorty, thank you for being here with us. The floor is yours to respond. Just click the button when you want to talk into the microphone.
I think I'm gonna go back to it, Richard, because
Good afternoon,
under 38% hasn't been
Budget
included.
and Finance. Administrative and the Budget Committee. If the workers need anything, or executive branch employees, as I understand, the discussion is on contract renewal for law enforcement program.
Mhm.
And based on that, an expenditure report was requested. And we provided that by email to Mr. Tahi. So the report on law enforcement funding is shown on the top of page 3 of 3.
Mhm.
Yeah, law enforcement in bold, and the total budget is 113 million plus that is the
Need a
total
copy.
award. And then the next column is the
You
expenditure,
need a copy.
open commitment, and the balance.
Johnny.
So this report is shown on upper right-hand corner, is as of June 30th.
Mhm.
We do our report on this on a quarterly basis.
Okay.
So the quarterly report for September 30th is pending and closed out by OC. They do month end, and in this case, year end close out. And they after that, and OMB does the report. So this is the latest report we have that includes O's and inches, OC it on the business units.
Okay.
So it is the 100. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Shorty. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Shorty.
These were the numbers as of 6:30.
Right.
Since then, there was an additional allocation to the 638 contracted program where indirect costs
Mhm.
funding and direct contract cost funding were allocated recently, 2 weeks ago. And the budget on those still coming in from the program to OMB or set up in the FMIS.
Mhm.
So the numbers on those will be reflected in the year-end report.
End of October.
The report as of 9:30,
Yeah.
on which the final and closing entries should be done by OOC by middle of this month.
Yeah.
So we should have another report by the end of October,
Mhm.
first part of November.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shorty. Mr. Tahi, could you just note that as a report to be shared between Budget and Finance Committee? I mean, you can share with the whole council if that will be helpful to the discussion. That year-end report is critical to have current numbers. So I'm gonna go back to Chairwoman Amber Knezba-Crotty.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. So colleagues, we have the contract. I've asked if, can you hear me? Can you tell me over there? Is it working? No. It's fuzzy. It's fuzzy. Hello? Hello? So this one was line item vetoed. Go over here. Thank you. So the reason why I brought up the funding sponsor is we can have, more involvement in the contracting and the 638 process, but how are we going to keep the program accountable for spending down their dollars? So this is understanding this is the end of second or third quarter. Thank you. I calculated that at this point, it's only been a 62% expenditure and 38% under expenditure. At that time, and I mean, we could do some estimations, but there was still $42.7 million available. So to say that you're gonna reduce patrol on the ground because you didn't get Navajo Nation general funds, you wanted 4.3, and then you said you didn't get that money, so you were gonna reduce folks because of mileage. That was my understanding, if you want to correct that. But there's no reason why law enforcement at all should be struggling with, and the reason why I'm gonna say this is because this was just like during COVID. And let me tell you, with community members, we were out there collecting donations for our officers. Socks, towels, blankets, cots. And to know that this money has been available, there has to be something to monitor how this money is used, to make sure the program knows exactly how they could draw down these dollars. Because this $42.7 million is not making anyone safer out in our communities if it's here in a Window Rock coffer. It makes no sense to me. And now seeing what the funding can be used for, I think at this point, I'm gonna expect better on how our officers are treated, their pay scale, the equipment that they receive. And I understand that there was one-time allocations from ARPA, but that's, I don't know, that's what, maybe 5 million? Yeah, it's like maybe 1 million drops in. Yeah, one-time funding patrol, but you're not using it. It's zero, no expenditure, no open commitments. Oh, that one you did. You still have one at 1.1 million. And you've spent, so you have like 64,000. So help me understand why it's easier to spend some of these one-time additional funds, but at the district level, what's the challenge there then at the district level where you're not able to fully expend those dollars? I'm gonna give you an example. So we'll already do a year that's closed out. And I'm here in 2025. And if you don't have this answer now, if we could have that by Nabi, let's see, okay, 2022. Let me just stick with, I'll just stick with Shiprock. So in the year 2022, Shiprock district was allocated 2.9 million. They spent 1.7 million. So they had a remaining budget of 1.1 million. The question that I would want to be answered is, why isn't that money being spent? What's the challenge there? And if there's a challenge that we can negotiate, this is the time we should be negotiating that language to loosen up those dollars to meet the needs of the Navajo Nation, is what I'm merely asking. Because if it's all restricted, then it does nobody good just to have 42, well, I'm gonna, at the time, 42 million. I know you've drawn down since. So if we could have that active conversation about what are the challenges, I think we would be in a better place on how to move forward, supporting the police department in the future. And if there's language here, I don't know, Ms. Yazzie, if you saw any language in here that other than the age requirements that really constrains Navajo Nation as the contractor, that's just a huge, and my other request, Chief Silversmith, is then what I'm gonna look at the general fund allocation. So my expectation, since you have, $40 million here, is when you're asking for general funds, then that may be the answer, that these are expenditures that you're not able to use your federal funds for. And that's how I'm gonna look at it and compare and contrast. And I hope the oversight committee can give me some guidance with your expertise going to PBIC and some of the challenges, because this could be a prime opportunity to help the police department be able to fully expend their dollars according to this form here. And it could be a way to maximize general funds if they're able to then use federal funds to cover those costs. When a program, Navajo Nation program, asks for general funds, I always think it's because they don't have enough money with federal external funds, let me say, or it's too restrictive, and that's what I'll need to know. So, Mr. Shorty, I guess, because I don't think you have that answer now, but if Mr. Shorty can then answer, is if he could also give some recommendations to the committee, if in your experience, what are some of the challenges when it comes to this fund? And, like, is BIA too restrictive? Or, how can we assist, PD to maximize their external funds? And do these carry over? So when I'm looking at it, is it a carryover rate from other contracts? Or, I would just need to know where we're at, because when we're asking for more law enforcement money, congressional staff pulls this up and it's like, you're sitting on millions of dollars, but our people are suffering. So we gotta figure this out, what's going on here. So I'll ask the question to Mr. Shorty, and then if Mr. Mitchell has any insight, that would be great. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Shorty.
Sure. Appreciate it. Opportunity to, for CPS employees to be informed as well. I say that because it appears like that they're on the road a lot, on the go on that. Don't have time to look at the requirements of policy. And so on the question you're asking, as you know, the annual funding is on an annual basis, runs January 1st to December 31st. The BIA money is allocated to the nation for maybe March, April, 3-4 months into the start of the AFA year.
So there's a
So already there's a starting out of the block, late, so to speak. And the year-end closing processing starts like 2 months before the year-end of the budget periods. So 3 and 5, that's 5 months. So the program really only have like 7 months window to expend funding that's allocated for a year, intended for 1 year. So that's one of the challenges. And BIA money, as you know, is allocated on an incremental basis based on congressional appropriation. Most of the time is to continuing resolution. So when it comes in piecemeal, it doesn't come all at one time. So that's another challenge. In regards to carryover, included in the budget instruction manual that you adopt is a form called request for modification of grant agreement. In that form, the program submit request extension of the end date of the budget period. 1 year is going by, there's still a balance remaining. So they request extension on the end date, so that amount not expended can be expended in the successor year. So that form requests the program to justify what are the challenges, what are the hangups preventing you from fully expending these dollars that is appropriated for, made available for 1 year. So they provide explanation. Usually that side of 638 money not allocated, not available day one of the BFA period until later. And then internal issues also. And then there's also like a space for a program to develop an action plan. What action will you take? So the funding that's being carried over into year 2 will be fully expended within year 2. So that information is provided. So when I say, I'm glad you asked the question. So EPS personnel is informed is that these requests are assigned by the program manager and by the division director. So the division director, when you mentioned monitoring, what monitoring is being done? This is an instrument that division director needs to use. This is the not allocated. This is available to carry over, and this is the reason why it was extended. This is the action that will be taken to fully expend. So that information or the request for justification is included in the budget instruction manual. And as far as restriction by BIA, I would say that the purpose of self-determination, which is for a contractor, in this case, the donation, have the capacity, personnel capacity,
have a management system, the tools needed to operate this contract on their own without federal government involvement. So based on that, really, BIA doesn't really restrict the nation from using the money. The only restriction, which is very seldom though, is this money was appropriated for this purpose, but we want to use it for this purpose. In that case, we go back to BIA for approval. But if there's no change in the purpose of the scope of work, use of this fund, the BIA is not involved. Madam Chair.
Yeah. For those phones and their DPS is not educated in the process and this program, yeah, and they're not, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shorty, for that response. I think that is depictive of the conversation that we had with LOC a few weeks ago. I know Mr. Jones was here and then he was at the last conversation. A very similar conversation about how the Division of Public Safety, that they need additional information and training to how that can be modified and they can draw that down. So I know Division Director Henderson was there and also Chief Silversmith and our CI Director here too. So I know Vice Chair Carl Slater had a question as well. Vice Chair Slater? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it was just the amendment. So, Rodney, can you read the amendment in the record? I'd like to offer it.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0216-25. Amendment reads as follows. In Exhibit A, Statement of Work, Sections 108, make the changes as indicated in blue font below. 108, strike through underscore assignment of security underscore police officers shall not be assigned as permanent bodyguards for political elected or political officials of the Navajo Nation government, president, vice president, etc. However, strike through no police officers underscore may, strike through shall be assigned to underscore to temporary assist and provide police services at public events involving public officials or visit this dignitaries. A strike through serves as bodyguard security for the president, vice president, other political elected or appointed officials of Navajo Nation government or visiting dignitaries, period. This does not prohibit any strike through small p, capital P underscore small p officers for conducting an investigation of criminal offenses or threats of criminal offenses against the president, vice president, or other political elected or appointed officials of Navajo Nation government. The revised language will read as follows. 108, assignment of security. Police officers shall not be assigned as permanent or temporary bodyguards or security detail for political elected or appointed officials of the Navajo Nation government, including the president, vice president, etc. However, police officers may be assigned to temporarily assist and provide police services at public events involving public officials or visiting dignitaries. This does not prohibit any police officers from conducting an investigation of criminal offenses or threats of criminal offenses against the president, vice president, or other political elected or appointed officials of the Navajo Nation. 2, renumber with the setting paragraphs and sections of exhibits as necessary and it's appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of Legislative Counsel, authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and an exhibit to implement the Navajo Nation's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment.
That was sent out to the committee.
Yes.
I don't mind, but I don't need it.
I just need a chain of emails, but you got him up turn it top there.
I did.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading that into the record. I will recognize the motion from Vice Chair Carl Slater. Is there a second to the motion?
Oh, meeting's over.
Second,
I gotta get on my MMDR.
recognize Delegate Norman M. B. Gay, and then you got a question on it? All right, go ahead, Delegate Norman M. B. Gay.
Good afternoon again. 6:30 is a really tough issue because it's like going across to Mexico, yeah. But we're still owned by the federal government one day and then another day we're just Navajo Nation, yeah. Okay, on our Shahadi Police Department, they're on 638, y'all. You know, they're in dire need of vehicle police funding, yeah. How does that work? Entity as small as Raymo that operates that police department is under 638. Can you explain that? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Norman and Begay. I'm gonna recognize your question back on the main motion, because this one's for the amendment. So this amendment was to modify 108. But I'll come back to you for that main motion question. Members of the committee, any questions to the amendment? All right, hearing none at this time, let's go to Delegate Norman and Begay on that, vote for amendment number 1. Green. All right, Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and Chairman Amber Canespa-Cardy, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Chairman Amber Canespa-Cardy votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The motion carries on amendment number 1. So back to the main motion question, Delegate Norman and Begay is asking about how all these funds, how they correlate with the Rama community there. All right, Delegate Norman and Begay, and your agents today? Norman and Begay, Delegate Arbin Mitchell, sorry.
Yay.
I know, I keep on looking at over there on that side.
Thank you. Okay, and I did condition and Mr. Begay, the difference between Rama and the other, for the whole other nominations, 638. I'll go ahead and have, Chief Silverson respond to it. But I know that under Rama, you have to have a separate 638. Although their oversight is over in Albuquerque. I'm not too sure how it works, but I'll have Mr. Silverson respond.
Yeah, they, Nadine condition and I think we're recognized as Rama Band of Navajos. So they actually have their own police service contract with BIA from the Albuquerque District 4 office. Though at the base of what's aided, not as much as Navajo Nation's contract, but they do get some federal contract dollars for to employ police officers for Rama. They at the 638 contract. They have their own chief of police. They have their own command structure over there. I think they're under the executive director for the Rama Navajo government over there. The non-shitty bishops none of our federal government dollars from here are contributed to Rama Navajo. Contract
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell, and also Chief Silversmith, Delegate Norman and Begay. Do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you. So would that be separate uniform for the BIA policeman? Thank you.
Different uniform?
They're federal under the, they're under like 30 Southwest region. They're actually wearing a police Navajo Nation police uniform. Okay, they get funded not through the Navajo Nation, but Southwest region, right? Which they follow under the 638 contract, Southwest contract, right? Okay, this should be like under the Southwest, under the Pebbles. But they don't get that money, but I noticed that they need new vehicle, new funding to operate Rama. Cool. Need to sit down maybe with you guys and how we can iron some of this stuff out, because they're constantly asking, you know, their vehicles are worn out. They need new uniforms, they need weapons, stuff. So that's just a discussion maybe we might have later on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Norman and Begay. Those are some great questions. Today's legislation is specifically on the 638 funds. But I think as Chair Crotty had mentioned, is that the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, specifically the police department, they not only get 638 funds, but they also get general funds. And there's just an immense amount of questions regarding their accounting. I think those are some great points too that we gotta take a look at in regards to the community of Rama and their accounting. So Delegate Norman and Begay.
Thank you again. Maybe, you guys have this legislation of what you guys are talking about funding. I could put my 2 cents in there and ask for you guys to help bring out in general fund. Thank you.
That's the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget. That's where they got their general fund. All right, Delegate Mitchell, I didn't hear any specific questions back to the sponsor. Did you want them to respond? And then Chair Amber Canesser-Carty, do you have any follow-up questions that you need to ask on the legislation?
I just need to, appreciate it. So I would like to see your carryover action plan. If you could just send it to Rodney, to the committee, and if the oversight has it, or we could courtesy copy. I think delegates should be able to access all of this information if they want, and see how you're going to use your carryover dollars. So you told us 10 million for vehicles. That leaves, I'm trying to think of, I don't know how much that leaves for your action plan. I would want to have a follow-up conversation in terms of how there's bonuses or other, like what can we do to maximize these general funds to help support implementing what is on this, is it scope of work? It's called something different. Statement of work. A little bit different. And so I would want to have that conversation so that I'm fully versed in why you're asking for general funds if we have the self-determination to use these federal funds. Because although programs think there's infinite amount of money in the general funds, we are looking at a decrease. And I don't think programs have heard that enough at the executive level, because we need to maximize our federal funds and external funds. Our goal should be that no funding returns. And if you have these dollars, then to spend them. And I'm willing to help and understand more and see what that action plan looks like, and helping and assisting with the next 5 years. So thank you, Chair. Those are just my comments. If I could just find out who's on the accounting team or who I could talk to. If Law and Order is already having that conversation, I get on your calls and listen, but we would have to have that. I would have to, very specific on why they're not drawing down their dollars, what's their plan, and then why they're asking for general funds if they have so much funding. I just need to know the difference.
Okay. We could also have. All right, thank you, Chairman Amber Canesser-Carty. I think it's good to have any documentation through written format too. Today's verbal communication is great, but it's an ongoing issue that we need to resolve. So Delegate Mitchell, if you want to respond to some of those questions.
Thank you. I appreciate this conversation that we're having here on unspent money. Back in February is the first time that we met with all the programs under our oversight, public safety, judicial, and other programs. And the same question that you were asking, we asked that question. How come you're not spending this IDC and this amount? I said, that's when we started our conversation. So during that time, we saw a lot of these balances in IDC. So we asked ONB and OOC to start determining why this was happening. based on our last meeting, September's meeting. We gave all the programs under law and order oversight. We told them that they need to have an expenditure plan. How are you gonna spend all this money?
Mhm.
Now the report that was just forwarded to me, there's 78 million of unspent money, available money under public safety. And I imagine this is like that across Navajo Nation. Just like what the controller stated, there's over $1 billion of unspent money, federal money. So by the end of October, hopefully we can have an expenditure plan from all the programs that are not spending money. Then definitely we'll share information with you. Any meetings that we schedule on the external money Zido. Then the other issue that we sort of saw was the first in, first out. And we need OMB's recommendation because different programs are using different methods. They're not using the first in, first out when we weren't on that topic. So that was another assignment given to OMB. Like I said, I'm glad that we're talking about external monies. OMB, in order for BIA, in order for public safety to spend monies outside their scope, we need a letter from BIA. So that's the reason why we want to put some language in the legislation saying that, this is what we want. So this would open the door for our conversation, even on RAMA. We can somehow help RAMA on some of these unexpended money. So ADK going forward, this will open the door and our conversation with BIA on the age requirement, the funding, and all the other issues that we want to bring out. So once BIA receives this document, they'll look at it, and it's where the negotiation will come in. And a lot of times, Navajo, we don't come to the table. We'll just let BIA dictate. So this time around, LOC, we said we're gonna put our foot down. We need to be at the table. So we want to make some amendments and make this next 5-year contract that benefits Navajo. Every year, there's an annual funding agreement. That's where the dollar amount would come in. The dollar amount would come in depending on what's going on in DC, if there's additional monies out there. So I'd like to turn the floor over to Chief Social.
Delegate Mitchell, before you do that, I just want to state that I think what the Budget and Finance Committee is continuously seeing, and I think the Law and Order Committee is starting to see this pattern too, is that the FY26 comprehensive budget, it's a very lean budget. But what that means is that we start to rely on these external funds, and you start to see that they're not using their external funds. And when you see that, then you identify the mismanagement. And overall, it goes back to the code and how the code says that the chief executive officer has that authority to lay out a plan for the divisions. The division director is then directed to look over this division, but it takes leadership to sit down and say, this is all the money I have, and this is the plan to spend it down. If this were in the private sector, that CEO would have been let go, that director would have been let go, and they would have brought somebody in because they know how to spend the money. So this 638 contract that we're looking at right now, and its provisions and a little bit of modification to that scope of, what was it called?
Statement of work.
Or statement of work. It's not, and what Chair Gina Charles Newman said is that it hasn't been negotiated in many years, but that sounds like there's no vision for public safety. So I know we have a new division director. I hope that new things come from this, that there's new opportunities. It's never too late to change course, never too late to do the right thing. It's never too late to say, okay, let me sit down, look at my finances, and how can I move forward for the betterment of our people? I think that's something that this is a great opportunity to start over and to reflect upon it and to move forward. So I just want to mention that because I think I'm just listening to everybody and we really do need to take this opportunity to move forward. Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. Chief Silversmith?
Yeah, though not here. I guess just a closing comment is it is really difficult and challenging to deal with 638 contract funds. Yo, you got the IRA, Tasitado, Ibikiaho. Not so stayos Kagido, Ondido, OC. Peso Yankin, Tegido, Isiben Yak, Bajata, Yada, Ninigi. Of course, we get one-time funding, potentially for drug enforcement operation, uniforms, ammunition, firearms, equipment that police officers need out in the field, but a lot of those one-time funds never really indicate one-time funds to purchase vehicle. You can't really order a whole fleet of vehicles with $700,000 to $800,000. Although there's no mention of using these funds for mileage. Actually, what that's meant, I think we have a general funds deficit at the beginning with our mileage costs. And of course, it would really help, if we could use a lot of these IDC funds for a lot of these emergency situations. A need when we were on a little break, the director of criminal investigations and those and I myself, we were talking about, how we could use IDC funds in this situation right now. Budget operating on a daily basis without a full comprehensive budget. I believe at this point in time, a lot of these IDC dollars or these contract funds would have played an interim role in providing operational support in this time and place. So the 27.6 million is basically what we have in personal costs carryover funds. And of that 27 million, 10 million, like I stated, was used towards police vehicles. So 17 million, you'd see, again, salary for all the police officers or and civilian staff. So that's just basically how we would like for our oversights and our council to help us. This is the first time ever, I think, Navajo law enforcement will be involved with the support of the legislative branch, that we're going to actually go through a full negotiation with the BIA. I know we're going to get some kickback from them as far as age requirement and how the fundings are going to be used, but though that the no she or kabila na leo she aje so yeah, for your support and moving forward and with this negotiation process. Yeah.
So what is that budget you gave me? It's that $1 million. That's so fleet, right? So that's a deficit. So why are you asking for general funds when you could use it in the 638 fund?
We would have to write a whole new letter to BIE again to use that, to say that we want to use some of the carryover funds for mileage funds. Yeah, it seems that we got to write letters to BIA all the time.
Can I answer that?
All right, that's a whole budgeting question, so I'm just gonna stay to this legislation. Delegate Mitchell?
Thank you. For entertaining this legislation. Although the other oversight that we want to really involve is this Because a lot of these 638 involves personnel. So antes lejos entonces. So if I may, can I give the floor to some time to Ms. Newton?
Delegate Mitchell, I think the committee has a question for the Department of Justice regarding if we can add mileage to the language in this legislation. As a part of this statement.
It seems like, sorry.
Ask me, Judge.
Thank you for the question. There was an amendment made to state the word, 105. Where police chief added language regarding the vehicles. It doesn't specifically say mileage, but it says, carrying out. That the contractor shall have vehicles to carry out law enforcement services with appropriate policies and procedures. Regarding training, operation and maintenance of the vehicles. I think mileage to go in there, but if you want, it's not specifically stated in there, but if the committee wants to add something. It could.
Which mileage is considered an operation.
All right, to the Department of Justice, then, could you provide clarification on whether the request for a deficit in fleet mileage expenses? The Division of Public Safety is requesting for general funds to be considered at about $1 million to cover their fleet costs. So how is it conflicting to the language in their current contract for them not to receive that reimbursement, or is there any conflict?
There's not a conflict, but when this proposal is provided, they usually have a proposed budget for the funds that they receive. And I believe the police department usually allocates all that funding to personnel costs.
But then they don't spend all of it, even though.
Yeah.
So they're budgeting for vacancies.
Yes.
And it's locked up in vacancies.
Yeah, so they're keeping vacant positions open by keeping those funds in the vacant position. If they were to use all their funding, I guess they wouldn't have any money for a vacant position.
So that's your question. All right, I does have a question, but it's just generally about how that language worked, but I think Chairwoman Avery from this McCarty has a question for Ombi.
So Shiaj, I went on my little handy AI guy, and he said mileage expense is considered an operating expense. So if the contract already has that language, is it just a matter of the program adding that to their budget to cover the cost? Since under the statement that BIA is its self-determination, I don't understand why mileage hasn't been asked, because I know this has been an issue for many years. And we've been allocating general funds when federal funds could have been used. Chair, I'd like to get that, and then I'd like to request that amendment, Ms. Lau, if you're listening, and I know you are. So let me make a better request for the amendment. The amendment is section on the statement of work, section 015, new letter C. I mean, it says operation, so I'll just put regarding training, operation, comma, mileage and maintenance. That would be my amendment. Thank you.
What's the question too is like how much is left in that business line item, business unit, or
They've never, no, they've never budget for it. They just budget for personnel with vacancy.
Okay, so that's what.
And they're saying they can't, but that's, look at, I pulled up their general funds budget.
Mhm.
And this is probably all like the mileage, like 2.9 million for supportive services. They're asking, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Mr. Shorty.
It's about $5 million.
Thank you for the question there. Regarding the mileage expense is an eligible activity under 638 contract. And what is eligible is based on what's in the scope of work. In this case, there's a reference to maintenance and operation and maintenance of vehicles. And what BIA agrees to through an approved contract. So the scope of work in there is approved by BIA, and that's good to go, so to speak, too. And then the part two to that is, but the budget should reflect that. If there's operation and maintenance, and if it's my understanding, the budget should reflect that. So it's an allowable expenditure.
So I guess now it says operations, so they've been able, let me go back to it. 205. Because it does say the former language, like the last 5 years, there, it said contractors shall maintain all vehicles in good working condition. So that language does not allow for mileage.
It does.
Okay, so you could use your current grant committee members to pay for your mileage. And I think we should revisit the general funds budget and have a conversation and education between the committee and the program to say, what are other opportunities that you could use your federal funds instead of going after the general funds? Because the general funds, it just gets rated. It just gets rated, and it's, I could see if it was restricted, but it's not. So I'm still gonna make that amendment, Chair, since they struck out the former language. And just to be crystal clear in terms of what operation means, that comma mileage. We'll just say mileage, the contracting language, Mr. Shorty? Mr. Shorty, do you have a copy of 105?
Madam Chair, we've been involved in secret contracting with Alvin Troop. The attorney from back then, Brett Cliphan, Tom Christie, Marcel Gomez, Dana Barbara, all advised that if the scope of worship was general, open, to allow flexibility. We wouldn't want to be too specific, and in doing so, we would handcuff ourselves. So reference to operation and maintenance, we know that if it's mileage, gas for mileage, so forth, so it addresses that.
So I'll rescind my request for the amendment.
Okay, then we can just have a separate discussion on that matter. They're like,
Oh, they want to follow it.
Chair Gina Charles-Newton, we'll follow up with your committee on that request. The general funds request, and then have a discussion about that. I don't know if anything you find on the expenditure plan from, that you get back from them. And then you're expecting that at the end of October. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Budget and Finance, for having this conversation. We have been going round and round, and I can tell you, in all honesty, the issue falls back to OMB. When we started working on this during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we sat down with with the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services. Both myself, Delegate Vince James, as well as OJS met in Washington, DC to specifically talk about whether we could use some of those funds that are vacant for personnel, whether we could use those for like the sign-on bonuses or retention bonuses, right? What BIA said is, you know what, Navajo, once we give you guys that money, it's your money. And whatever you guys want to do with it, as long as it's covered under the scope of work, you guys are good to go. Under Jesse Delmar, we got the thumbs up. Jesse Delmar was at that meeting. We were excited. We came back, and then OMB told us, no, you need a letter from BIA. Well, as you guys know, BIA is at a snail's pace, and they kept saying, why do we need to give you a letter? It's your money. Is it covered in the scope of work? BIA said that? BIA said that, yes. And so we went back and we tried on multiple occasions, Law and Order Committee tried to call OMB to sit down with us, and they didn't. until recently, till we started talking about the 638 contract. That's why LOC kept asking Budget and Finance, can we do a dual meeting? So we can talk about the 638 contract. Now, I was trying to go back into my email. We did have a work session when Dana Bobroff was still here under the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We had a work session specifically on 638 contracts. We talked about the scope of work. We talked about what does it cover. In that work session, we were advised that yes, the language is general so that we can cover these things, but OMB is the one that requires that we get a letter from BIA if those fundings were to be used for something that's outside of what it was initially allocated for. So all of those leftover funds that you guys are talking about right now, we have been trying to push to try to get new equipment, to try to get new vehicles, to try to use it for like retention bonuses, but we always get stopped at OMB. And that's why we wind up calling that 638 meeting in February. We called that. And I'm going back into my email, but I believe, Chair Parrish, that we did invite you to that, and we did let OMB know that you were going to be here, which is why I think they showed up at that time. But we have been going around in circles about this issue. So we agree with you. Yes, there's millions of dollars. And yes, law enforcement, criminal investigations, detention, even down to our EMS, they want to spend that money. But they get stopped by OMB and they're told you can't use that money unless you get a memo from BIA saying that you can use that money for that purpose. We don't need that memo for that purpose. As long as it's covered within the scope of work, we can move that money around and we can use it. And then that first in, first out is an issue. Chair Parrish, you were here during that meeting when McCabe said, we need to address that issue. That's something that we can talk about at Budget and Finance, because everything, the buck stops at OMB. And so we have been trying to push that. DPM is the same. DPM will not allow law enforcement to get step increases, even though their contract allows for that. They're not letting that happen. That's why we've been trying to sit down with Hess as well, so that we can get DPM to come to LOC meetings. So we have made those invitations. We have tried to talk about this, which is why Dana did that work session for the entire Navikiatske, hoping that we could address these issues. And I'm going back, and I believe it was in August of 2023 was when we had that work session, but I'm verifying that was when we had that works. I'm sorry. Yeah. August of 2023 was when we may have had that work session on the 638 contracts and how we can spend those monies and what we can do to help the programs to move those monies along. Because right now, all they're doing is they're just rolling over, and then that first in, first out applies. And then they have to spend that first in, first out first before they can move on to the next pot of money. But if you only have $8,000 in a pot, and you use that you can't use that 8,000 to buy brand new vehicles, but you have to use that 8,000 in order to move on to the next pot. And that's what Controller McCabe is supposed to be helping us with. So just know that we have had these discussions. And then as far as the 638 contract negotiations, when we started those conversations, we were informed that it goes to OMB. First, OMB signs off on it, then it goes to President signs off on it. After those two sign off on it, it goes to DOJ for approval, which is really kind of weird because you would think DOJ would be the first one to approve it. And that's why we're trying to change the laws so that delegates are at the table to negotiate these 638 contracts. Instead of OMB just saying, well, we get the contract and we can't negotiate. We're just told we have to sign it because BIA said that's all you're getting. So that's what we're trying to change right now. So I appreciate these conversations, but I will tell you again, it really falls back to OMB telling us we can't spend those monies in those ways until we actually get a memo from BIA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Regina Charles Newton.
It's like a president issue. OMB, executive.
That's it. Yeah, Ms. Blackwater, it sounds like this is an issue to handle internally between OMB and OOC. And from the last meeting I sat in with LOC, Mr. Jones was there as well, and I don't know if Mr. Shorty was there in person, but I know Mr. Jones was there. Mr. Jones asked direction from anybody saying, you know, who's gonna sit down and have this conversation. So if Mr. Bial hasn't done it already, I mean, it's been outstanding. So Mr. Jones is looking for that communication from OOC. If he could help coordinate some more information, or maybe work with the committees here so that we can get because it's not even a policy. It's not even, I asked, is it the BIM that's holding them back? It's not. And so it's just an internal communication thing. So, all right, thank you. Back to the committee. Anyone else have any questions to the legislation? Welcome Delegate Lester Begay. I mean, Lester. Oh my gosh, I called Norman, Arvin, or no, I called Arvin Norman. Now I'm calling you Lester Begay. No, I'm sorry. Delegate Lester Yazzie was with our veterans this morning, so thank you. Shanaz, thank you for being here today. Okay, no one has any questions on legislation 21625? All right, hearing none. Sponsors, you request a second reading? All right, want to check with you. We're gonna go to a final vote on the main motion. Delegate Lester Yazzie. I need to change here. And then over here, Rodney has his nameplate, so you gotta swap it out. I'm sorry. Okay, Delegate Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, go ahead and, I apologize for being late. It's mostly presentation.
All right, thank you, Delegate Yazzie. I'm gonna go to Vice Chair Carl Slater. Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and Chairwoman Amber Canes-Bacardi.
I vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman,
Thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Canes-Bacardi votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members excuse myself not voting. The motion does carry. Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. Thank you, Chief Silversmith and GOD.
Well, you got money. We just gotta all hope you don't spend it. Because you should be getting the license readers, the drones, everything.
All your equipment.
All your equipment.
I told them, I said, if you get that money, you might have 1 year to spend it. Delegate Crowdy. I did tell them you guys might have 1 year to spend it. I said, just put it all in the Shabbat police department.
The facility?
Yeah.
So
But does it say facility?
Yeah, because it's on the facility replacement listing for BIA.
No, but is it in the statement of work?
If you look at the,
Under their 105 health.
it didn't change it.
No.
So it's okay.
Is it in
Yeah,
the statement of work here? It has to be in, so where does facilities then?
It's under their,
Okay.
Yeah,
Members of the
but
budget and
I'll
finance
have to go back to that
committee,
BIA.
we are
because they said
on
that we could-
back to our
I know we could
agenda.
actually qualify for 105 now.
We are on new legislation 9425. We have Delegate Herman Daniels, the primary sponsor here. And we have his agents here. To catch you up, Delegate Lester Yazzie, we started with legislation today.
Oh, hold on.
So, OLS staff, do we have copies of that legislation? Legislation.
Hey, we might say with the general fund, so. Impossible funding.
Sigma, yes.
Okay.
And
I'm not being hurt. I'm just more like,
I know.
it's
you wanna
it's
do-
taken a while to get through. But I mean, it's like, I don't know what number of time that was that the committee has discussed that with. The last of them, there's one of those,
Yeah.
is someone gonna do,
But then
you
do
can't do it, I can,
Well, if they pay me, I could be on contract.
I pay, so.
All right, thank you, members of the committee. We are on legislation 9425. Is there a motion to consider this legislation? Actually, before we do the motion, I'm gonna go to Mr. Tahi to read the out title for the record. Thank you, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0094-25, date May 22nd, 2025. Title of the resolution, action relating to resource development, budget and finance and committees and nomination council allocating $408,230 from the Navajo Nation Assistance Fund for the Kennedy Tour Turn Off Improvement Project. approving and adopting the Expenditure toward turn off improvement project expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC sections 2501 through 2508. The purpose of this resolution will to approve CSS fund for the Expenditure toward turn off improvement nomination. Council's final authority over this legislation will be read into the record in its entirety. Then you have the first report for legislation number 0094-25. This legislation was posted on May 23rd, 2025 at 5:03 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on May 28, 2025. There was 8 comments in support of this legislation. Then you have the Resources Development Committee report. The committee reports are due pass without amendment and was referred to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Taki, for reading the proposed, or for reading legislation 9425 title into the record. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider this legislation? Motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater, is there a second?
It's a good actor.
Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have the primary sponsor here with his agent, so I'm going to go to Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels for the presentation today.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the great Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Lester Yazzie, my brother, Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Member Nazbati. Madam Chair. Before you have legislation 009425. It's but the purpose of this legislation is for Tadadine Tours turn off improvement project, which is located 13 miles east of Page, Arizona, on Highway 16, Highway 98. Almost like 163, my road. So today I have my agents with me, but on the data, I should be, but on the data, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to my agents, but on the data. Mr. Logan and Senator Jimmy out in that middle on the right side. I have my agent as well from INDOT, Mr. Sells. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Okay.
Hello, thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, Chairperson, Vice Chair, all the other delegates. My name is Logan Sinigini. I'm the project manager from Tadadine Tours. And I'm tasked to, actually, we've been working on this. We first started in 2021. And we recognized a safety concern with the turn on to our business. When it first started in 2021, we reached out to the Navajo Nation Parks and Rec Department to see how we go about it. And we started there, and they basically told us when we figured out, let them know how it gets done or what we can do. After that, it was suggested that we reach out to ADOT because they're the maintainers of the highway. And the ADOT told us that they don't do anything with it, that it's originally a BIA turn off, and that we would have to go to BIA. And so we went to BIA, and it, just as you guys described here with them, it was just a lot of no responses, and just the back and forth between them and ADOT. And we didn't really get anywhere. Luckily, in about 2022, 20 to 2023, we made contact with INDOT. And their agent, they mentioned at the time that they didn't have the resources to help our project, and they referred us to Wilson and Company out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. At that time, they assigned us Rhoda Winder. She's a local to the Page community, LGE community, and she's been our project manager and our engineering liaison since then. So with that said, they proposed a traffic study and to come out and study what is going on at the site and to figure out what we need to do. With that said, when they came to site, we're approximately 13 miles southeast of Page, and we're on a stretch of road that it's about 1.5 miles, and we're sort of in a bowl. And so it's 65 miles an hour, and from each direction, there's traffic coming down the hill. And it's a straightaway where we have a lot of vehicles passing each other and our tours trying to pull off. And so we had a lot of speeding, and when we proposed, our chapter resolution, it was brought up that, when I was, let's say about just over 25 years ago, a child was struck at that turnoff and killed because someone had passed the bus and one of the kids was hit there and he died. That was one of the things that came up, and that's that area. And so you have this bowl and traffic coming each direction. You got boaters and RVs and charter buses holding up traffic going between MB and Lake Powell and Antelope Canyon. And so that spot for us, we've had some near misses where charter buses and other things have been pulling out and pulling in. With that said, it's a single cattle guard. So sometimes we have customers trying to pull off the highway, but they're waiting for customers to pull out of the parking lot and for them to get in and out. Originally, the pavement was decent, but now half of it's gone and there's a lot of dirt that's filled in there. We tried to work on it ourselves, and ADOT told us that we're not allowed inside the fence because in order to do any work inside the fence, we need an encroachment permit. And then with that, we'd have to submit a proposal and a contractor just to fix the pavement on the turnoff. And so we've been going through those things and trying to figure that out. With that said, we are planning to construct a brick and mortar office. We've been operating out of a modular office, and we'd like to get into something permanent. And we were given our business site lease there right off the turnoff. And so as we go through that a little more, Crediting Tours is owned by Rita Sinigini, and that's my mom. My original background was in engineering and was blessed enough that a former employer paid for my MBA. And so she started the company with 2 Suburbans and a canopy, and she's been able to grow it since 2017. During the traffic study that we got from Wilson and Company, we took our data for 2 months and we watched how many customers we had, how many customers approached from the page side, and then how many people approached from the Kaibito side, and we gave all that information. Wilson and Company took all that data. They came out, they studied the site. We gave them all our studies from the business site lease because that sits right there on the turnoff. And they put a project proposal and estimate together. The conceptual design and estimates were given to NDOT and ADOT. The preliminary engineering was approved by ADOT. They agreed that the study and the conceptual design was adequate. At that time, Rhoda has been working with NDOT and making sure that these numbers are sufficient. The biggest concern was a shortfall in money once the project was started. I believe they're very conservative on the numbers, and they put some contingency in there to make sure there was no shortfalls. And so those are the numbers that are proposed here. They're from the engineering firm. So after that, it went to funding. The problem with this and on the nation is to get any loans or anything for just capital in general is very hard because we're on trust land. To finance this, it's not an asset that we can own. It's not something that can be repossessed or lien put on it because we don't own it. So as we went through, we reached out and we just talked to different people. We met with Lena Fowler from Coconino County. We met with Representative Patatley, correct? And we were going over different options. And one of the meetings we were in is the questions came up: where do you pay your taxes? Where do you pay your hiking permits? Where does your payroll? Who does that go to? And we said it goes to the nation. And at that point, that's when we came together and said, okay, let's go to the nation and see if we can get this approved and get it fixed. Most of the conversations were that, municipalities, counties, states, even the Fed, it's common that they make investment into infrastructure for economic development. And that's on the road we're on now. I think one thing that I want to clarify that we get a lot of questions is people think that the money is going to go to us and we are the ones that would administer the contract. And I mentioned that we're not civil engineers, we're not experienced in that, so that's why we relied on NDOT and Wilson and Company to assist and give us direction on what to do. And so at that point, the idea was to get the funds, get it to NDOT, and they would administer the contracts in hopes that we would use Navajo vendors, Navajo labor, and a lot of that money would just be circled back into Navajo. So once that's done, if we can find a funding source and go through that and the funds given to NDOT, then we would procure a contractor, make sure all the engineering inspection and everything's in order, and then go to ADOT and they would provide us an encroachment permit. And that's all I have for my notes. If we have anything more from NDOT, or can answer any questions.
But
Thank you. Thank you very much. Budget and Finance Committee, the Madam Chair, committee members. Generally, I'm not going to relate that the intent of the legislation, the project that's gonna happen again, but also we have two documents. So on that side, supporting documents, letter from Parks and Recreation, and also a supporting resolution from Fitchi chapter. And actually, that's he put up to have that attached to the legislation. So it'll be there for the record, but on the data, I don't know, put up, and also my agent to my right without that from INDOT, from Mr. Sales. I'll go ahead and give him some time without that mentor.
In addition, Madam Chair and committee members, Marco Sells in ship. Shishman Slido, Putin, Washington, Saknatin, Shichedo, Hamalan, National. Our involvement with this project came, I think, in December, an aide from Speaker's office came and wanted some help getting some budget forms and all that. So, we did all of that, and then that's when we started looking into the background of this project. And then chose so that INDOT, as Mr. Sinjin stated, INDOT administer all the contract, all the procurement and stuff like that for this project. Although she ADOT, that's not necessarily since they're the owner of the road. She call agent consulado. But I originally on this business on the
Yeah, Madam Chair, our presentation and questions.
Yeah, thank you, Shiaj, Delegate Daniels, for your presentation today. Mr. Tahi, while the committee is preparing their questions, I'd like to ask if you could email Mr. Willie and the controller, Mr. McCabe, for an expenditure budget to actual of the Navajo Nation tourism dollars, and then also the Parks and Recreation fees collected, if they have a proprietary fund or if they have a special revenue fund. Because I believe there'll be questions on those two balances, and then also additionally, what is the current balance of the CHSN? So while the committee is preparing those questions, thank you, Mr. Ty, for helping with that. I'll go to the committee, Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Hello, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I mean that, my brother, Honorable Daniel Sajad, for sponsoring this legislation with along with your agents. Aron hito na no pres kilos never net his con sonido doshin dasata is koyate hidedishi so. First, I would like to go ahead and offer this amendment, ma'am. It's a supporting documents for the Cutting Forest Turnoff Improvement Project, as well as a resolution for the Chi chapter, and the copies were to be attached to this request. And this is in support of this particular legislation and this funding request. Yeah, I thank you.
Yeah, I think we Delegate Lester Yazzie. Let me check with Mr. Tahi. Mr. Tahi, does language need to be prepared for additional exhibits to be attached?
Yes.
All right, is Miss Kristen Lowell on the call? Miss Kristen, could you assist Delegate Yazzie with his request? He has several documents, but I think Miss Yazzie's gonna, not Miss Yazzie, Miss Lowell's gonna have to take a look at those documents. Is Emmanuel here still?
I'm on the call, Chair. I don't know what the request was. Somebody came into my office and was asking a question. And just to let you know, you do have 3 legislations that are ready to pick up.
You guys do?
Oh, thank you, Miss Lowell.
Oh, maybe we'll walk up again.
Okay.
He said, stand by, PFC is still meeting.
Oh, she's chairs, vice. You guys could save the nation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Miss Lowell. We are going to, there's some executive, or not executive, there's some exhibits that are being requested to be amended to the legislation. Mr. Tahi, could you help coordinate that?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Lowell, Mr. Tahi is gonna help Delegate Yazzie with that. And just be prepared. I think Mr. Tahi is gonna send that information over to you once he's complete. So Delegate Yazzie, Mr. Tahi is gonna help you, and then we'll get concurrence through email when your amendment's ready. All right, and then Chair Ember Kness-Bakrati, did you have a series of questions to the legislation?
So, appreciate it. So I'm assuming Mr. Sells, you're here because this is gonna be considered a non-federal highway project. So the last legislation I did ask, how does the non-federal highway team, how do you strategize on what projects you're gonna move forward? Remember I had asked, how then do you get on the list to be considered? We have projects across Navajo Nation. So I have heard some safety issues. I'm not sure how other projects are ranked. And so I would like to get clarification in terms of either for the region or the agency or the district, what's the ranking of this road? I'm looking at CHSN and how it's been used. Western Agency, with the help of Delegate Paul Begay, received millions of dollars for your water project. So that was the priority. And so when we look at CHSN dollars, at this time, it looks like Western has received a good portion of the CHSN dollars. And so we'll have to have a conversation then on terms of the priority road, or I'm not sure if the chapters or the chapter supporting it, Lachi, what's the status of their former CHSN projects from 2018? And is there funding that they can just reallocate for this project? And if Parks and Recs is supporting, I'm not sure why they're not using their resources to help with this project, or DED Tourism, because there's funding that's provided to these programs to help businesses just like in this situation. So CHSN, if you see in the legislation, it's supposed to be the funding of last resort, because you're supposed to find leverage of funding. And I haven't heard that if there's additional dollars that are being leveraged for this request. So if we could start there, that would help me as we move forward. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Commissioner Cardi. I'm gonna go to Vice Chair Frost later.
Thank you, Chair. So you guys have a business site lease right now, and it's different than the location you're currently operating, or it's the same 3 acre site?
It's the same.
Okay. And is that with an emergency operating agreement, or is there a formalized lease with the mission? I guess you should probably go into all these, but I'll start with those questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. Let's see. I am going to go back to our sponsor, Delegate Daniels, and then he can respond through his agents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And also Delegate Slater for your questions. I'll go ahead and give the time over to Mr. Sales on the ranking of the road, your question relating to roads and data to that. After him, and I'll give the time over to Mr. Sinachini.
Yeah, Morona Ide Kirigi, Shima. Delegate Karate. Tika, Tarda, Zubin Ideal to prioritizations of non-federal funded projects. Currently, the planning department doesn't have any prioritizations of non-federal projects. You know, FET projects, CSN. So I know they're working on something, and I'm not sure where they're at, and I'm not sure when they'll have that prioritization and programming set up for non-federal projects. But when I used to work for planning, once the project gets external funds, gets funded, it automatically becomes a priority. You know, like, you know, and our RTP, you know, that's one of the goals is to, you know, incorporate partnering. So that's why they automatically become priorities. So with this one, you know, we're not asking for the funding, it's the business and the delegate. But if they get funded, then it comes to us and automatically we have to start working on it. So hold on, I don't know if that answers your question. But I know the planning department is working on something like the T-tip. The T-tip only deals with federally funded projects. But for Joey, non-federal, they're working on something similar to T-tip. So to answer your question.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
As far as reaching out to the chapter for their ARPA funds or what they've had, every chapter meeting I've been to, they don't have any money. For one reason or another, so we didn't pursue that route through the chapter. As far as the money through Navajo Nation Parks, we've never gotten above the park manager as far as getting any steam or getting any commitment for any money. The way that it explained to me is all their money is the permits and taxes, everything goes to the general fund, and then they're allocated a small budget for what they do. And the conversation has always just ended there. So that's why we're here championing for ourselves to get this project accomplished. The lease agreement, question from Vice Chair later. It's the general business site lease. I believe the term's 25 years. And then from Parks and Rec, we get a yearly operating agreement that needs to be renewed every year. And that's how we're operating on that site and allowed to do tours in the within the park. The question of leverage, and we are open to any suggestions or recommendations for that. This was the first part and just where we started on this journey, and that's a discussion that can be had. I would like to add to that, before we move on, is that the estimated budget time for this is 2 to 4 weeks. It could be as long as 6 weeks, and that's the only access we have into the tour site. So we would have to close down for, possibly for as long as a month to do that. And with that, we're at least we paid for the engineering study and everything up front, and the cost to continue to go through the project. So there's still a lot more from our end that's not included in the construction cost estimate from Wilson and Company. Sorry.
They work a lot with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shigash, Delegate Daniels, and to your agents. Does that conclude your responses? All right. So, thank you for the responses. I also want to point out to the committee that in section 4D, it says that the funds for the project that are not expended or encumbered within 36 months of the date funds are made available to INDOT shall revert to the CSN principal unless otherwise recommended by RDC. So there is a specific time frame in this, but I think it goes to the questions asked by the committee on how INDOT is making this a priority and under what matrix. Because if this funding gets approved, it starts to compete for INDOT's attention, right? So it just goes into the hundreds of projects you're balancing. And I think the question today from the committee is, why is this one getting bumped up? Why is this one here? How is this a priority if you have all those things? But that's not a direct question, but that's just what I'm hearing from the committee. And my experience from the past, because we did have a previous legislation, I think it was $10 million for a road by Lupton, and the committee asked the same question. So this project for $400,000 is competing with that $10 million project if both move forward within the council. So just wanted to bring that into perspective on why the committee is asking these line of questions. I just wanted to check in with Mr. Rodney Tahe on, did you receive any expenditure reports?
No, not yet.
Or balances? Nothing?
Nothing yet.
Okay. Go back to the committee. Vice Chair Carlslater?
I guess as a matter of principle, I'm not opposed to funding the project. I think what isn't identified in the legislation is any sort of parameters related to like equity or ranking, or how it's like a data-driven allocation. I would like to think that there will be a return on the $408,000 investment, and maybe in the executive session or walking out the door or something, you could talk about the taxes that are provided to the nation, how this will yield a benefit to the public treasury. So I think that that's something that, you know, if you think about it in those sort of economic development terms, and you're saying, okay, these are things that maybe public authorities or governments invest in, that totally depends. I mean, generally, if you have a development right off the side of the road, the developer is the one who ends up paying for it. And that includes schools too, and other public infrastructure. They'll pay for the turnout, they'll pay for those things. If there's a exceptionally large project that has like regional transit or transportation implications, that's when oftentimes that may transfer onto the public authority, just so that they can have control over what the design looks like there, and it doesn't end up interfering with the design of their system and impacts other road users. So there's just a lot of businesses across the nation, and what this will end up doing is, you know, creating a precedent for these types of investments. And you know better than I do how many other tour operators there are that are in a similar situation, so. You know, $400,000 here, it could easily turn into, you know, $10 million in 2 weeks, right? And I think that in order for you to make a compelling argument to the rest of the council, because I think the rest of the council is pretty skeptical of this right now. You know, both from, okay, this could turn to 10 million just within, you know, a 3-mile stretch of highway, but it could turn into an immense number of requests for citizen dollars elsewhere. I mean, you drive down Chinle, there are the crummiest turnoffs in the world right there, off of combination of DIA, state highway, you know, whatever. Those are things where, you know, unless we have a clear way of identifying, okay, this is how these are ranked, this is why, you know, this goes to the top of the queue or this goes to the bottom of the queue. I know that stinks to hear, because it's like, well, I couldn't even get past X person over at the Parks Department, I couldn't get past X person at the Division of Economic Development to get the sales tax listing. Apologize for one. Sniffles, but those things end up, you know, being a drag on your business and your development plans and all that, so. You know, in the absence of that, you try to cut the Gordian knot by working directly with the council to get funded. But then. Marco, how many projects are you working on right now? 200? 100. So, you know, do you get plugged into the bottom of the 100? Do you go to the top of the 100? You know, how do we assess those things? I'm not 100% confident that NDOT right now has the most meaningful way of assessing that, but Marco, I'm sure, is fixing it in a couple of weeks, right? So, you know, there's a combination of like, well, they've had projects on the books for 15 years and funding for 7, and should that remain higher than you? But they look at that and they're like, well, crap, darn, sorry, you know, it's now double in price. So do we put that on the back burner and the 408,000 gets us farther? Those are the things to me that just, I would like to have some clarity on, because I, as a delegate, got to go back and face my constituents and say, well, why'd you give $500,000 to this business when, you know, the tow yard, tire yard, you know, what has wanted something, and you've been reluctant to do that for the same reason that you just brought up here, so. I might agree today, you know, moving forward, but I guess my ask is to the sponsor, and to the business to like re-engage with DED and the Parks Department. Because if they do a $200,000 cost share a piece, then you're getting a government authority that is verifying, you know, the statements that you're making and all of those things. And right now, NDOT's just brought in to sort of, you know, verify some of the engineering stuff, and they could perform the work if it moves forward. And they could always work in tandem. I mean, even if the Parks Department or the Division of Economic Development oversaw, you know, became the fiscal agent. So I don't know, those are my thoughts right now, and I appreciate you advocating for business in the community and trying to serve our people. And, you know, we can't make it harder for people to do business on Navajo if we want to expect to have, you know, an economy with a diverse small business base, but we have to do it in a way where it doesn't seem like either in particular businesses are getting privilege or you know, are not getting the same privileges as others. And I guess the last question would be like, does the delegate for the region, does Lena Nesbegay support the project? Is she in favor, or do you not know yet? Maybe thumbs up, or
Is it the end? So can I start at the beginning?
yeah, I'm sorry. So that'll include my comments, Chair. I'll let you have a little better.
So that was the
Getting getting posted here.
Do you have any more questions?
Losing all my brain power.
Yeah, no, you're waiting for your amendment. Do you have any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah, and no, yeah.
Did you, I think it's just preparing like an exhibit.
I sent it to Kristen,
Did you just like draft it, then you sent it to us? Okay.
so she's looking at it, and I think it was that you can't do that. Controller's office, yeah. They should let you do that.
Okay, I'll go back to Shigash Delegate Daniels.
Thank you very much. Yeah, but Madam Chair, I don't know, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee, I don't know, the staff. Office of Legislative Council, I don't know, yes, in this building here, yeah, but I know it's not, yeah, it's I don't know, my agents, Mr. Sinachin, and also Mr. Sales, in capital. But the way you way down, is okay, but I think there's something in the media. When I now okay, so if you get a team, it was mission yet, but I don't know, put on the way down. This is in the Western Agency, it's put on the way down. But there's tribal parks throughout the Navajo Nation, tribal parks. And the busiest tribal park is Antelope Canyon. And second one is Mama Valley, and there's others parks. Four Corners, and all those revenues, like the entrance fees, camping fees, it goes back to into a pot called proprietary funds. It plan banco. Yeah, I should have made Mr. Sinachin, but don't made that tax. In our time, it goes back to the nation, but I don't know, made that, like he stated, I think so it basically and Dash, she gave me engineering that is again, so coming on with them moving forward, we just want to make this road a safer road for them to lead them. It's located right on the left side. There's that pink paper load that's about 13 miles this way. Yeah. So I see and it's just don't heed your support. I don't know, I know that this is not my region, as you seen, and amendment and the G chapter that they're supporting this project and there's a resolution that was passed by the constituents, community members. The delegate regions, projects. We have projects in our regions. This company, they reached out to me. But tomorrow, she put on on the floor, she Madam council, honorable Helena Nesbitt is going to be president of so I know that I've been away for several months away from the council. I don't know what was going on until this morning. Yeah, not saw that. Is this what's going on? I put on the this morning and I just actually 4 days ago, I my wife. So this morning I got a day, so she had that day, yeah, got a day. So I don't let's move forward. I don't need to go with my kids and go to see it. So let's move on. Good evening. So idea. Let's say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiaj, Delegate Daniels, and thank you for your leadership and how you have continued to lead your chapters and your communities. I have also worked with your LDA to ensure that your communities were able to receive that additional information throughout the budget. So thank you, Shiaj. And did you want to also respond, Mr. Sasanjani?
Thank you. I want to go back to Vice Chair Slater's questions. So as far as priority, as far as looking for something data driven in the matrix, so I was the principal electrical engineer over the distribution maintenance for Salt River project for retiring and moving home to help my mom. And the squeaky wheel gets the grease. That's the way I've learned things from the utility. And that could be from the biggest customer to someone that just won't stop. And I think that's what we have set, and our precedent is that there have been a lot of businesses and a lot of people that have brought up issues with their road and their turnoff and just repairs. And everyone gets to a point where they just throw in the towel. That's one thing that I can honestly say I get from my mother, our business owner, is that she's very serious. She sends us to do this work and our goal is to get it accomplished one way or another. And so as you go through that, I do agree and I understand the precedent that if this is approved and it goes through, you're gonna have others that are going to be coming and making the same ask. I truly believe that our project is worth it. Like you said, executive session and go through and see the returns of what the nation will get. The nation will get their money back. As mentioned before, that Western is getting water and that area is it's going to continue to grow. And making things safe and visually more appealing to visitors are going to attract more people. Coming from the tourism industry, Sedona is growing, Kanab is growing. A lot of the Utah border towns have now seen that, and you're seeing cabins, campgrounds, and all sorts of tourism that's starting to pop up. And one thing that we've seen is that as more people leave California and are looking for the more rural experience, they're coming to Navajo. And I truly believe that the nation will get a return on the infrastructure for our project. I will say that, like I mentioned, we've been working on this for probably almost 5 years now. And at that time, Paul Begay was our council delegate, and that's when we started working with him. He and Delegate Daniels did great work in getting the water project approved on Western. And so that's where we just continued with the same team, although former Delegate Paul Begay was no longer in office. And I can say it's my fault. I've never done this before, and it's my error that I should have reached out to Helena sooner and made that contact. And she's actually my aunt. And so that's my error. We have reached out with her to request and ask if she would be a co-sponsor on this legislation as well. But like I said, it looks weird that she's not on here, that's her area, but I can truly say that's my error. I should have done that earlier, but I just continued with the same team that we have been working with for that long. And so at the end, like that, as I say, it's comes down to we're gonna continue. We can't stop. We gotta get this thing, fixed. A lot of things depend on it, and we want to keep our customers safe. And like as the resolution from the chapter shows, there was nobody opposed to it. Especially those that lived within vicinity of that turnoff and the other businesses, they want the improvement.
This is for the seal. But they went to DED, thought it was been already free.
Yeah, I think I answered it. I hope.
Yeah, thank you, Shiash. Delegate Daniels. Oh, Mr. Sells, would you like to respond to?
There's the external fund that helps in the end of.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I just want to kind of answer the question you had posed that about prioritizing what projects we work on and you know, actually complete within our department. So I started this position back in November of last year and started looking at, you know, projects, a whole list of projects, and you know, where do we start? So we started looking at two main factors, project readiness and then funding timelines. And when do they expire? So we started looking at those, and we work a lot with the New Mexico capital outlay projects, and those expire, like, you know, we have a bunch of those that are expiring this year, you know, we're looking for next year. So that's what we consider right now, mainly those two factors. And another thing we're starting to look at is, you know, how hard will it be to implement project? You know, can we get partners involved? That's another thing that we're starting to look at is some of the counties are able to do construction work for us through, you know, IGAs. And then even BIA is willing to pitch in, like, there's a project we're doing with Sheep Springs where we bought the culverts. And then BIA is doing the work, the installation. So we use capital outlay funds
Capital,
to buy,
external.
yeah,
Yeah.
to buy the culverts.
Mhm.
And now they're working on installing
External,
them. So that's another thing that we consider. So, yeah, that's how I want to respond to your question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sells, and thank you, Shiaj, Delegate Daniels. We'll go back to Chairwoman Amber McCarty.
Appreciate it. So, yeah, you mentioned twice, external funds. And your office gets involved when there's external funds. I'm reading the packet and I don't see any external funds. So where in this request are you having any matching funds with external dollars? Because then no, he just said non-federal highway projects. They jump on board when there's external funds to move the projects. 'Cause I was asking, how do you plan this out? And we haven't received anything from the planning department. That's why I'm not supporting that's why I'm not supporting Mr. Platero's nomination, because he's been in there and we don't even have a roads plan. So, if you have 100 projects and we have external funds expiring, I'm not exactly sure why I would support adding another project using Navajo Nation money when we have to push out these other road projects. That's the rationale I'm not understanding from NDOT, because it's gonna impact all of your other programs and all of your other roads across New Mexico. As chair of New Mexico Caucus, I get all of the projects. And we just talked about that. We can't just look at general funds to solve all of the issues when we have external dollars that can help. I was gonna ask Chair, I haven't seen the memo yet from Parks and Recs, but I don't know if they're gonna contribute money or DED tourism. So, I appreciate your tenacity and your mother's spirit in terms of getting things done. But the way that this has been presented, and I understand that, realistically, yeah, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But historically, that's why so many of our communities have not benefited from Navajo Nation dollars, because they don't have the agency that you have with your experience, with your education, to reach out to a delegate to get to this level. So the way that I see my job here is to maximize the Navajo dollar. I'm not opposing the project. I think you're on the right way. What I'm saying is, why weren't these other funding considered? And so, Ms. Blackwater, Shadeja, if you can provide an answer in terms of why the executive programs, because they're given special authority to collect these dollars. And then they're given special authority to develop plans and to utilize their funding. And here's a clear example that they are not meeting the needs of Navajo business owners, yet they're sitting on millions of dollars. And so if they're not willing to meet with Navajo business owners, then we need to know why. Because that's their mission, that's their plan of operation. And if they're not gonna help the community, then as a council delegate, I would consider relooking at their plan of operation and looking at that authority, and maybe it's best that the council just redistribute, since we're the ones that are moving along the dollars to help businesses. So this is kind of a larger conversation, but Shiaja, I respect you and your family, and so that's gonna be my ask. Pull in user resources, that's why we have President's office here. DED should give you something on what funding is available. And we don't have access yet to instant information. That's why we have to always request expenditure reports. But see, our advisors should do this anyways, because they know, like controller's office, they know we're gonna ask for this. But I don't know how much money they're sitting on. And Parks and Recs, I know for sure is sitting on, actually, no, because this budget, we didn't do external. Maybe I can look at proprietary. So give me a minute. Let's answer that and then I'll let you know how much money they have, because it's these types of projects they should be funding. And so that you don't have to go, because this is gonna require 2/3 vote at council. And if there's a time frame because of the business and having to close down, even if this is approved, our internal system is so slow. Who knows when you're gonna get those dollars? Even if you come here every day, like we have people coming every day, and all of those issues that you heard earlier, it's just chronic, and that's why we're asking for executive to create a system where funding goes where it's intended. So let me do a little bit of research here, and we might be able, I don't know if anybody from EB, or we're not on their oversight, and RDC heard this. I don't know if RDC asked any of those questions, but I think to look at what that funding looks like, and we could get a better recommendation, but that's what I'm gonna recommend right now. Thank you, Chair. And shit.
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Chairwoman Amber Knesset-Crotty. One other legislation that's being developed is the sales tax legislation, the 5-year plan. That has about $5 million sitting in there. So that the nomination sales tax 5-year plan, that is actually in the midst of being developed too. The other avenue is the tourism dollars. That's just RDC. You just need to get an RDC vote. You don't even go all the way to council. That's just because it would be like an internal budgeting process. Or that's what the nomination fair does. They just go to their oversight because they have a proprietary fund. But you're asking for the CHUSN. The CHUSN, that's a trust fund. So that's why you need 16 votes. You don't just need a majority either. So you need 16 votes on the floor for this. Some additional information. We did ask the Office of the Controller to get that information about what's available funds. I don't hear any amendments besides Delegate Lester Yazi's amendment today. So I hear that language is ready though.
Yes.
Mr. Tahi, Mr. Delegate Yazi, would you like that language read into the record?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chairman, of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0094-25. 1, page 3, lines 20, insert new paragraph F as follows. F. A resolution from the Chief Chapter Resolution LC 07072025A dated July 14, 2025, attached to Exhibit B, supports the project. Additionally, a letter from the Navajo Department of Parks and Rec and Lake Powell Navajo Tribal Park dated July 15, 2025, attached to Exhibit C is in support of this project, is attached as Exhibit C. 2, renumber letters between paragraph sections and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and an exhibit to implement the nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading that into the record. Delegate Lester Yazi, does that satisfy your request?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am, I do concur with what Mr. Tahi has read. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Lester Yazi. Members of the committee, there's a motion on the floor for amendment number 1 to add exhibits to the legislation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Chairwoman Amber Knesset-Crotty. Members of the committee, any questions on amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, we'll go to roll call vote. Delegate Lester Yazi, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I vote green.
Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazi. Vice Chair Carl Slater, how do you vote? Green. Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green, and Chairwoman Amber Knesset-Crotty, how do you vote?
I vote green.
We have 3 members voting in affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The motion does carry on amendment number 1. Okay, thank you, Delegate Yazi. Do you have any additional questions today?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
All right, Delegate Yazi, floor is yours.
I can't have a motion in title. I can't have a donut excuse. I don't know. So, my question would be on the cost estimate for donuts. So, special clinic. Don't you know how to make it as so okay? in the Korea, given I just keep them a yard. Any behind season time, Mr. Self, that we do use other entities, possibly county and other road maintenance, in that Michigan. Of course, the quite it's I say yeah, and technology is going to that's at 173,000. Adding that I submitted on Michigan, yeah, don't other that should not neither but not the should go. They should give you at 235,000. If you could just give me some clarity, Mr. Sells, as to, did you say we actually reached out to another entity to see if they might be able to do the survey and planning? Or if they might be able to do instructions. There's a lot of these materials up here. It seems like it might be if it was some kind of a joint venture. And they can provide all all this to improve that area. That might be a way that we might be able to have some soft cost savings on your request. It is nice dish kitchen that I think you.
So I was telling you we did that.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie, with those questions. Members of the committee, anyone else have any questions? Go back to the sponsor, Shiaj Delegate Daniels. Okay.
Yeah, la, don't I did kiddigi. Let's say even I did kid external funds. I guess I should rephrase that. NDOT uses two main funding sources.
Right.
FET,
Mhm.
road fund, which is it, road fund,
Mhm.
and then the federal dollars,
Mhm.
PTIP. So what I mean by external is funding other than those two sources.
Okay.
So if a chapter, uses some of their own funding to pay for part of their project. That's what I mean is that's where the external funding comes in.
Mhm.
Or the case of the Beam Tours is, they went and took the initiative to pay Wilson to do, preliminary work from their engineering. So that's considered external, some kind of external partnering or funding that they use. So to clarify this, Shinanta, Delegate Yazi, I didn't kidding. Kashina Ila, Mr. Synergy, but as of right now, I don't think we have any other entities that are going to be a partner in this. ADOT might be able to consider, donating a cattle guard or something like that, because I know there's widening involved, right? So hold up, so and maybe Coconino County or something like that. We just have to look into it. As of right now, that I'll quietly see.
Thank you, Shiaj Delegate Daniels and Mr. Sells for responding. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, does anyone else have any questions? Sure, Delegate Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Now, cash and title, not only it's very unfortunate to hear that there's been it's a fatality. Also that the road study is being completed, but I just wanted to ask if there's any proactive measures that have been taken as far as additional signage or possibly the presence of law enforcement. So I would just offer that and then see if we can try to limit the number of accidents that might be happening at that time. Yes, I think you can.
You want the public safety reports?
No, man. I'm just asking if there's any safety precautions that right now in this area, because it seems like it's just.
I think they talked about it a little bit, right
Yeah.
before you walked in, yeah.
If they did, fine. Yeah.
Okay. You have
Make
to,
that comment.
okay.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie. Yep, right before you walked in, they did brush on it, but I can give the sponsor a little bit more time to talk on that. To Delegate Daniels and his agents.
Thank you very much. Good, Madam Chair. I'm gonna give the time over to Mr. Senatini.
Just pass it around.
In one of the conversations with ADOT, we made the soft request and recommendation if we could lower the speed limit in our area. And they came back and said it wasn't warranted, that they didn't want to do it. Just for reference, we are the first tour company in that area coming from Kaibito. So we said, why don't you drop it down to 55 from where we're at all the way into Page? Because at the old NGS power plant, it's 55 from there going into Page. And that zone is 55, and that's that turnoff for upper and lower Antelope plus the turnoff to Antelope Point Marina. And one of the things is that might be 3 months ago, they had a fatality there at that intersection. Somebody pulled out and they were T-boned. So even with their own turnoffs and the speed reduction, it's still an issue in that area. And so those are the types of things that we've asked and talked about as well, but there's nothing that's come of anything. So that's why we're here advocating ourselves for our project.
Again, thank you, Shiraz, Delegate Daniels, Delegate Lester-Yazzie, does that answer your questions? All right, thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any more questions on the legislation 9425? Okay, hearing none at this time, we do have a motion and second on the legislation. We had one amendment. Shiraz, Delegate Daniels, would you like a second reading of your legislation? Don't have to. We have a new law that says you don't have to until it passes. So we're not even there. You don't have to at all, right?
Right.
At all. Unless you request. But okay, we'll go to a vote on the main motion. Delegate Lester-Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, vote green.
Delegate Lester-Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green, and Chairwoman Amber Kniz-Bakrati, how do you vote?
I'll vote red until we see the other funding.
Okay. And then
Green and probably red.
Chairwoman Amber Kniz-Bakrati is voting red. She did.
Tourism has $1 million just for capital outlay.
Who?
Tourism has $1 million
Oh,
of
they
general
have-
funds. Millions of dollars. Everybody just comes here. It's like a fleecing.
So the vote is 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 2 members not voting. Shiraz, Delegate Daniels, from today's discussion with the committee, it's not the project. I think it's just the funding type, the funding source. There's other funding sources that are available, especially when it comes to tourism. There's a lot of money just sitting there. So we'll have a discussion about that. Thank you, Shiraz.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe work on an amendment to have it be like reimbursed. If you think of the funds, it's like,
Oh, we did that with our funds.
because it's like a way to, I don't know. You know, RDC's in charge of those 2 funds and they haven't passed it, because of 3 different council terms.
All right, thank
Well, maybe we
you,
need to change the authority then.
members of the committee. We are,
That's it.
We get stuck with all the work.
seriously.
Wait, so that's it, right?
That was last legislation. Then we got a report.
Chair, can I make or offer a directive related to something that's going on right now?
I'm gonna recognize Vice Chair Carl Slater for a motion. Vice Chair Slater. Be my.
Oh, wait, this is one of these very special. Let me see if I can find the directive. The directive to the Office of Control and the Office of Management budget. The Budget and Finance Committee, the committee has oversight over the navigation Office of Control and Office of Management budget, parentheses, offices and programs. And in accordance with 2 NC section 301B13, the committee. I'm sorry, in accordance. The committee pursuant to 2 NC section 189B is authorized to issue directives to the divisions, departments and offices within its oversight authority. On October 8th, 2025, the committee voted to approve the directive of the officers, and this is the directive that I'm proposing. And I'm reading basically the memo that we sent to them. The directed nomination Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget are directed to recognize Sean McCabe as the controller of the nomination pursuant to 12 NC section 202B and CJA -05-24. So the Budget and Finance Committee is the oversight of OMB and OSC. And you understand that there are staff who are walking off the job because they're attempting a physical takeover of the office by newly installed Miss Tom, I guess. So,
Do we need to go over them?
I mean,
It's time for setting the purchase order.
yeah, I guess there's a lot of rescinding of
This crazy stuff.
internal controls that had been put in place by Mr. McCabe, by the new appointee. And that's the reason for the directive, so.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I would recognize your motion on the floor. The directive was prepared by the office of, it was prepared this morning and concurred with our attorneys this morning. And I also, Vice Chair Carl Slater, we also have Mr. McCabe on the call. If you would like to turn to him for any additional comments, would you like to give some time to Mr. McCabe?
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to tell us what he's aware of.
All right, before we get to Mr. McCabe, I am going to go to the committee for a second to that directive.
Lester, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Delegate Lester Yazzie. Thank you. And then, Mr. McCabe, Vice Chair Carl Slater, is giving you some time to further, I guess, explain what's happening within the Office of the Controller. Mr. McCabe?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shanada, parish members of the committee, those in the room, those online. I come to you with the deepest humility and concern right now for, I'm not at all trying to be over dramatic, but I've never in my life come across something like this. I know OPVP's listening. I know OPVP's in the room. They have illegally installed an interim controller. And I believe that what's happening right now in my office is an illegal physical takeover of the very heart of the financial operations of the Navajo Nation. My staff are texting me saying the new interim controller is reversing or attempting to reverse decisions that I've made. I've authorized my team to walk out. My team is saying my staff are scared. This is an indication of the bullying tactics of the executive branch that I will no longer put up with. I've tried to work with the executive branch. I've sat with them. I've tried to explain to them the numbers. They have tried to coerce me into supporting things when it comes to the budget, saying things like, Sean, they'll listen to you, they won't listen to us. I've always reported that. I'm going to tell them the numbers the way I'm telling you the numbers, and they're going to make their own decision. I've, on many occasions, tried to work with the executive branch, begging the president of the Navajo Nation to come across the street and talk to the people. And it's met with profanity-laced comments that he doesn't report to the council, that the council reports to him. And what I believe is happening is dangerous. It's dangerous to the Navajo people. It's dangerous to the Navajo people's money to illegally install an interim controller. First naming one interim controller, and then within a few hours changing their mind to install another one that I won't accuse anyone of anything, but I can only imagine was told to go in there and start reversing these principles that I've installed in that office. The Navajo Nation Office of the Controller has never done anything but try to hold money accountable. I've never once worked against the council. I've never once worked against the president. The numbers are the numbers. And just because one branch can believe the numbers and another one doesn't, does not warrant this illegal behavior. It doesn't warrant this illegal behavior. The president is listening. I hope he's listening. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about. I sat with him one-on-one on many occasions and told him, be reasonable. Be reasonable. Be a leader. This is not leadership. This is bullying tactics. What he tried to do to me, why? I'm not gonna speculate why he tried to fire me. I'm not gonna accuse him of anything. But it's awfully coincidental, the timing of my firing and some of the things that the Navajo Council now know about in my conversations with him. I'm standing up for my staff and my policies. And I believe as a CPA licensed in the state of New Mexico with 30 years of experience, probably the only Navajo on the planet who's ever signed an audit report. Because only a CPA can sign an audit report, meaning I understand audit risk, I understand internal control risk, and I'm trying to institute a system at the Navajo Nation where we can all feel comfortable no matter who is in my office or who is in the office of the council and the president, that our money is being watched over properly. This is an egregious attack on our policies, on my staff, on the financial operations of our Navajo Nation. And I can't sit back and watch it happen as your controller. I plead with the Navajo Nation Council, do something. Do something about this. My staff are on my way there now. They may already be there. This has gone way too far. Money is money. Fight about money. Whatever. We can all disagree or agree on who needs what money. But this is unacceptable by any standard. It doesn't. We are the largest indigenous tribe on the planet, and this is happening. You don't see this at a lemonade stand on the side of the road. President Boo Nygren, this is unacceptable. I hope you're listening. I hope your people are listening. You are now putting my staff in the same position you put me. The distress of what I'm going through is now in my staff because you put somebody in place that the council has now deemed illegal. And that person, and I don't have anything against Miss Alva Tom. I have a lot of respect for her. I've worked well with her in the past, but she is now under someone's orders trying to reverse policies that I've instituted in my office. I told my staff, walk out. She has no authority. You don't need to listen to this. Wait till I get back. Because who's going to stop her? Who's going to stop this from happening? Shinata, you know I very rarely lose my cool in front of anyone, but something has to be done. We can't, Navajo people, we can't allow this type of thing to happen. Please, please. You don't know the danger we're in right now with with what's happening in my office. I'm not accusing the president of anything. I'm not accusing Alva Tom of anything. But the fact that someone can just walk in my office and start reversing policies is a problem. And my staff are now caught in the middle, just like I've been caught in the middle for 2.5 years now. We're better than this. We are better than this. The Navajo people expect more from us.
Judge, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm gonna ask, we do have Director Toddy here, who runs the Department of Human Resources. So there is Navajo Nation law against workplace violence and compliance. And these are Navajo Nation employees with rights. What are you going to do immediately to ensure that the law is followed at the office of the controller? And the provisions that are provided to the employees according to the PPM manual? And who would be the contact for the union so that we could get a union observer over there and start getting some advocacy for employees who feel threatened, intimidated, and harassed? Ms. Toddy.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Canes-Bricati, and I am going to recognize Ms. Toddy. Ms. Toddy, you're welcome to come up here to respond. This is an important matter because this is a current matter. And I'm concerned for the Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget, the employees there, because a lot of these employees are not reporting what's going on. And I think the controller, as their supervisor, is doing the right thing by reporting this. So Ms. Toddy, if you can respond to the text messages that yeah. So that he's receiving as their supervisor. So I'm going to go to Vice Chair Slater. Sorry for all the
Oh, thanks. So please make sure you answer all Delegate Crotty's questions, but if you're gonna start responding, I guess, in your opinion, who is the current controller? And have you executed any personal action forms related to the Office of the Controller for, temporary term acting status or any of those things? And then in addition to that, it came to our attention that in the budget request for the $1.5 million for the president's office, there were employees who became employees, but were not receiving a salary, but had some other off the books arrangement with the president. And I want to get a justification from you on that matter, because it also ties back into some of this and who might be directing people over there. So thank you. Those are the questions I have, and thank you, Chair, for letting me answer.
Let's defer to Slater's question first.
Okay, let's Ms. Toddy, we're gonna ask you to answer Vice Chair Carl Slater's questions first, and then go back to Chairwoman Amber Canes-Bricati's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members, Carl Slater and Honorable Amber Crotty. As to the question regarding who do I see as the current controller, I was called into the president's office this morning and informed that there were documents coming in for the termination of Controller McCabe, and that I believe, there's just so many mixed messages coming in, but the other one was that Rob Haley would be the one that would be in the acting or interim controller. And later, I did receive a text indicating that Alva Tom was the one that was placed in acting status as the controller. I have not seen the personnel action forms, and from what I understand, the advice from the HR director, Charlotte Victim, she indicated that the controller position has not been created. And that was about close to noon.
Wait, who said that?
Charlotte Victim.
Victim said that the Just the controller position has not been vacated
Correct,
from
Yes.
from its incumbent of Sean McCabe.
right. So I'm not sure if there are any personnel action forms for Ms. Tom at this time. I will have to go back and check with the Department of Personnel Management. And as to your last question, Delegate Slater, regarding the employees receiving salaries from other places, I'm not aware of that. But generally, in order for them to get paid, what our staff at the Department of Personnel Management, they normally verify that there is a budget. And
No.
is-
Well, they're not receiving a salary from the nation, but they count as an employee of the nation or have access to our system,
Like a Elon Musk thing?
basically.
I'm
Is
not,
that authorized? in the
it should not be authorized.
Ellery. Ellery is not receiving pay. Ellery is not receiving pay. But we have access to the office.
I'm not aware of anyone that has access.
Yeah, always looked at an employee and it's not receiving a salary.
How is that possible?
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. To your line of questions, do you have additional questions for Ms. Toddy?
Ms. Toddy, I guess if you're, Ms. Toddy, if you have, your phone, I think it'd be important to find out from Ms. Victim if there's been any attempt to process personal action forms for the position of the controller. And it is firmly the position of the council that there was no interruption in service, and that controller Sean McCabe, ever since he was confirmed by the council, has remained the controller of the council. And I would just ask that if you or your staff, your office, are requested to process personal action forms, that at the very least you provide a courtesy copy to the committee and to the council, the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of the Speaker, so. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy, for those responses. I do want to recognize we have Ms. Chavez here from OOC and a few other OOC members here, so thank you all for coming here.
It's a safe space.
Well,
You can come take a comfy chair, you want me to come up here? Is that okay?
yeah, I mean, it's this. For those that are just joining us, Vice Chair Carl Slater just offered a motion for a directive to the Office of the Controller from its oversight from Budget and Finance, reaffirming that the controller of the Navajo Nation is Sean McCabe. So that directive is to the staff. And that's being reaffirmed at this moment. And we've received notice of threats and just harassment in some ways to the staff. So we're concerned about the staff morale in the office, and also to this. I have no idea how these. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm just going to say that this is a safe place and that this is a directive specifically addressing the issues. Thank you. Chairman Amber Canespa-Crotty, would you like to restate your questions to Ms. Toddy?
Oh, no, she was in the room.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Toddy.
Thank you.
I just received a text message and the recommendation is to go into executive session.
Your questions?
To my questions or just in general?
Just in general, the whole situation.
Okay.
From
'Cause it's a
Ms.
personal-
Bigthumb or from someone else?
Ms. Victim.
No, because it's personal.
Oh,
Um,
well, we're gonna pass a directive first.
based off,
but
you asked about things that are not executive.
Yeah, can you answer those
Why don't we do
before we
those,
do any
and then
other?
get whatever you're willing to say on the record and then go into executive session.
We okay, thank you, Ms. Toddy, that for your recommendation. The committee will take your request after we consider this directive here, because what Chairwoman Amber Canespa-Crotty's questions were regarding the personal management, the PPM. what does the personnel policy manual say to protect our staff right now in the office of the controller? What are you doing as a division director? What is Ms. Big Thumb doing as the HR director to protect those employees? Ms. Toddy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. And regarding the workplace violence policies, we do have those in our personnel policies manual. And as you notice, I've been here most of the day, so I haven't had any contact with anyone on what's going on until Delegate Slater brought up the issue. And we will go back and I will go back to DPM to find out what is going on with the controller staff and whether or not they did walk out. And also, there was a question regarding the union reps. I believe there are a few employees within the office of the controller who are union members. And the information that we have with the Department of Personnel Management is that the union representative is Justin Sosi. And I don't have his contact information readily available, but we do have it at the Office of Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Ms. Toddy, in the current circumstance with everything that is being shared on record at this point, now that you're knowledgeable about this, what is the Division of Human Resources going to do?
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. What I would do is go back and meet with the Department of Personnel Management as well as the interim controller to find out what has transpired.
Ms. Toddy, there's no interim controller. The law states that in the Office of the Controller Statutory Operation Plan 12 and C subsection 2025, to paraphrase it, it says the Budget and Finance Committee has to concur with any interim controller. We have not done so. So there's no interim controller.
And the controller works at the pleasure of the council.
And the controller does work at the pleasure of the council. So Ms. Tom does not work at the office of the controller. That needs to be investigated at the Department of Personnel Management. Why, under your leadership, is this happening, this chaos, if Ms. Elva Tom is an employee of the Office of Management and Budget? That now we have reports, we have employees coming to us. What is the Division of Human Resources going to do?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned, I will have to go back and find out what really is going on. And now that clarification has been provided that there was no approval granted by the Budget and Finance Committee regarding the interim or any acting controller. So what we would have to do is go back and find out really what's happening and why that this happened. I did meet with controller yesterday regarding budget issues, and I wasn't aware that there was anything like this occurring.
Okay.
6:30 was the magic hour.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Racita Toddy. My recommendation is that you put an action plan together immediately, because we have staff here from the Office of the Controller that have expressed the disarray at the Office of the Controller here in Winter Rock, and it's not safe to be in a hostile environment by an OMB employee. So everything needs to be documented today.
Thank you.
Somebody needs to be there documenting everything. Otherwise, you know, it's one day where everything is being held up once more. And for the record, this committee is already considering moving OMB under OOC because of this inconsistency. There's no leadership at the Office of Management and Budget. There's nothing where the employees even listen to the director. So
This is not if you want to help any employee.
To our Navajo Nation employees listening, our union representative for the Navajo Nation employees is Mr. Justin Sosi. That phone number is 928-255-7644. Again, contact Mr. Justin Sosi, 928-255-7644. And make sure Mr. Justin Sosi is in contact to represent you all in support of the union. Thank you. Ms. Toddy, if you're gonna go back to your office and do that additional research, then please do so immediately. Mr. Tahi, you said that McCarla Roanhorse had his hand up.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Roanhorse.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. I'm good. Just double checking because budget and finances are oversight. We're just coming down to make sure you guys are okay, that there's no issues going on here. So just coming down.
Okay. And what's the
You're good?
status?
All right, thank you.
I think he's doing walkthrough now, I guess. That's what he's
Don't ask me if she's there. Oh, sorry.
You wanna ask?
Yeah. I'll ask.
Okay.
She asked, this is Delegate Crotty. Can you give us the status of Miss Tom and where she's located in the office? Or is she there in person? Did he get up? Might have gone up.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon, budget and finance, Marcarlo.
She asked, this is Delegate Crotty. So you're up there. Give us an idea of what's going on up there.
So currently, right now, we are in the office and we are just doing safety checks on staff. We will make our rounds to staff to ensure their safety. We did speak to Mr. Rob Willie. He did indicate that staff that wanted to be released have been released. And then as far as Ms. Tom was here earlier, but she did leave the facility in the building. Unknown
Okay,
where she went.
Okay, appreciate that as Commissioner of Emergency Management and your background with safety. I appreciate that for going up there to give us bird's eye view of what's happening and how we can support as the oversight. Thank you. Be safe up there. Thank you.
I want to hear from supervisors who are good. Just ask for how much you.
You can ask. All right, I'm gonna go to Vice Chair Carl Slater. He has additional questions.
Thanks. I guess this is all relevant to the directive that we were interested in asking. But
Yes.
Ms. Toddy, I think I don't have any further, do you guys have any further questions right now? No, so I think you can probably work on. Were you here for a specific legislation or just really missed us and wanted to miss all our budget time together?
No, I was here for the report from OMB as well as the Controller McCabe's report.
Yeah, we consolidated into one and we'll get to that after this in a moment. So stick around or see if there's other planning you can do remotely with yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
So OOC staff in the room, anyone? Raise your hands. Yeah. Are you interested in sharing anything that happened now, or do you want to talk to us privately or?
Privately.
I'll ready for that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess my only question right now is just if Ms. Blackwater could like explain the timeline as you understand it. What I understand, so much time, I mean, you can, but you want to sit there too. Like, was there a memo or like a request? I mean, I guess was Controller McCabe fired by President Nygren at a certain time yesterday, and then that memo to Mr. Willie saying that he was the interim director, and then Ms. Toddy referenced that. And then at some point, Ms. Tom was then appointed, and like what paperwork has been filled out, or who was kind of moving those things along, because it's pretty, I'm just very confused. So I don't know what you're willing to, or what you're able to share.
I can ask the chief of staff to come back. he would be able to speak to it better than I can. So I can ask him for that.
You have to have a good practice then.
Well, do you want to talk with them privately now or after we do our reports? I'd say do that and then he could come back.
I would do, we gotta vote on the directive first.
Okay, let's put on the directive.
And then I think that we should meet with the staff, let them go if they just.
Yeah,
get a
do
second,
the
you
report
know,
and at
leave,
the end.
and then,
Either modify the agenda or just talk.
no, I think we should meet with the staff after the directive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can we meet with them before we vote? Cause I might need to add on more to the directive.
okay.
After talking to them.
Well, do you want to take a recess and go outside and then do a whole modify the agenda?
Or do you wanna just do motions to go into executive session because of staff matters anyway?
I would love some pressure.
You wanna go outside?
Put it. You guys want to do it that way?
Or like this, I'm fine with them.
Recess for 20 minutes? 13, no?
20 minutes?
Oh.
Whatever.
40 minutes.
Okay, the Budget and Finance Committee will recess at 3:15 PM and then we're gonna reconvene in 20 minutes. Thank you all. We're recess announcement. It is 5:24 PM. We do have a quorum. We have delegates Lester Yazzie and Vice Chair Carl Slater, Member Knez Bakrati, and myself here. So let's call the meeting back to order at 5:24 PM. We were in the middle of discussions of a directive. And at the time we had Mr. Sita Toddy here to answer questions. She has since left, and I think we also, Vice Chair Carl Slater was gonna ask questions to the Chief of Staff, but he's not here at this time. We just have several members of the executive branch, including Doty and DOH, Children and Family Services, with the school clothing program. So I know it's 5:25 and likely the programs are waiting for the report from OMB. And so the premise of that report is regarding the budget revision request. So we're gonna take a look at the first budget revision request for FY26 on who's been moving money around. And the second thing, how that's tied back to some requested unmet needs is because there's some misunderstanding of how the budget was the budget education was provided to the programs this year. It's my understanding that OMB did not provide that budget instruction to the programs in a thorough level. It's not just from one program. I've heard that from a few different programs. And so the communication was lost in the middle of preparing the budget. So today the intent is not to the intent of the report is for the programs to hear other ways to make budget modifications or consider reallocations, because the vacancy dollars that you all that may be in your base budget, if that's where it's at, should have been actually in the pool. So that would not have impacted your base budget, but it's a very thorough discussion we'll have in a bit. But if you all have any written documentation, you can also leave that with Mr. Toddy here, or you can join us online. I really don't want to hold up the program. I have other obligations. I do understand it's past 5, so I just want to make that information available to you. So back to the committee, we are called back into order, and we have a directive on the floor from Vice Chair Carl Slater, second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Vice Chair Carl Slater, would you like, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair. We modified the directive, so I'm gonna read it. The Office of the Controller and Office of Management and Budget are directed to recognize Sean McCabe as the duly appointed and legislatively confirmed Controller of the Navajo Nation in accordance with Resolution CJA-05-24 and 12C Section 202B. Furthermore, any person not authorized to have the authorities and responsibilities of the Controller or an acting Controller in accordance with 12C Section 202B shall not have access or be given access to make determinations and decisions regarding the Navajo Nation's finances.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. That motion is modified for the record, and Mr. Tahi has that written language available for the record. Delegate Lester Yazzie, do you concur? Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie. Delegate Lester Yazzie concurs with that directive. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions? All right, hearing none at this time, let's go to a vote on the directive. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I vote green.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green, and Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote? Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green, and Chairwoman Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote?
I vote green, thank you.
Okay, Chairwoman Amber Knez Bakrati votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The motion does carry on the directive. So thank you to the Office of Legislative Counsel and the Office of Legislative Services for assisting the committee today. We have, for those that are still listening online, multiple members of staff from the Office of the Controller came forward. They're not here in the conference room at this time, but we took an extensive amount of time to listen to the employees of the Office of the Controller. And we have the Office of the Speaker staff assisting with providing resources. I know the Human Rights Commission is also listening to this call. And also we have other advisors who have given resources to those employees. So through this directive, we're sending that out to everyone this evening, and including the Office of Management and Budget.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
So this is to OMB and OOC to follow this directive. All right, I am going to sign that now and we're gonna send that out immediately. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, are there any other, there's no other questions or motions on the floor at this time, we can just go back into reports. All right, let's do that. We're gonna welcome up Mr. Bial for the report of the day. Mr. Bial? All right, thank you, Mr. Bial. We have your written report in front of us, so the floor is yours to give the report.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yesterday, we received a copy of the proposed agenda. And that's where we saw that OMB was on the agenda to present a report on budget revision requests during the time period of October 1 through 7. So this morning we put this report together. And as you see, there's 4 that were submitted and processed. Three of them, the first 3 are general fund programs. And it shows the programs involved, the amounts, and a very general description. The fourth budget revision request is an N account. So that means non-capital, and generally it's used for projects that exceed the normal annual fiscal year. So in effect, it's multi-year. So the top page is that, again, that very short summary. Now, what we attached is the actual salary, I mean, not salary, but the BUR requests, the transfers. So the first one, as you see, is BU number 112009 from Department of Information Technology. In the middle of the page there, it shows the object codes involved. 6,000 repairs and maintenance in both cases. Grand total $4,304. And it was transferred into personnel expenses and fringe. And the justification is to hire a temporary office specialist. And that assistance for their front office. Submitted by Program Director Royetta Woody and concurred by Kishonovan Dale, Division Director. So this format is the same for the rest of them. The second one is BU 11004, which is Project Development Department, the DED. And it shows the building or capital outlay fund 34,844 being transferred again into temporary employment. In the first column, where it says funds available OMB use only, that just shows the senior budget analyst who did the review. In this case, it's Darlene Sam. And what it shows there is the balance, 970,229 in that particular object code. Again, the justification is a short statement to replenish funds in their temporary employment account, including a groundskeeper for the Nazi Sanders Shopping Center, an auto shopping center, workers for maintenance of the Church Rock Industrial Park manufacturing building. That's the purpose of the verb, the budget transfer. Part 6, there will be no impact on the performance criteria. Again, the appropriate signatures at the bottom by Mr. Anthony Perry, Department Manager, and Charlene Begay Platero, the new Acting Division Director. The third one.
Nope, I haven't. Yeah, this is basic piece. Ms. Rial.
The third one is the one that's already caught a lot of attention. And that's the one for the Office of the President. Business Unit 103001. And this would transfer 229,451 from the contractual services object codes. The funds available is 250,000. Then you see the amounts: 98,800, 7,500, 1,000, 10,551, 111,600, grand total 229,451. And it was transferred into travel, supplies, lease and rental, communications and utilities, and special transactions for the Office of the President and Vice President. And the justification says to temporarily move money to allow for general operating to resume and be maintained for 3 months. There's no impact on their program performance measures. In essence, that's budget form 2. Now in red, you see parentheses is the notation from one of the OMB reviewers from the management and policy section. They're just pointing out that the OPVP for the 3rd quarter did not submit a budget form 2 performance report. So they're delinquent in that regard. This was signed by Heather Duncan, the Deputy Chief of Staff, and then also by Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff. The last one is again the N account in 01518, Navajo Nation Heritage Historic Preservation Department. And this, the funding source for this is the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund, which is a 2-year budget. 90,000 is the available balance. Again, as determined by Darlene Sam. And all of the funding would come from the consulting object code. Grand total 64,879.67. Transferred into program and project specialist position, fringe benefits and insurance premiums. In this case, there's a little bit more lengthy justification statement. Mainly to the that particular position, which is occupied. It shows the calculations for that position. The program performance criteria, part 6, there's no negative impact. Appropriate signatures by Mr. Richard Begay, the department manager. And for Mr. Mike Colonna is Robert Allen. It was delegated on this particular day. Mr. Allen being the attorney for DNR. So that's the report.
Okay.
So as you can see, there's only a handful, you could say.
Thanks. All right, thank you, Mr. Bial, for your report today. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report today? Motion by Chairman Amber Kness-Darkati, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Members of the committee, are there any questions for Mr. Bial?
I have, sure.
Okay, Chairwoman Amber Kness-Darkati.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Bial. So the first question is, when you provide the reports just for the future, are these then budget revision requests that you've approved? I'm not sure where to see that in the document, but I appreciate the copy. And in looking at the temporary positions, for department, for DIT and project development, I'm trying to remember how this was worded in the BIM or when we made the amendment to vacancies, to have your office develop like a policy and procedure. I think we gave you like 60 days. But with that in mind, when programs want to, well, right now they're still moving money from what they told this committee that they need. And now they're moving it into personnel. So let's go with Mr. Largy at DIT. So when they came before the committee, they said they needed this money for repair and maintenance, but now they're moving it over to personnel. And so it does say that DIT needs to hire temporary office specialists. So one of the questions that we asked for these like vacant or positions in the future is if they have, and I wanted to see, are you verifying that they have actually like a PCQ? And remember, in the BIM, these new positions need an approved, what was that called? Organizational chart. And I'm just not clear then, and what, I'll ask the programs, so this is 3, 4, like on 5, if this transfer doesn't have any impact on their program performance, then it's questionable why they requested that funding to begin with. If now they're claiming there's no impact to move funding from like repair and maintenance, or like DED moved funding out of capital outlay, and also stated there will be no impact on program performance criteria. So I'm just going to use this kind of as a monitoring tool on what the programs tell us on the type of budget they need. And because I do see that on the date, you know, August 2nd, they're already asking for these budget transfers. So first question, PCQ. And could you provide a memo for acting director with economic development? So I do see that their signatures on this, but I haven't received any confirmation or any indication. I don't even think I received anything from the former director. But what exactly does that look like in how OMB recognizes signatures for approval? So what kind of document do you rely on? And if I could get a copy of those documents so I could have similar documentation as we move forward. It's not clear then what authority the individual has if there's been, no type of I'm not sure how you receive notification. I know Speedway tells me it's not official until it's on Facebook, but I'm kind of opposite and I need a memo. And so I want to make sure if OMB is just relying on PR posts or if you get some kind of documentation. And I do want to say that I know that it's the programs that are self-reporting, and maybe we could find a way just to have these all housed for public consumption and public view, because I'm going to state for the record that this transfer from the office of president and vice president, there was no consultation with the program whose budget forms were approved at committee. And for the office to say that there's no significant impact on program performance. They did not notify the program that they were going to be transferring out money. This program is Four Corners Canine Search and Rescue, who were recently highlighted in the Navajo Times on being there on site with law enforcement for search and rescue efforts. We do know that they had communication challenges. And one of the items they wanted in this budget was to enhance communication and also to improve their equipment. So when they have to search in tough terrain. So for the Office of the President, Vice President staff who are on this, so I have Miss Little who may have typed it, but I do have a signature here and it says appropriate signatures. So Heather Duncan, Deputy Chief of Staff, and a signature from Chris Beecher, Chief of Staff, OPVP, for them to say there's no significant impact on program performance is how do they even come to that assumption when they didn't notify the program that's being impacted? And the program itself will be impacted if they cannot move forward to buy critical supplies. And so I'm not exactly sure when we do like something, like what is the impact when we find on these budget revision requests that the program is not being truthful and honest, and how does that play a part in OMB's decision? So that would be helpful. My last comment is on the AIF. So I think with these, like this 2-year budget, if, the program itself is just transferring money from consulting to program specialists, I'm not sure then at our comprehensive budget process, if that's allowable. But that's something that we could do since it's supposed to be the comprehensive budget and that you don't have to look at individual requests to make some of these transfers. So I'm also looking at how we could help and support your program so that you don't see these budget revisions, the first week of the new fiscal year. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Shadow Chair and Amber Knesset McCarty. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Bial to respond to the questions from the committee. Okay, and then I'll go to Vice Chair Carl Slater for additional questions.
All members of the committee responding to Delegate Crotty. The first part of your question was, in future reports when we do reports about burrs, like what we've done in this case. First of all, let me just say this and emphasize it. As I said, we didn't get this or see the agenda until yesterday. So there really wasn't much time to, generate a more thorough report. So therefore, as I said at the beginning, these 4 are all approved.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
They've been processed. So there are some that, like, for example, today, I've been here literally all day long. There may be 1 or 2 that subsequently have come in. But, now you also made reference to if these positions are vacant. And I think you were, making reference actually to the employee pool.
Right.
Okay. That employee pool, the way the budget resolution reads, OMB, EHR, DPM, and with help from OOC and DOJ, we have up to 30 days, remember,
30
to
days.
prepare the written rules, guidelines, and so forth. So that would be, if we go the full 30 days, would be October 15th. So it would be Wednesday of next week. And the group has met twice now. We've had a draft and a second draft. So we ought to be finalizing it pretty soon, in the next 3 or 4 days, working days. So that'll provide guidance to everyone on how the pool works. But the thing I want to emphasize is that, remember, the pool came from this document, which is the report that was provided to BNF on all of the Exhibit E unmet need requests that came from the oversight committees. And then also from the Budget and Finance Committee. So it was divided at your request into personnel costs and then other operating costs. So in the case of the executive and legislative pool, that's where the $11 million in allocation comes from. It's all the amounts that were collected in this document. So again, in that particular, in the pool guidelines, rules and regs and so on, it'll describe the requirement for a PCQ if need be, meaning if it's a new position, it's not already existing. So it'll spell out that requirement. And so forth. Your second question about the DED director. We did receive a memorandum from the president's office designating Ms. Brigade Platero as the new director, replacing Tony Scalonis. And furthermore, in the BIM, there's an Appendix G on page 72 that is called Budget Signature Authorization Form. So each program, each business unit fills this out, and it shows who's authorized to approve documents like this, budget forms, BERS, and so on. So we have that on file. And so when we get these BERS, budget analyst typically will double check that if need be. In some cases, their the designated official might not be available, but there will be a delegation of authority. So that's how that part is handled. That's my response to Delegate Crotty's questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bial, for responding to the questions. I'm gonna go to Vice Chair Carl Slater, then I'll go back to the committee for any follow-up questions. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. Okay. So I'm gonna bring up a couple things, but because we just got the report from Sean, he's still working on it, and let me see if he emailed it to you. In this email. Rob Willie, Rodney Tahi, but radio CC. No, okay, so it's the committee, we'll forward it to you. Actually, Rodney is gone. Oh my God, who's running the show? Okay, he's doing the other back.
My vehicle.
Can you forward the memo that Sean sent, or that you sent to the committee that Sean sent?
Yes.
Yeah, so make sure OMB gets a copy of this. That's the first thing is, I mean, just real quick, is Alva still an employee of your office? Tom?
That's a good question. As of this morning, she was. And I was really surprised, I admit it, to the day's events.
But I mean, have you received like a personal action form or a termination notice from employment in your program?
No.
Okay, so going back to Budget and Finance Committee room. Comprehensive budgets introduced, we got all the programs, they hustle over, and remember, we start sifting through and going through the unmet needs requests, and the program is freaking out about funding. And in that, the directive was for the programs to work with OMB to redo the budget forms so that they were not funding personnel vacancies, but those dollars were supposed to go into operational. And so there's some programs that we're now aware of that didn't do that. So like Office of Public Defender and that whole universe I know has been winnowed down. Like you could say, okay, the president had an allegation that there's 15.7 million or whatever, $15.4 million in absolutely mandatory unmet needs that they came up with after the fact. Right, because when they submitted their comment during the budget process, the only additional funding that they saw was an extra $1.5 million for the Office of the President, Vice President. And between budget and finance and final council consideration, they did finally come back and realize, oh, shoot, we did not submit our forms for that. And then they asked the council, without having those forms finalized by OMB, to pass it. And Chair Parrish can speak to this more specifically because she's the one who reached out to Mr. Beecher, right?
Yeah, or Rodney did.
Yeah, they said that, Rodney, when they say the forms were,
Right.
or that the submission represents their needs, and the submission at that time was the 5.2 or 5.3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. We needed OMB to fix those issues then, and we have to make a notation for next year that this can't happen. Because this is why we're here, not for these programs only. I mean, these are burrs, but I think the real focus now is honing in on, say, the 4.7 minus the 1.5. So the 4.7, I think, was the most recent legislation that Delegate Johnson introduced, and that was to fund unmet needs in the executive branch.
7 programs.
For 7 programs. And for the overwhelming majority of them, they had vacancies that were funded when they were not supposed to be funded. And I think that those vacancies actually went into those pool amounts. In the way that we calculated them, because we didn't rank order the unmet needs until after we identified all the vacancies in the programs. So essentially,
Sean's
you were thinking it was like a $1-to-1 dollar where a savings of money over here was gonna go into the pool over here. But really what happened is the savings stayed and was budgeted over here, so. And now Tatiana's taking photos of me talking with my hands, so. Get more self-conscious.
With all the donuts.
Yeah, oh yeah, donuts and sandwiches. Finally get out of the sticks into civilization. Okay, so I guess my point is, I think that we need to have a follow-up report, and my ask is that. OMB go in, review whatever the latest listing is, and we'll have Rodney follow up with you. I think the 4.7 is probably the most appropriate one. But we need to provide guidance to the programs. I think this is the second thing that Chair Parrish is talking about, not just here where the first that have been executed. But because of the provisions that prohibit, I think, the transferring of personnel dollars into operational funds. You know, we need to get what OMB's opinion is so that we can help those programs out. I think it's more appropriate for them to transfer because we have the vacancy pools and that's the whole purpose of it. And put those in, and in this memo that the controller sent out, so. Oh. I mean, I'll read the comments. Based on projected 2025 expenditure rates and calculation of current salaries and fringe benefits. This represents the actual funding need for the program, which can be covered by either reallocating funds from personnel to operating budgets or through a supplemental funding amount. So they believe for this item number 1, which is OPVP. So it says amount available after current salaries and fringe, 254,000. Amount to consider for unmet needs based on FY 2025 expenditure rate, 312,000. You know.
I think he has a report.
Oh, so yeah, so. If you go to the last page now, I think there's something that has the numbers. That's what I'm reading from. And. You know, you look at the chart that the controller's office put together. So they have the ASC. Or sorry, the next one is the public defender, right? So we know that the second that they got the engrossed copy of the legislation, they called their all hands on deck meeting because they're freaking out over there. And the purpose of that was a political stunt to insulate the $1.5 million request, right? How many legitimate quote unquote programs and needs can we find? But the programs that they highlighted were programs that budgeted for vacant positions. As they were instructed not to, and as we instructed OMB to work with the programs not to do that. Because we had the vacancy pool. So that we would avoid, you know. Perverse incentives of, you know, keeping padding budgets with unspent personnel dollars. So. What that ended up doing was really documenting how they were not paying attention to this process, because some of those programs are considered an executive office program, right? The public defender's office. That means that they should have been on top of this and amended those budgets accordingly. So that we would not have arrived at this issue. So I'm not putting this squarely at only your feet, Dominic. You know, this is a shared thing and you're the one supposed to come and check the calculations and make sure policy things are going right, but I do need you to make a notation for next year so that we avoid this.
Yeah.
And then working with the committee, I think over the next few days, we need to provide guidance to the programs with OLC and the Department of Justice that specifically articulates how they can do it. I think at this point, our understanding is that it needs to be legislation because it's going from personnel into operating. And that's the only way to do it. And I don't think there's appetite within the committee or the council to do supplemental appropriations that end up just increasing everybody's budgets, sort of artificially and without cause. I spoke to a lot of these programs and they knew exactly how they were being used as pawns. I mean, they're not idiots. They've been around this game this whole time. But they also appreciate us trying to have a sane fiscal management system. Okay, so when you go through there's comments through 10. I'm trying to find one where they said they actually need supplemental funding, because every other one says by reallocating funds from personnel to operating budgets.
DHR.
It's DHR. Is that 3?
I don't have the report, but I just remember there was just one.
Okay, it's 4. So let me go down to comment number 4. How many it says? Okay, we'll review it again.
Okay.
And then,
I don't know where it is.
so the guidance.
Maybe TARP. I don't know.
And I guess. You know, we received correspondence from the controller saying that. The contractual services funding. For canine search and rescue, Four Corners Canine Search and Rescue. Should have been set up as a special revenue fund. So I think that. I have an issue,
Reserve fund. Like.
special reserve, yeah, not revenue. Too many R's, too many S's, okay. And I guess I have a serious issue there because I had a similar thing go forward where. We were working on workforce transformation initiative. We allocated $250,000 to the president's office for this specific initiative. And I think that we need to figure out in next year's BIM. I think the controls are there, but that they just took that money and used it however the hell they wanted to use it, to be totally frank. I mean, that is exactly what they did.
They didn't do.
They didn't do anything in terms of oversight. They didn't do anything in terms of coordination. I mean, they just did what they wanted with it. It's basically like I was duped and hoodwinked and, you know, they sweet talked me all the way through and they got $250,000 extra in their budget. So these are not honest people in my opinion, but if it is going to an external entity, so those are dollars that were supposed to stay there and maybe they could contract with someone if they wanted to. The contracting dollars are elsewhere. You know, to go to Denett College and NTU to bolster our programs. But for a reserve fund for an external contractor that is specifically called out in the base planning amount legislation in the record multiple times through the budgets that Delegate Crotty brought to the committee. You know, this isn't like a phantasm, whatever that came out of the ether and we're complaining about right now. This is something that we've talked about repeatedly because we all had to hold each other accountable and we were justifying what we wanted to do. And we all are very invested in the projects that we support. Up until this point, we've only allocated about $1 million-ish a year toward MMIP purposes, but it's built the would you say that some of the contracting and the institutional support to get those dollars out the door, and then also for the institutions to stand up being able to spend them themselves in a responsible manner. And we haven't been able to do that internally. And so for him to come out in that press release and say, I stand by, I did all these things, and it's the most amount of money. It's not because of anything that's happened in your office, Mr. President. It's because of the efforts of Delegate Crotty and the council to fund these initiatives and primarily create the mechanisms for the dollars to go there. So I just gotta say, Dominic, I'm disappointed that you processed that because I think that all of those dollars should remain for their originally identified purpose. And maybe they made a commitment to someone that they will replenish them somehow. But then to me, if it is supposed to be a reserve fund over here for the external grants, you shouldn't be replenishing it with other dollars over here. You should just stick with the dollars over here and stick with the dollars over here. So those conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Carl Slater. I'll reserve additional recommendations and comments to the end. I'll go to Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, those that are still here in the room and also those that are still listening online. Recently, one of my communities really suffered a devastating loss. I did not realize how important the search and rescue team was. The first organization that's there, boots on the ground. These individuals that are there actually putting their work, trying to assist with the searching efforts of this individual that we lost. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to see that these type of services the funding is being reverted into other areas. So that's the first thing that I wanted to say is that I really do appreciate all the law enforcement, all the EMTs, all the efforts of both the state of New Mexico and the state of Arizona
the end result, you know, I'm here to the whole only. Aside the moments Lee, I couldn't that really, really appreciate your efforts, Madam Crowley. And these services that they provided for us, they were there the whole week. And they were there day and night. And this is a very important program. It's not until you need it at your doorstep that you feel like this is something that you should reach out to. But thank you so much. It's undeserved. So what I wanted to get into is the performance reports. The our appropriation acts, our appropriation act does require that there should be compliance with performance reporting. And when there's no performance reporting, our section 3 in our budget instruction manual is based on the performance assessments, based on performance budgeting. And through this whole budgeting process, that's one thing that we made clear front and upmost is how well are you using putting the allocated funding to your programs to use to benefit the Navajo Nation. And when we don't receive these quarterly reports, and we are uncertain that these numbers just pulled out of the air, or is there actually some kind of assessment that these departments do within their programs? So I know that when divisions, oversights are now submitting these performance measures, the oversight committee will be notified for remedial plans and may use the following probationary sanctions.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie. I think along those questions, one other consequence the Budget and Finance Committee could also consider is if we do consider any future amendments to the comprehensive budget, we could also amend the comprehensive budget for a condition of appropriation for the Office of Management and Budget for in compliance with the recommendations today from the committee. Again, the oversight for the Office of Management and Budget is the Budget and Finance Committee. And I did directly talk to the controller regarding this budget revision request. And we talked about how he had issues with the funding because it was reserved and didn't understand why OMB still processed it. So he talked to the Department of Justice, and it was Mr. Rodas he talked to, and if Mr. Rodas is on the call, he can continue maybe just if he wants to add or the committee has any questions, but it's up to OMB to enforce the BIM. And at that, then who is OMB to ensure that our finances are safe? If they're processing budget revision requests, and this is not the first time, not specifically the first time, between, as the Vice Chair Carl Slater had mentioned, but also the Division of Public Safety, there was money allocated to the Division of Public Safety for similar services for missing, murdered Indigenous people, and they used it for operating dollars, and that budget revision request was authorized by OMB. So if who is the question we get from our people is who is holding OMB accountable? What is happening? Because it looks like the council is letting this happen, and I'm tired of it. I'm done with where we're at today because there's no consequences being put in place. The last time we talked about consequences for the Office of Management and Budget is when the director did not provide adequate staffing office space for his staff and if you go to OMB, they're working on folding tables. And today, if they're still in the museum, they're still working off of folding tables. The staff there are not in adequate working places. I mean, OEH could come in any day and do an assessment on those staff working environments. And it's very concerning that this is not a priority to OMB. So I just wanted to leave that on the table for the committee. There's questions by Delegate Lester Begay, but does anyone else have any questions? You have questions?
Oh, I don't hear that.
We'll go to Mr. Bial.
Members of the, excuse me, members of the committee. Delegate Slater's comments about or based on the memo from the controller. Well, we just now got it, so.
Yeah, so I'm saying you don't need to,
Right, so
we have to work collaboratively on this side.
So we'll obviously read it and digest what it's saying and use it as a tool to move forward with all these things. And we can do a follow-up report. On the latest listing you were talking about, the 4.7 million that the president's office was pushing for 10, I believe it was actually 10 business units that were, in their opinion, urgently in need because they didn't have operating funds. So we can do that follow-up review with them or using that information because the budget forms were prepared and submitted in the event that BNF and NABI and then council decided to go with some or all of them as far as a possible appropriation would have been done. I might say that the generation of these budget forms, to be honest about it, I think you've noticed that because there's this struggle, let's say, going on between the council, legislative, and then the executive on what the budget levels ought to be and so forth. It's been changing a lot, quite frankly. So my staff will do their best to keep up with the request in this case as orchestrated by the president's office. They want to do what they want to propose and so on. So on the Four Corners search and rescue allocation, when the controller says in his email remarks, that's where I saw it. He said that in his view, that should have been designated as a special revenue fund. And therefore it's isolated and protected, you might say, from being transferred or used otherwise. Now, what happened on this, as I remember, the BNF committee, and in particular, I think it was a Delegate Crotty, was using the president's budget message that he sent some time ago over the summer. And on page 8, as I recall, there's a number of recommendations made. Such as the Utah Navajo Health 1.5 million, 1 million Northern Arizona Victims Program. The K9, 250,000. Oh, let's see, 500,000 to the action plan. And then 199,000 for the prosecutor. For victims, witness, advocates. So the that was the document that was used in making some of these allocations out of the 5 million that the BNF committee had in its planning allocation. Remember, there's 5 million for, it said police, the MMIP effort, and then slash victims advocates. So you remember there was some confusion about that. What it was intended for and so on and so forth. So the Division of Public Safety did a budget at one time for the entire 5 million. Although in their view, they didn't request it. But if an allocation was made towards that end, then they'll work to prepare a budget accordingly. And I remember at the LOC, Law and Order Committee, they stood at least at that particular meeting to keep the 5 million, all of it. But it was BNF committee that wanted to parcel it out for other needs. So in the end.
Mr. Beal, I'm gonna stop you right there because you were at every single meeting when we determined the planning base amount, and then we also determined the, that was a public meeting when we made that determination. So you can't say he said, she said, I was at LOC, you were there in the room every step of the way. Have to be accountable to the Office of Management and Budget has to be accountable to for not asking any questions, for not advising the programs properly, for not raising their hand. Usually you raise your hand, usually you talk to Mr. Tahi. This is as your legislative oversight, we're holding you accountable and trying to get through this and say, I think Vice Chair Carl Slater was gracious and said, let's work together on this and see where we can go from here. But we need to get past he said, she said. So I just wanted to say that because we need to get to move along to the solutions.
Okay. Well, what I was getting to, speaking about the Four Corners K9 effort, Delegate Crowdy, you might remember that it wasn't clear, that's what I was getting at, where it would be placed. And so, as I said, Division of Public Safety.
And Mr. Beal, I've also said too, that this is about holding the Office of Management and Budget accountable to these actions. I think Delegate Crotty has made it very clear that the budgets were created, that it was all on the record. So I'm not going to entertain any further comments about there was no clarity, this and that, because we can pull the journals too. We've approved the journals, Mr. Beal. So let's just stick to answering the questions from the committee.
Okay, that's what I'm doing. Delegate Slater said earlier, as part of his remarks and comments to me, is that he's disappointed that the Four Corners Search and Rescue, wasn't kept or maintained. And then he referred to the controller's remarks in his email the other night that it should have been a special revenue fund. And I was simply pointing out that that fund is the general fund, the regular general fund. It's not a special revenue fund. It was never designated that way. And so in the end, it was simply put into the president's budget in their contractual services. object code. That's why it's in the precedence.
Mr. Brielle, if you want to look at this from that avenue, let me also give you another example that was at the discretion of OMB. Clearly, and I'm only going to talk about it at the discretion of OMB, because the Division of Human Resources, they also came to us with a budget issue. It's a completely different scenario, but it was a memorandum from Resita Toddy saying that they no longer had a person in the position and they wanted to hire somebody new at a lower pay grade. That, although that was not voted on at the committee, the Office of Management and Budget took that and said, okay, this is a program fix, this is just an internal, it does not change the bottom amount. That was at the discretion of the Office of Management and Budget. What you're saying about how these budgets were created, that goes back to the Office of Management and Budget and how you guide the program to develop that budget. How you take the direction from elected leadership at the Budget and Finance Committee, at the Law and Order Committee, at the Navajo Nation Council, and you take that directive and you follow through with it and with the program to develop these budgets. There should be no speculation. There should be no miscommunication, because the Office of Management and Budget per Title 12 has that responsibility to work with the programs to develop these budgets. So I've also seen inconsistency with what you're presenting to the Budget and Finance Committee at this time.
Okay, well, continuing on to Delegate Yazzi's remarks and questions. Or again, he was talking about that Four Corners Canine Unit doing the work they did in that recent tragedy at Red Rock chapter. And, I agree completely with that. Their efforts, as well as everyone else who was doing that work to search, was good. On the budget form 2 reports, on the president's budget, where I made the remark that they didn't submit a third quarter report. Therefore, they got a 0 score, quite frankly, for that quarter. That was the fiscal year 25 BIM. So the fiscal year 25 BIM requires OMB to send a memo to that office and the oversight committee. And that is being done. And we do that every quarter as these reports come out. Now, in the fiscal year 26 BIM, that the requirements have been enhanced and increased. So there would be a warning, the word warning is used for non-compliance. And it's a graduated schedule. So that's how it's going to work in fiscal year 26. It would have more teeth and more strength, more muscles to it.
Mhm.
And well, that's those are remarks and responses up to this point, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. I also wanted to state that the term that the controller was referring to is called committed for a purpose. It's in the FY26 BIM. The controller did add that to the definition section, and that's how he's advised the Budget and Finance Committee to refer to these funds as committed funds. So that is from the accounting perspective. I would imagine that would be understandable to the Office of Management and Budget, and you would know what a committed fund is. I'll go back to the committee for any questions. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee? I'll go to Chairwoman Amber Canes-McCraddock.
Appreciate it, thank you. So the funds need to be returned. And so what steps can the people take to get the funds back to Four Corners Search and Rescue. They were committed funds. Budget forms were provided with the amendment. And so I'm not sure how the transfer took place. If they're for another purpose other than the Four Corners Search and Rescue. And it was, we have documentation. There was meetings with Chief Silversmith. Emails sent out to him and his team that I could provide. All prior to the discussion, when we talked about the 5 million, budget forms were sent out to OMB staff. We verified that through email. We have all of our receipts. So to continue to say there was no clarity, I'm not sure what else is needed from OMB or the program, like public safety. If you also have it on the president's budget report, you have the budget forms, you have the MMDR task force, the council approved our report on the spring session. In there was a recommendation. Everything was done legally. And we're still at the point in time when OMB approved a transfer to have those funds be used in a way they were not appropriated for. And it will have a significant impact on the program if they are not able to get access to that equipment so that they could continue with their efforts in assisting families of our missing and murdered. That's what I need to know. What are the options to put that money back? Do I have to go to court? Do I have to sue someone? Is there an administrative fix where OMB, like this is an appeal saying, review the documents? Because I have the whole packet on who signed. So I already, we have right here, Chris Beecher and Heather Duncan. Well, let's see. I think, well, let me see. I have the whole document here.
This was here.
Another one from Marlinda Little. So attached to this, I gotta figure out how to get copies to everyone. Because attached to this is a request to reactivate operational and travel procurement cards, which is clearly not the intent of how the funding was appropriated. Even if we're at level 4 and it's under contracting, that funding was never intended for Office of the President, Vice President's operation and travel procurement. And this memo clearly states that was attached to this budget request that was the intent. The intent is that the Office of the President, Vice President respectfully requests that both our operational procurement card and travel procurement cards are reactivated. We understand that the procurement card access is contingent upon the existence of an approved operating budget. There was never an approval for an operating budget, and we all know that, and we could go to the record. At this time, the Office of the President, Vice President has temporary operating budget. No, they do not. That money is for Four Corners Search and Rescue equipment, which will allow the committed performance of essential administrative and travel functions. A copy of the budget revision request has been attached as documentation. Reactivating these cards will enable timely purchases for ongoing operations, official travel, and other authorized activities in support of the office's mission and obligations. It's clear that there was no intent by the office of the president and vice president to use the funds as they were allocated. Let's see. And so I asked in my email that I made public, so then who reviewed this? We already talked about that there's no report. But you did sign it, Dominic. You signed it on October 6th. And you talked about in your comments, you know, the quarter report. But nowhere did you put in this comments where you signed it that this any objection or any questions to your understanding of what you heard in the budget process on budget forms that were sent to your office with an amendment that were part of the big book, that are in the president's report, that are in the MMDR task force report that was approved by council, and emails, myself corresponding and meeting with the Division of Public Safety and providing them the breakdown of the budget. So my question to you, Dominic, at this time, Mr. Bial, Shiaj, I don't know who, and then if you could help me, let me know whose signature this is, because I can't. Could you let me know whose signature this is?
It's Cedar Largo.
Okay. So Ms. Largo indicated that there's no report or copy of the PAS attached. So that's my follow-up question, because clearly in this other document, there's a whole breakdown for the Office of President and Vice President on how they're going to use this money and how they're going to transfer the $229,451. And they're moving these critical services to allow for normal operation, utilizing fleet vehicles to allow for essential travel for President Nygren. $98,800 to allow for the general operating supplies, printing costs, and general office supplies. $7,500 to allow for the payment of the Office of the President and Vice President's storage units. $1,000 to pay for bills related to basic services, internet and cellular fees. $10,551. Special transaction to pay for general operating expenses relating to supplies needs through the use of blanket orders, print and radio advertisement, messaging, vehicle insurance, and worker comp premiums. $110,600. These were never approved by the appropriators. And so the last document here, I'll put away my glasses. Here's the budget signature authorization form. So we have Heather Duncan on here, Chris Beecher approving official. And then, hold on. Request to okay, so back to that memo. To reactivate, I want to see. So it says here, signed. So approving reactivation of this budget transfer is now an Office of the Management and Budget employee, Alva Ton. She's a current employee that you supervise. She now signed this memo. Approved, I'm assuming that's her signature, Alva Tom, interim controller today, 10/8/2025. How is an OMB employee now approving the reactive operational and travel procurement card? That's your direct employee. And we put the trust of the office to secure the funding. I understand that there's differences between the office of the president, vice president, and the council in terms of budget. But the crisis here is at the Office of Management and Budget. We're not enforcing the BIM. We're not even notifying the committee beyond the memo that you were seeing budget forms that were not complying with the BIM, or that programs or your advice was not being in compliance and advising. To all of the conversations and the work that this committee had to put together to make sure every Navajo Nation employee had a budget, no layoffs, no reduced hours. And now, because of that systemic failure of these internal controls and guidance, we now have an OMB employee illegally signing approval memos on P cards and intimidating and harassing Navajo Nation employees. There is something systemically wrong with the Office of Management and Budget. We talked about your plan of operation. I know as a committee through oversight, and we may not always agree, but we should agree at the very essence that Navajo Nation law and policy should be followed. So Shiaza had asked, where is it that you can't move money that it's not intended for? Remember that? Is that the definition in the BIM? The committed funds, right? That's in the BIM, in the definition. So we're adding all of this information to secure them. And I just cannot believe how all of this is being usurped and our financial integrity is at a point where, Chair, I'm gonna ask if we could get some analysis I want to request an emergency legislation that Budget and Finance recommend with this report and looking at the documents and looking at the approval of signatures, that we are at a crisis point when it comes to the integrity of our financials and that we have to secure the money. It needs to go out that any signature that Ms. Tom has made is illegal, invalid, and harassing. There needs to be a protection order. She needs to stop immediately. And anyone in their official capacity enabling this behavior, also there needs to be disciplinary action. I know we're at unprecedented times, but we must maintain the integrity of our funding. And we have too much to lose and too much is at stake. With all of the evidence that we have, that we've gathered, that we've heard, we have to take a strong stand. My hope is that we would have heard from Office of Management and Budget some recommendations on how to move forward. But I think as a committee, we have to guide that discussion. Because we already seen all of the evidence on what has happened. And we have all of the documentation. And to have employees have to come here to committee to seek refuge. That this all has to stop. I know legally sometimes we're limited. But what can we do to have beyond council authority, beyond committee authority? I'm also a Navajo Nation citizen. I'm a mother, I'm a daughter. These are our relatives. Like, what can we do to organize to stop this behavior? Stop this illegal behavior? So that we can secure the financial integrity of the nation? And that we could make sure that our employees won't be intimidated and harassed. And I think as committee members, we've talked about this, and I'd like to move forward because I could see the limits of where we're at. And as a committee, they've told us what our limits are, and legislation's not being created. We have to think beyond that because I represent communities that are concerned. We represent different relatives all across the world. And this is putting every Navajo Nation dollar in jeopardy. Whether it's federal external, whether it's general funds or special revenue, this is putting everything at jeopardy. To allow how in one day we witnessed the domino effect of illegal actions from this administration. I have never seen the memo for the attempt to terminate the controller. I have yet to see the memo appointing Ms. Tom as interim or acting controller because a Facebook social media post is not official. And the integrity and the stability of the Navajo Nation is in jeopardy. Because when you allow an entity to have a blanket purchase order and they're willing to take that from the individuals who volunteer and search for our missing loved ones, there's no rationale. There's no moral code. There's no guiding light. And this has to stop. And so I'm going to ask from this conversation, we're talking with speaker, we're waiting for a leadership thing. We need to take action. If the courts have limited the council and our authority, then we must do it as citizens. We must do it. Because our people are scared. They're scared they're going to lose their jobs. They're scared their livelihood's going to be taken away. They're scared they're going to be harassed and intimidated, and they can't even trust one another. I've already said from these line item vetoes, when you took away our staff's budget, that's emotional and financial abuse. If you want to come down to the table, President Nygren, there's a seat right here. And there's a seat right here for Vice President. And they have to come to the table and say, why are they part of these illegal activities under their administration when we all took an oath to uphold Navajo Nation law? It's a direct violation. So that's what I'm going to move forward with. I asked delegates later, how do we organize? How do we do a call for action? How do we make sure that our people are safe? And I'm going to say it's going to start at the office of the controller. I don't know if we need to strip the authority of OMB
Mm-hmm.
if they're not going to comply with Navajo Nation law and policy
Mm-hmm.
in this emergency legislation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're being intimidated and harassed. Maybe they're being pushed to do things they don't want to. But that's not being disclosed. So until that is fixed, I don't think they should have the authority right now to approve budget transfers that we can all see are illegal. It has to stop now.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a new plan of operation. I have requested legislative management and budget to approve these budget transfers until we could get our auditor general in there with her team and do a performance review so that we know our system, that there is someone overlooking and will keep these higher up staff accountable. Their signatures, that Mr. Bial and Ms. Tom signed these budget transfers. This, and they need to go in there and secure the function of how we move forward. So that's going to be my request. I know it's unprecedented. I can't remember exactly how it was done in 1989, and I could get some guidance, but we have to secure the funding. And no Navajo Nation employee should be scared to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I have to sit out there or be in the office and be an observer, I will do that tomorrow. I could make that commitment. So if we could get some guidance on that, I know we're asking our staff for a lot, but this is the moment that we're in, and this is the moment that we have to rise up together. Because we're talking about human life. They're taking money, our president office is taking money from people and volunteers who look for human life to restore families. And if their team is not on the search and rescue, then, you know, I can't think of anything else where that money should have went. So I want to thank you, Chair. Those are my comments. I don't expect a response. I think the nation is going to need a lot of healing, but before we get there, to be able to work together, we need to come to the truth, and we need to be accountable. We need to be truth seekers, truth tellers, accountability, and then how we can move forward to restore that faith and order of our people. And to push back and say this violent attack will not stand.
Mm-hmm.
They thought by taking away our mileage, our insurance, that we would shut up. You cannot be silent when there's unjust actions happening. I appreciate the committee. And I thought about my Nolly there. What he was going through with his community to help search for Sharon. And to know that this money that's supposed to be directed for our families is being redirected for personal use, personal gain, a personal lifestyle. It's inappropriate. And I think if we could do, if I'm allowed, I would also want to see a public vote happen as soon as possible. We should give the people the right to say a vote of no confidence or to move forward. We cannot just continue to talk about it. If we don't have the authority, if we're going to get challenged, if it's going to be delayed, if we're going to get sued, then take it directly to people and ask them. Get right down to the nitty-gritty. And the people then can decide how they want to move forward. And we should set it up then for another vote afterwards, so that they could continue to guide us. Because we heard from them at the public hearing, and no one there said to give the president more money for traveling. No one. And I think that's where it has to go, is to the vote, and let the people decide. And then I can also make a decision. Because if the people are compliant and want to enable this behavior, then I need to focus my time and energy to create a government that's gonna work right in a right way. I don't think, and I know myself, I could not stay in a place where this type of behavior is accepted and continues on. So we need to do a call of action. We need to learn how to move forward and call that special election. And ask the people critical questions. Ask them. And then we'll all be clear here on Window Rock how we want to move forward with their government that we're just representing. We're just a vessel here. I'm hearing from my community. Safeguard the money, safeguard the money. So we have to safeguard it. I text the president directly. I said, Shiaj, did you know? Let me see. Did you know and did you approve this budget transfer? Because his signature is not here. So maybe they're doing it, maybe they're doing it, without his consent. We know that happens. I've done nothing back. And then I told him I made sure that this line item was specific for, and I pulled up the amendment to legislation, I think it was 157, and showed him by text, this is what the money was supposed to be used for. Did you approve this? And I think at the very least, he should acknowledge what his office has done. To acknowledge and make it right. Put that money back to where it belongs. Put that money back. Do the right thing. Restore and work towards that. Everything that we pray about, restore it. We see it. And we could do better. We have to do better. We cannot go another 102 years of a government that is in this cycle of mismanagement, of harassment, of violence, and then coming back and taking political positions for personal gain. There's no one that can tell me that this transfer will not hurt the program and its performance and the work that they do in the community. And I don't think there's anyone here with all of this thing seeing that it was just to reissue P cards and transportation. Unless they're out there searching and providing public safety, that transfer is a no-go. They're not appropriators. They cannot determine how to use a dollar that's been appropriated for a purpose. And that's what I can't understand. So I want to stop there. Families are contacting me, advocates are contacting me, saying, what can we do? We're seeing our nation, we're watching, we're listening. First, they can't believe it. It took me a while. I couldn't believe it. I got the text, then I got the email, and then I got the documents. And to see that this person who's in an illegal capacity approved it, what else is happening at this very moment? What's happening? What's the intent? Where's the integrity? We're gonna organize. So I'll see you all at the office of the controller. Well, no, I won't see you. I'll be at the office of the controller at 8 o'clock. And I'll do the first shift to be the observer and then get ready for Nabi. But I think at least if our employees are gonna take the day off, I'm glad they got the leave, they probably need a personal time off. But at least they should know that leadership is at least watching. They may not even agree with us, but at least they should have a safe working environment. So that could be my commitment. And if others out there have some other ideas, but I would like to take this vote to the people. I would want them to be more engaged in decision makings and how they want their government to function and what is their understanding of the laws. Because the Supreme Court, through Shirley B. Morgan, could create all of these assumptions, but since that time, it hasn't gone back to the people. And I think that's the appropriate way to move forward. I don't know what that looks like. I know there should be money, but there was money given to elections. And working with someone, government development's nowhere to be found. I don't know where they're at, no recommendations. And so how do we move forward on this? And then we have a controller who has been abused and who's been professionally, what do you call that? Shamed and blamed, I've never seen the attempt to terminate. And to do that and then to appoint and then appoint, it's crazy. It's chaos. And our people deserve better because winter's coming. We have to get ready for winter. We have to make sure people are taken care of. And this money here is maybe what altogether, if we're at 8 million, we need 6 million maybe. They're asking for what? This is $6 million and we're destroying people's lives. And I can't continue. I can't continue just waiting for some paper to go to the court and someone to decide. Ooh, okay, let me stop.
Amen.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Shetta, Chairwoman Amber Knezba-Crotty. Today has, we've heard directly from our people. We've heard from employees who are being intimidated, and this could also be happening at the Office of Management and Budget. And I think Mr. Bial, from the strong recommendations from this committee, you have an opportunity as a director to rise and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. But you could also say, I stand by what happened, and that would be your determination, because what the controller has informed us is that there's management override in many circumstances where the higher level leaders in the executive branch or any other branch pressure the program to do something that they don't want to do. But I have never received any reports. The only one that has ever reported management override is staff from the Office of the Controller. Staff from the Office of the Controller, including the Controller himself, will let the Budget and Finance Committee know as his oversight, because he has a license. He has to let his oversight know of circumstances where his decision making is being questioned, and maybe he sees something that is risky to our finances. I have never heard on the record from Mr. Bial from the Office of Management and Budget that there is a risk to our financial status. And that's concerning. Maybe you are the risk to our financial state of the Navajo Nation right now. This is your opportunity to come to your oversight and say, this is what's happening. Because over and over, we've investigated and worked with the controller to get to the bottom of a lot of these things. And a lot of our actions, I'll give you a perfect example of how the controller came to his oversight and we corrected in action. In 2024, when the council was considering an amendment to the FRF money for reallocation, the controller told us, I don't like this contract. We should not fund any homes. And he recommended to the Budget and Finance Committee no, we should take $24 million away from CHID, away from Zenny Homes, away from housing manufacturing. And we led with his advisement. I have never heard, and this committee has never heard any financial risk concerns from the Office of Management and Budget. So Mr. Bial, I think this is your opportunity to respond to that. You don't have to respond to all the comments here today, but at minimum, what the committee is seeing is that it's consistently back to the Office of Management and Budget with these concerns. So Mr. Bial, I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Committee members, Madam Chair. First of all, let me say this. I am very surprised by today's events. I was not involved or privy to any of it. So when you make remarks are made that my employee is doing this and that and the other at OOC, I don't know about that. And I know Delegate Slater asked if there was any written documentation or like a PAF as an example, one way or the other. I don't know. I haven't received anything. So obviously, because everything's not clear, at least to me today, you know, who the controller is. Because there's obviously two perspectives.
The law's right there, Mr. Bial. The Budget and Finance Committee has not concurred with any interim controller
I saw
at any point.
One truth, two perspectives.
And the council
The
never,
Navajo Nation Council has not accepted any resignation or acknowledged any resignation. The council has not removed the controller of the Navajo Nation. So I don't know where else in the law you may be referring to a different perspective. The law is right there.
Okay, so you can acknowledge that there are other people who have another perspective.
Okay.
So I would have to find out more, obviously, about what's going on. You know, what the basis is for it. At this moment, I'm really at a loss.
that's,
Before he walked off.
Ms. Tom, this morning, she called in and just said she would be late. And as it turns out, obviously, she was being appointed. And as you said, Delegate Karate, there's no documentation that I've seen to that effect. That's why I say it's unclear. I'm somewhat confounded like others.
you're doing the best you can.
Can I see your unmet needs thing real quick? No, the sketch of yeah, that one. I'll look something up. Thanks.
My therapist always says you can't get a gallon of milk from Home Depot.
That conclude your comment.
So in conclusion, therefore, Madam Chair. As I said, I'm at a loss as to today's events. I'm not sure. Say like this, which way is up and which way is down. So I need to do my best, obviously, tomorrow to try to determine all that. And from there, proceed accordingly. My interest, obviously, as a director of O&B, we do have a plan of operation, and we do have duties, authorities, and responsibilities, so. As you know now, I've been there quite a while. There's been certain bumps in the road from time to time. And so. So I just need to find out, and that'll guide, guide me as the director of OOB as to how we would treat, handle, and respond to this. Madam Chair, that's about all I can say at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, any other questions for Mr. Bial?
No recommend.
We didn't recommend, and then he also didn't identify risk for the financial, just for the record, I added. Members of the committee, again, second call for any questions for Mr. Bial at this time.
No.
Hearing none, we're gonna go to a vote on the report. Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bacardi, how are you gonna vote? I'll vote red. Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bacardi votes red. Vice Chair Carl Snyder, how do you vote? Vice Chair Carl Snyder votes red, and Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I vote red.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes red. We have 3 members voting in the negative, in the red, and 0 members voting in the affirmative. 2 members excused. The motion fails. So thank you, Mr. Bial, for your report today. And additional information from the controller. We did request that analysis on Monday, so I hope that's helpful. If you need a digital copy, we can share that via email for your staff, so you all can have a copy of that. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for your time.
Okay.
All right, members of the
When you
budget,
find out which way is up and down, let me know.
left and right too. All right, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we are on the last portion of our agenda on announcements. Anyone have any announcements today?
I don't know.
We'll go to Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bacardi.
Okay, so while we have legislative council here, I'm gonna use this time as announcements. Said I can't even remember if you were in the room when I said, what can we do as an emergency that fits the definition to secure our financial integrity of Controller McCabe's policies and procedures? And what we're getting today, because I already have memos where this individual is approving financial documents without the capacity, how do we protect the integrity? And do we need a restraining order to stop this individual from entering in Navajo Nation property until we can figure out the intent? I am trying to think, if there's no memo that designates, if there's no authority here, this is like someone who has had access to official Navajo Nation documentation, has signed and approved without the authority, and has changed, financial, like the budget transfer, that's moving money from one account to another. I mean, literally, someone is in there without that authority and is doing that. I cannot remember in my experiences, has this ever happened? And how do we I don't want to just say freeze, but at least support and say these acts are like illegal. So I need some guidance. And then if your team can look at how we can, and through another, I think we need to declare a state of emergency for Navajo Nation so that we can quickly convene as a council and take swift action on a series of legislations that we need to come together We did this during COVID to keep the integrity of the government, to be able to identify all of the risks and potential shortfalls and the liability in the future. I mean, employees can sue us, sue the nation for how they were treated. McCabe can sue us for how he was treated. I just think also that the impact of the liability and how we can secure the funding. So what I was going is having the people be part of that conversation so that they can vote. So there is by council resolution, we can push some questions out to the people and have them decide on some of these reorganization or reforms that need to take place that are in a gray area for us as our authority on council. And so instead of trying to figure out how to massage that, just take it directly to them and ask them directly on how they want to move forward. And so I just want to see, what does that process look like? How can we expedite and move that forward so that they can engage? If we secure the money, I know we have some legal interpretations happening out there, and that's also causing harm. But for me right now, the priority is just to secure the funding, the money, to avoid any mismanagement, any continuance of like collusion and everything that we know that has been happening so far, like just to stop it all. Thank you. That's my announcement. So I'll be working on, so my announcement is I'll be working with Legislative Council on that request, starting after adjournment, Chair, committee members. How we want to do a virtual dialogue. But and then my other announcement is I will plan to be at the controller's office, just as an observer, and just before our missing and murdered in a relative task force meeting that we're going to have tomorrow at the Office of the Prosecutor's conference room starting at 8:30. Thank you, Chair. Those are my announcements. Let me see the agenda. Sorry. There you go. No points of orders.
Thank you, Chairman Amber Kness-McCarty, members of the committee. Anyone else have any announcements this evening?
It's because it's not Thursday night football, so George can't sing.
Vice Chair Slade, do you have any
He's
announcements?
how disappointed he is in me.
Yeah, I do. I think I just want to echo Delicrati's sentiments about organizing, and anyone that's listening to the live stream or listening to this on the unofficial live stream. Do you have a name for your live stream?
Marley Shabala.
The Marley Shabala show. Marley Shabala live, yeah. Maury Povich and Marley Shabala. No. You're right, we're above that. But I would just say that I welcome you to get in contact with me, and that it takes people power to affect change. I think there's a lot of bureaucratic incompetence and then really malicious activity taking place. And the people perpetrating it are preying on the goodwill of folks. And I would say their inclination to avert conflict, protect their and their families' lives through the compensation that they get. And it's something that's taken place from the very beginning when, the controller informed us that, Mr. Sandoval or Mr. Beecher were coming into his office, or Jorge Cordova was coming into the office and trying to bully documents through. And that it created this fear that people are going to lose their jobs if they raise any issues about it. And it's continuing to this day with someone else, like when the person who was preventing the dam from exploding, rubbed their finger in it, they get them out of there theoretically for a second. What happens immediately? Like all hell breaks loose, and it's ridiculous. I think preying on people who try to manage in a fair and even-handed way, you take advantage of their goodwill. So there are things that I disagree that Mr. Bial did, but I think that he was doing it from a place of trying to be able to justify his actions in the moment and not out of malice, but those are the situations in which people and our institutions can be taken advantage of. And so with that said, that's why we do have some of these checks and balances. So OMB says one thing, OSC, who completes the audit report, comes in and says, well, no, it's really a reserve fund because it's specified for a particular purpose. And just because someone has administrative oversight over it doesn't mean that they can then essentially steal or reprogram those dollars for their own particular purposes. Whether it's travel, operational dollars, et cetera. And the committee has challenged the whole government to be lean and mean so that we can root out a lot of, I would say, the ineffective structures and the way that bureaucracy can end up having really violent impacts on our people. And that means whether it's delays in WIC funding because someone didn't figure out how to do their job correctly or they messed up things. That's a real practical effect on people's lives. And here, it's just a paperwork scuffle and then the political fallout and trying to have a press release, whatever, out to make you seem like a superhero when the whole crisis was manufactured from, I don't know exactly, but obviously the program and the OMB officer at the time. So that's not something that can be passed off on anyone else. But I think that in addition to the controller's office, our people need to protest at the president's office and you protest at the chambers too, and request things. And I ask that people, they need to ask this government, they need to ask the president's office, very frankly, has any of your staff ever been contacted or interviewed by the Ethics and Rules Office? Have they been contacted by the US Department of Justice in any manner? Have they received target letters from any of those entities? Those are the things that people need to ask this and demand of this presidency. The Supreme Court hobbled this nation in one of the most idiotic decisions or trilogy of decisions that's ever been delivered. I don't know. I guess we've seen some pretty crazy ones since then. And it's hobbled the delegates that you see in front of you in trying to seek accountability. But that's really what the bad actors are relying on. So if you think it's a political issue, it demands a political response, and that demands people power. And those who are willing to stand up for that, it can't just be delegates standing up for it. And it can't just be people complaining on Facebook. That's one means to help get information out there in the absence of a dogged press that can get information out there that covers the nation. Only one press officer in here right now, or a member of the press. And that also has been routinely in this committee meeting. So if you're upset about these things, you can get in contact with us so we can help advise and inform you about what's truly going on. But I want to challenge our society to stand up to it. If you don't, then we get the government we deserve. And that's where we're at right now. So maintain some hope, because your voice and marching the street really does matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I do not have any now, please.
All right, thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie.
My high horse right here.
Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie. Thank you, Legislator Carl Slater. At this time, I do appreciate the Budget and Finance Committee and their stamina, because we have been at this for almost 3 years. And 3 years working with Mr. McCabe as our controller is changing how we look at finances, is changing the way we budget, it's challenging the system. And when a system is old and a system is used to the way things have always been, there's resistance to change. And what I was telling my colleagues today in the reports is that our budget was so padded that now we're seeing it in a very lean capacity, and all of the mismanagement is surfacing within the first 7 days. There's misbudgeting. It's all surface. It's all coming to the top because there's no fat in the budget to hide it anymore. There's fat in the federal funds, and you can see in some of those 638 contracts that there's audit findings regarding personnel, regarding fleet management. That's another request that I've made for a report to be here at the Budget and Finance Committee. We asked the Division of General Services to provide a report on how they are implementing the Budget Instruction Manual approved fleet rate. And what I have seen on the FMIS is that there's inconsistency. The police department was overcharged, and there's a pool within the fleet management that still has to be identified. The division director for the Division of General Services was not prepared to present today because they themselves have to go through 32 business units. And when we asked Mr. Bial today, is there any risk to our funds? There was no response to that. Yet we have identified that in business units regarding, I mean, that's just one set of 32 business units, and that was not reported by OMB. That is not reported. Today, the report was to hear about the discrepancies in FY26, the budget revision request, and there could have been a more thorough report on the challenges being seen since the FY26 implementation. And my colleagues here have pointed out many of those discrepancies and those challenges. You know, we could go on and on with this, and I do appreciate our staff's time today. Mr. Rodney Tahi, Mr. Mo's here, Office of the Speaker, the Controller who's still on the call, Office of Legislative Counsel, for being here to support the Budget and Finance Committee, because we still have a legislation that we need to consider, the investigation of funds. That legislation is still live. That legislation is still here at the Budget and Finance Committee. We've extended our deadline to the end of the year. And for many purposes, it's timely that these circumstances arise in our general funds, and those can be handled through reports. But we're at the point where we need to hold the individuals accountable for their actions. So today we passed a directive. Mr. Bial, you were here when that vote was taken. So that's being distributed. That was already distributed this evening. And I find that we've come to a circumstance where we're concerned. The Budget and Finance Committee is concerned about our financial well-being. And that should alert our people. That should tell our people that they should be concerned too. And I look forward to our continued collaboration with the speaker. The speaker was a part of our earlier meeting today. So it's late, 7:27. And if there are no further announcements, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at this time.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bakrati, second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee, let's go to a vote. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Choose a side, don't throw your fruit away, and green.
Vice Chair Carl Slater votes green. Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bakrati, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Kness-Bakrati votes green. We have 3 members voting in the affirmative, myself not voting, 2 members excused, and motion carries to adjourn at 7:28 p.m. Again, thank you all for being here during this late hour, and we'll